Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 151. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 151. When Dumbledore and Hagrid only applauded the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Hermione followed her hand. Ron and Harry sitting next to her turned their heads in surprise. "What's wrong?" Hermione said strangely. "Why, look at me. You don't think? Is his appearance terrifying?" Ron swallowed. "Is," Hermione ordered. Nodded. "To be honest, it's a bit. But, haven't you had a bit of memory yet?" "What?" Harry and Ron asked in confusion. "Marx tells us 3 times and 4 times with her own actions, that nothing can be seen only on the surface," Hermione said in a serious way, with a little bit of gnashing teeth in her tone. "Well, you mean, maybe this new horror professor is a good person?" Harry looked at Moody, who was eating sausage, and he really couldn't build any good feelings. "I mean, don't judge easily until you have the real evidence," Hermione said soft-spoken, showing full doubt about Harry's understanding ability. Moody, who is in the center of sight, seems to be indifferent to everyone's cold reaction. He ignored the large can of pumpkin juice in front of him, but reached into his travel cloak and took out a hip flask and took a swig. When he raised his arm and drank, the cloak he had dragged on the ground was picked up a few inches, and he saw a few legs of wood carvings under the table, and a claw-shaped foot below. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "As I said," he said with a smile at the many students in front of him, "in the next few months, we will be very honored to host a very exciting event that has been around for more than a century, not organized. I am very happy to tell you that this year, the Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts." "You are joking," Fred Weasley loudly said. The tension that has been shrouded in the auditorium since Moody entered the door was suddenly broken. Almost everyone laughed and urged Bledo to smile with appreciation. "I'm not kidding, Mr. Weasley," he said. "But since you mentioned joking, I heard a very interesting what a joke. A troll, a female yakshaw and a leprechaun. They all entered the same pub." Professor McGonagall coughed loudly. "Hey, it doesn't seem to be right now. It's not suitable." Dumbledore smiled. "Where did I say that?" Yes. Triwizard Tournament. Some of you don't know this yet. What is going on in the game, so I hope that people who understand the situation can forgive me for a little explanation here. I allow their thoughts to be a little short. The Triwizard Tournament was founded more than 700 years ago and is a friendship competition between the 3 largest magic schools in Europe. The 3 schools are Hogwarts in Britain, Buxbotons in France and the mysterious Durmstrang in France. According to the rules of the past, each school should choose a champion, and then 3 champions will try 3 magic projects. Originally, the Triwizard Tournament was held every 5 years, and the organizers were rotated by 3 schools. Everyone agrees that this is one of the best ways to build friendship between young wizards in different countries. But then there were too many deaths and the Triwizard Tournament was interrupted. "The number of deaths?" Hermione whispered, looking around in horror. But most of the students in the auditorium are not as nervous as she is, and many people are excited to whisper. Even Harry and Ron seem to be a fascinating look. "For centuries, people have tried several times to resume that hegemony," Dumbledore continued. "But none of them succeeded. But this year, I and Mr. Bagman, Director of the Ministry of Magic Department of Magical Games and Sports, think again. The time has come to mature. We have had a lot of communication with the Department of International Magical Cooperation and have actively contributed to this grand event. In October, the headmasters of Buxbotons and Durmstrang will lead their carefully selected competitors, and the champions ceremony will be held on Halloween. A fair referee will decide which students are best qualified to compete for the Triwizard Cup for their own. The school wins honors, and even individuals can get 1,000 galleon bonuses. Having said that, Dumbledore paused, added a tone, and in order to make this event even more exciting, this Triwizard Cup itself has been replaced with a special magic item. If anyone wins the final victory, that magic item will be owned by him personally. As for what is it, please allow me to sell it first. When the games start, everyone will know what it is. At the thought of the possibility of obtaining such honor and wealth, Everyone was excited to shine, which is an opportunity to become a real champion of Hogwarts. At the front of each house's desk, the young wizards watched Dumbledore enthusiastically or whispered with the neighbors excitedly. But at this moment, Dumbledore spoke again. This time, his words made everyone unable to bear an angry protest. Dumbledore proposed an age limit. Only 17 years of age, that is, students over the age of 17 are allowed to register. The delegations of Buttons and Durmstrang will arrive in October and spend most of the school year with us. I know that when our foreign guests stay here, you will be warm and friendly, and Hogwarts once you finally choose, you will support he or her in wholeheartedly. Okay, it's not too late. It's very important for you to go full of energy tomorrow morning and go to bed. Go to bed. Hurry. Dumbledore sat down and turned to talk to Mad-Eye Moody. The students stood up, and with their faces, they flocked to the two opposing doors and walked to the common room of their respective houses. It has been a few days since Marks came to Durmstrang, but he has been swaying all over the campus except for the time of class. In fact, what he has to do to Durmstrang this time is very simple, that is, 2 words. High profile. And some of the rules here have found him the most appropriate way. I heard that you are the most powerful duel of Durmstrang. Marks swayed his entire body parts so that he showed the most ridiculous gesture. Little devil, dare to fight with me? A bite of a countryman's accent is lazy and arrogant, and with his I am provoking you, dissatisfied with the duel, it really makes the other person annoyed at once. But when the senior student came back with anger, he suddenly fell. You think, hey, no, I am not terrible, not at all. Marks squinted and licked his neck, looking up and down at him, and finally staggered away in a suffocating position. If people are not fooled, what can he do? Can't you drag someone else's duel like a mentor? A few times, Marks has eaten his own flaws. Since there is no way to find someone to take a shelf to get credits, then he can only move more brains and take a few more detours. Early the next morning, Marks posted such a notice on the bulletin board in the school hall. Seniors who are not good at dueling, and lower grade students who are not proficient in duel spells, in order to prevent everyone from gaining credits because of their weak duel ability. I will provide you with additional training guidance for dueling, and when you need it, help protect you from being harassed by malicious duels. To this end, I hereby create a dueling club and give it a resounding and warm name. Our dueling club is called Unite. We are not pacifists. Come join us. I am here waiting for you. Note, if you want to join, please go to the open space in front of the school to register members during the break. Your friend, Marks McLawn. Soon, just getting out of bed and washing up, the students who were planning to go to the auditorium for breakfast were all around the bulletin board. Everyone couldn't help but whisper, a strange notice, a strange organization, plus a more strange name. This always makes people feel far away from the idea. But on this notice, Marks deliberately bolded the free training for everyone to provide extra training guidance, but everyone cannot help but heart. Under the word of mouth of Durmstrang students, even those who don't know have already known Marks's publicity in the World Cup final. Almost everyone is thinking, if you let him guide, will he become as powerful as that? Not long after, except for some students who didn't dare to get close to Marks, other young wizards flocked to the door of the castle. Just on the open space on the side of the gate, Marks sat there. In front of him, there was a small, simple table with a stack of parchment. Are everyone coming to the dueling club? Marks saw that a large part of these people are new students. When asked by Marks, the young wizards immediately made a big splash. That's all about registering. Let's line up the team, come over and get the registration form, and then return it to me after you fill it out. By the way, after everyone has registered, the club will immediately start the first official event. Please be prepared. Unite. We are not pacifists. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 152. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 152. Everyone is united. Unite. We are not pacifists. Non-pacifists. Swing stick, shaking stick, tip pointing to the target. Swing. Shake the stick, point to the target. Good. Come again. Note, this time we should swear. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. In the Durmstrang House headmaster room. The current headmaster Karkaroff is reviewing some documents. Since the last time Marx pointed out a light avenue for him, he has become more diligent than in the past. There are a lot of documents that he didn't look at in detail before, but now he has begun to seriously think about and write down the text. Although his mind is still embarrassing in his heart, nothing more than using the position to recruit people, but at least, he has begun to take care of the Durmstrang House headmaster duties. However, someone who made him such a change seems to be a bit unfair. At this time, just outside the window behind Karkaroff, a huge rock that did not know where to move came from there. Karkaroff, who is concentrating on reviewing documents, has no idea what to do. Okay, pay attention to each other, maintain balance. 3 to 2 to 1. Very good. Can be put down. Bang. The loud sound rang out loudly from the window. Karkaroff was shocked, and the quill in his hand slammed a piece of ink on the paper with the paper back. Remember, this is the power of unity. Marx clapped his hands and shouted loudly. Well, let's take a break. Is this the kind of application you said? After everyone started to rest in the place, Crumb, who stood by and watched, couldn't wait to ask. Yeah. This is actually the same principle as flying with the levitation charm. As long as each person controls only a small part, they can largely avoid the entanglement and interference between each other. That is not to say. Marx waved his hand and said casually, don't think too much. This is just a kind of training that allows everyone to add confidence and learn teamwork. In fact, it is very difficult to lift this boulder alone. It's a matter of fact. And there is not much practical use. After all, Marx took another clap and let everyone rearrange the team. The rest time is over. Next is the quick use spell practice in the duel. Let's recall what I explained before, and then try it out. The first row is ready. Soon after, Karkaroff suddenly appeared behind a wave of slanting red ray light, which spurred away in a parabolic shape. Karkaroff looked at the headmaster room, which was illuminated by red light again and again, and madly threw the quill on the floor. He now has only one wish in his heart, that is, he hopes that Marx can finish his affairs as soon as possible, and then how far is it to go far? That night, Marx took a dead frog to the edge of the big lake behind the school. In the days since he came to Durmstrang, he often came out at night and sat here for a while. And today, it is still the case. He first placed the dead frog in his hand on a damp rock by the lake, and then pulled out a small tin box from the sleeve. He opened the lid and placed it next to the dead frog. Suddenly, a dozen agile little guys quickly climbed out of the box and rushed to the dead frog for food. These are the oacists that Acromantula Aragog gave to Marx, and they hatched in Azkaban some time ago. At the moment, these young spiders are still quite small, and they are obviously 2 or 3 times larger than when they were just hatched. This amazing growth rate, I am afraid that it will take a long time to rely on the reduction of the curse to bring them to the body. Probably because they were together at the time of their birth, they are very close to Marx. When they had no slag left in the dead frog, they climbed into Marx's hand. Now the characteristics have not yet emerged. It is time to test the results of the practice. He is talking to himself, but he seems to be aware of what happened in the next second. He suddenly turned his head to the right, looking out into the woods. Come out. As Marx said, he reached out to the tin box and the young spiders climbed in. Hello, Mr. McClawn. As the voice rang, a mysterious man wrapped in a cloak walked out of the woods. It can be seen that no matter whether it is in the hood or in the sleeve tube, some faint black gas is faintly leaked. Is it you? Marx immediately recalled the guy who was attacking Dumbledore with him. The other party did not pay attention to Marx, but continued to say stiffly, "The host wants to see you, please take a walk with me." "Master, Dark Lord," Marx said calmly, "as far as I know, I and your patriarch people have some hatred. Do you think I will go? This is an order. If you don't follow me, then I can only take you away," he said dryly. There is no sleekness in his words, It seems to be a robot. How are you going to take me away? Mark's browed, the right hand shook, and the wand slipped into his hand. The man reacted so fast that he saw his right foot slammed into the ground and immediately rushed to Mark's at a perfectly unprepared speed. Mark's movements are also very fast, a burst of blue-green sparks, slowing down at a speed that is easily recognizable to the naked eye. No, it's just the cloak that slows down. At that moment, a group of rich black gas broke open cloak, and went straight to Mark's without losing speed. Just listening to a loud bang, the rock at the foot of Mark's was smashed by the other side. Enhanced version of Pettigrew Peter. Mark's controls the gravel under his feet and hangs in the air, thoughtfully. But the other party obviously wouldn't let him stop there and think about it. After crashing the rock, he turned to a long black gas tail, and there was no direct connection to Mark's axio in midair. Mark's calmly controlled the gravel to move a few feet, accurately avoiding the black air mass that collided with it, and staring at it mammothly. What kind of stuff is the black gas? He kept thinking, but still had nothing to gain. When the opponent didn't hit Mark's several times, he seemed to change his strategy and returned to the ground to change back to the human form. It seems that it is impossible to fly without being in the state of black air. Watching the man entangled in black air, almost exactly the same as Pettigrew Peter. But it is clear that this is more difficult than Peter, because he will think more, rather than relying on brute force to fight. The next moment, the other party raised the right hand, and the black gas wrapped around his arm was like a living, scattered and made more small black air mass, continually rushing toward Mark's. Mark's immediately fell vertically, bringing the black air to the ground. But when those little black air groups each and every one fell on the rocks on the ground, they all seemed to have no magical nature, just on the surface of the rock. They cracked the cracks of each and every one. This leaves Mark's with no useful information at all. Since this black gas can greatly contribute to the flame of the fiend fire bottle, it is undoubtedly a very high magic power, but what it can do is only physical effects. Regarding the nature and principles of this black gas, Mark's felt a little helpless. Just when the two played fiercely, Lynn suddenly had another voice coming out. "McClawn, stop." Mark's hearing this, immediately quit a good distance, see the other side also stopped, and then turned back to look at the woods. Professor Snape. The singer licked his greasy hair, and the sallow face was not clear in the moonlight, but his empty and indifferent eyes were memorable. Snape looked back and forth at the two men who were temporarily in a truce with Gloomy's expression. Impatiently said, "McClawn, the master wants to see you. Then you will follow the instructions honestly." "Why do you want to fight with him?" Mark's curl one's lip. "The wand is collected." "Okay, I am just a little bored. I want to test the strength of this guy. Since Professor Snape you are here, can you just come out early?" Snape coldly snorted, walked to Mark's and disappeared with his disapparation. Riddle House is still a rather run-down. It's full of spider webs, awnings, and all the other rolled houses, which makes it look very bad. In the study of Riddle House, it is a new look. It was cleaned up and even expanded with the extension charm, with a variety of magnificent furniture. Near the door, many Death Eaters sit on the couch, and they occasionally talk to each other a few words, but most of the time they are silent. The reason why they are silent is naturally the young wizard who looks like the sun in the deepest part of the room. By his side, only one person still stayed there, and that was his most loyal follower, Bellatrix Lestrange. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Master, McClawn is here." At this point, the Death Eaters who were sitting on the sofa sat up straight, and their eyes looked at the still closed door without exception. The young wizard sitting in the room was also looking up, and his mouth was sketched with a strange smile, but the deep eyes were hard to guess. "Coming, Severus. And, my old friend, Mark's McClawn." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 153. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 153. In this spacious room that has been subjected to extension charm, there is a dark brown wooden lacquered long table. The desktop is spotless and clean as new. If you put your face together, You can even use it as a mirror. Around this long table, neatly smeared the seemingly upscale leather-covered armchair, which is now full of Death Eater. Although they look different, they can still remain silent at this time. This is because their owners are sitting at the head end, and the cold eyes are far from the other end of the long table. There, Marx sat quietly, but his mind was full of thoughts. He couldn't have imagined that Voldemort had recovered the human body, at least on the surface. What made him even more puzzled was that Voldemort's performance was unusually calm. This is not a good situation for him. Just now, Voldemort, who had been smiling all the time, suddenly changed face and asked him a question. "You said, should I kill you?" According to common sense, Voldemort asks this, and it is clear that Marx is still valuable. Can Voldemort, this person, really analyze it according to common sense? When Voldemort was also called Tom Riddle, although it was really smart and thoughtful, it could be treated as a person afterwards. It was the time Voldemort made the first Horcrux. His mental condition has changed dramatically. If it is a person, it is better to say that it is more appropriate to choose a dangerous and magical creature. However, when Marx couldn't make up his mind, but things were imminent, his better character began to boil again. Marx hooked his mouth and squeezed a scornful smile. He asked in a very relaxed tone, "Kill me?" "Why kill me?" Once Marx asked, Voldemort's eyes instantly became sharp. He stared at Marx's eyes coldly and aggressively. "Why?" "Just because you were cheating on the Hogwarts court, and the stunning spell at the school gate. Do you think you shouldn't die?" "Dark Lord, I don't think that you can deceive you with a few words from a child." Marx spread his hand. "Not to mention, killing me now. What good is it for you? Just for your heart? Talk to the owner and let them respect." Sitting on the side of Bellatrix, seeing Marx's always the slick look, can't help but scream out loud. Marx glanced at her coldly, and the chilly eyes reminded Bellatrix of the fear of the day, and couldn't help but press his mouth and remove his gaze. Seeing that Bellatrix is soft, Marx looks up again and looks directly at Voldemort. "I don't think we have to go round again. To be honest, I am very dissatisfied with Hogwarts. If I can ruin it, I am very happy to see it. And since you will let Professor Snape come to me, obviously not for the grievances that have entangled me with me. Speaking of it, Professor Snape has returned to your knees, which really makes me startled." Marx looked at Snape with a meaningful look. But the other person didn't even care about him. It's a superb movie, Marx thought. But how does he know that Snape's inner activities can be complicated at this time? Because Voldemort suddenly used dark mark summon for him, Dumbledore simply let him continue to come back as his double-faced spy. He did not expect that Marx was sent to Azkaban inexplicably, and inexplicably jailbroken out of the World Cup scene, but also inexplicably entered Durmstrang. As a result, tonight, he was inexplicably sent by Voldemort to take Marx over. Seriously, Snape is ready to watch Marx die in Voldemort's hands. At this moment, when Marx said it was so straightforward, Voldemort's expression changed suddenly, and the gentle smile returned to his face again. "Severus is of course standing on my side." Voldemort paused. The topic turned. "Since you understand what I mean, it would be better." He nodded to Marx, and his tone was calm and authentic. "To tell the truth, from the first time I saw you, I always thought that you and I are a type of person. Oh, it turns out that my opinion is correct. A place like Hogwarts that is hypocritical and full of ignorance is simply not suitable for us. I believe that you will join us sooner or later and become a part of us. Aren't you?" Marx also nodded. "Very natural. It seems that this is correct. Since we have the same goal, I seem to have no reason to miss this opportunity." After Voldemort heard it, the smile on his face was a bit more. "So, are you willing to join the Death Eater?" Marx shook his head calmly. "Dark Lord, I just want to work with you, but I don't want to be yours," he said, with his fingers pointing at the sides of the long table. He never dared to say a word of Death Eater. "Is it in? You see, I am just a dog waiting to be sent any time and anywhere. just like them. He did not speak this sentence, and those Death Eaters showed a fierce expression and looked at him angrily. But now Voldemort was sitting there, which made them dare not speak at random. Voldemort narrowed his eyes and showed a sharp eye. Every Death Eater is a friend who shares my interests. I think you have to understand this. When Marx heard it, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I just lost my words. But my opinion hasn't changed. He said, I just want to work with you. As for the identity of Death Eater, there is no good for me. I believe Professor Snape has already told you that this person is just a house-style wizard who likes to study magical theory and do various magic studies. To put it bluntly, I have no interest in the magic pure blood theory that you admire. I don't care about the life and death of them all. I just want to ruin Hogwarts, let me feel better, and then continue my research. Cooperation? Voldemort wondered. How do you want to cooperate? Marx shrugged, replied, I just got a good news here, about the Triwizard Tournament that will start again in Hogwarts. I think this can be used as a meeting. It will also be me and the beginning of your cooperation. Severus has already mentioned this to me. What new news do you have? Voldemort raised his eyebrows and was very interested. Speak and listen. Marx nodded, said, what is the Triwizard Cup for this Triwizard Tournament? Triwizard Cup? Voldemort repeated it and shook his head again. Isn't that the old cup that has been in the Hogwarts headmaster room all the time? He said, looking to Snape, who was sitting next to him. Master, Dumbledore seems to be going to replace the Triwizard Cup with something magical, but he doesn't say what magic props will be used, Snape said honestly. Voldemort nodded and cast a questioning eye on Marx. I think you will be interested, Marx said with great depth. It's Diadem of Ravenclaw. Voldemort immediately changed his expression. He stared at Marx and asked, Diadem of Ravenclaw? Yes, Diadem of Ravenclaw. Marx's face seemed to flash a madness. He was excited. It is said that it is a rare magic prop that can increase the wearer's wisdom. Now, Dumbledore will actually regard it as a victory. The prizes are sent out. He seemed to be unable to hold his inner excitement, and the tone gradually became higher, as if he was really just a research madman who was crazy about magic research. Dark Lord, I think, this opportunity is definitely not to be missed. He continued. And, this Triwizard Tournament is also a great opportunity to fight Hogwarts and fight Dumbledore, isn't it? Diadem of Ravenclaw? Voldemort pointed out that this is indeed something that must not be missed. Voldemort looked at him, pondered for a moment, and immediately started talking. In this case, I can give you a chance to cooperate, depending on whether you can catch it. Seeing that Voldemort was serious, Marx couldn't help but put away the smile on his face. He knew that the next so-called opportunity was the real intention of Voldemort to find him today. He can't believe that Voldemort's sly character will easily write off the things of the year. As predicted, front to bear the Cruciatus Curse 1 point clock. If you are fine, I can promise you. Voldemort spread his hands. Since you want to seek cooperation, you have to pay off the debts you owe. What do you say? Marx couldn't help but frown. So, who will make this Cruciatus Curse? He looked at Voldemort. If you use it yourself, I don't think I can call it opportunity. Voldemort looked at the Death Eaters sitting on either side of the long table and waved them. Lucius. Yes. Yes, Master. Lucius Malfoy tried this, nervous and nodded. He made this curse. How do you think? When Voldemort said this, it was like saying send you a gift. The tone is natural and peaceful. But the next thing to do. But Lucius, this implementer, could not help but shudder. You know, Voldemort usually uses it to punish the wrong Death Eater will not exceed 15 seconds. 1 point clock. Cruciatus Curse. Who can bear the pain? Marx glanced at Lucius casually and immediately nodded. If that's the case, then I will try it. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 154. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 154. The night is deep, and the thick clouds cover the moon in the air, making the whole world smash. Around Riddle House, there are many defensive spells hidden in secret. Although there seems to be no change here, whoever is free to step into the vicinity will definitely run into big trouble. Fortunately, this place Mull is no longer close, and the wizard, I'm afraid no one will think of coming here at the moment. In the dilapidated old mansion of Riddle House, the atmosphere in study was sore, and people couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat. Just at the long table, Marx and Lucius Malfoy stood face to face, and the atmosphere became extremely dignified. The other Death Eaters are all staring at them, and their eyes are constantly moving up and down the Marx and Lucius. Cruciatus Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curse. This is a dark magic that has a dual effect on the body and the soul. It allows the soul of the cursed to fluctuate with the magic power while generating the continuous pain of the body from the trauma of spiritual plane. If the duration is too long, even the extreme consequences of the torn soul will occur. So far, Street Mungo's maddening long-bottom couple, Neville's parents, is an example. To be honest, there are many people who have a special liking for this evil curse, because it can not only be used for torture, but also allows them to appreciate the extremely painful expression of the cursed. In particular, Bellatrix, with her sadistic character, has always been very keen to torture others with this frightening spell. However, there were people at the site, including Voldemort, who had not seen a Cruciatus Curse that was more than 30 seconds. It's not that they can't cast Cruciatus Curse for so long, but no one can't be crazy after so long. Lucius, please. Marx looked at his restless look and calmed. For Cruciatus Curse, Marx doesn't care. He has not tried how long he can persist in endless pain. To be honest, who will try this stuff? He can understand the principle. He still has some. Lucius turned back and looked at his master's direction, but saw Voldemort gave him a hurry-up look. He swallowed his mouth sharply, the wand in his hand aimed at Marx, and the slightly trembling tip exposed his flustered mood. Lucius Malfoy, the current Wren family of the Malfoy family, the father of Draco Malfoy. Speaking of it, he didn't really want to stand on Voldemort's side, especially if Voldemort had failed. He has been following Voldemort and joined him in the Death Eater. He has long been involuntarily. As a supporter of magic blood theory, as a pure blood family of patriarch, all he wants is to maintain the status and interests of the family. He is not a good person, but compared to the Death Eater like Bellatrix, his determination to do evil seems to be a little bit unqualified. To put it bluntly, it is not enough guts. There is no madness from the heart. And this is the true portrayal of most Death Eaters. Crucio. Standing in the same place, Marx suddenly felt a shock. An indescribable pain spread from the inside out, as if every inch of skin, every piece of flesh and blood, every bone was scraped by a needle knife, so that he could not help but groaned. But Lucius is also shaking. Use the 3 unforgivable curse for others. No matter what the reason, this is to be sent to Azkaban. He could hardly imagine that if Voldemort failed again, he would use whatever means to escape the jail. More than a decade ago, he was shirking all the blame on the grounds of controlled by Imperius Curse. At least, some insiders saw it this way. Only he realized that in order to make this excuse more secure, he spent a lot of gold galleon, and even promised several valuable promises. Next time, the old colleagues who were detained in Azkaban told him that people would not be so lucky for the second time. But although he was afraid, he did not dare to disobey Voldemort's orders. Cruciatus Curse fell on Marx's body, but it made Lucius feel the indescribable panic and pain. In the boundless pain, Marx noticed some peculiar circumstances. As the soul kept slamming, he seemed to feel some kind of emotion called anger. No, not just anger, other emotions and emotions are faintly discernible, just like the next second will unlock some kind of seal, returning to his heart. But it is so little. With the feeling of emotion, Marx found that he could see his own magic power with the body. Although it is still very unclear, and it is sometimes absent with emotions, this discovery makes him feel lucky when he is in pain. However, although the soul is still oscillating, I don't know why, it's always worse. Marx bit his teeth. His eyes round, and silently endure pain of both body and soul. Under the pain of being enough to cause others to collapse, he feels sorry for the lack of effect of the Cruciatus curse. It is not that he is born to be more painful than others, but because he used to explore his own emotional loss and has already pulled out his soul and examined it hundreds of times. I have to say that Marx is really embarrassed about himself under the premise of ensuring safety. Time passes by 1 second and then 1 second, but Marx is always standing still. Although he had accumulated sweat on his forehead because of the pain, he never showed excessive pain. When Lucius put down the wand, Marx's eyes even flashed a glimpse of regret. Very good, very good. Voldemort swelled. I have to say that you really deserve to be treated specially. The Cruciatus curse of 1 point clock. This is a new record that has never been seen before. Marx wiped the sweat from his forehead and spit out a sigh of relief. Then I will thank you for your different eyes, he said calmly. I can get the praise of the Dark Lord. I don't think it is very rare. It is worthy of me to write it into my autobiography. So, let's talk about the next cooperation. Voldemort glanced at Marx deeply and then reached out and invited him back to his seat. As for Lucius, Voldemort didn't manage him anymore. After a while, Lucius, who was a little overwhelmed, had to walk to his position. A few days later, the Durmstrang House headmaster room. McLawn, where have you been in the past few days? Karkaroff asked strangely. To be honest, if Marx has been missing, he is too happy to be there. But now Marx is suddenly coming back. In the face of several teachers' questions, as a headmaster, he has to look at it. However, Marx just glanced at him and asked deeply, "Do you really want to know?" Needless to say, this guy is going to see Dumbledore or Voldemort. No matter who he is going to meet, Karkaroff doesn't want to know. Yes, I don't want it at all. Well, I just asked about it routinely, just like this. He laughed. Since it's here, I have to mention it to you first. I don't want to run around during the time when the Triwizard Tournament hasn't started yet, or I won't necessarily be able to take care of you. Marx reminded. Do you understand me? You mean, is that person already noticed me? Karkaroff suddenly trembled, and his most fearful thing seemed to have happened. Marx shook his head. That's not yet, but who knows? Marx shrugged. It's always wrong to be careful, isn't it? You are right, Karkaroff nodded. He thought about it and went on to say, yes, what did you want to do with the Dueling Club? What do you want to do? The whole day will make a big noise, and the teachers are secretly if you talk about it. Can't you stop it? Now Voldemort has been paying attention to the dynamics of the whole world. I need him to see me all the time. Do you understand? Marx doesn't care. I will do it again. I can help you attract attention. What are your dissatisfaction? What about it? But you at least. Well, I don't care about it. You just have trouble. Karkaroff simply waved his hand and didn't want to say anything more, probably because it was already very detailed before. Voldemort was not looking for Marx in the days to come. Because of this, he lived happily in Durmstrang. Here, there was not much interference, which led him to start some subsequent magic studies. Of course, from time to time, it's commonplace to make some of the most famous major events. Even Durmstrang's students and teacher are used to it. A month's time soon passed. Hogwarts, Durmstrang and Xputans, among the 3 largest magic houses in Europe, students and teachers are equally looking forward to hoping to see more exciting competitions and even hope that they can participate in it and win the championship for their school. Everyone is talking fiercely. Who will become the champion of their school? What are the items in the hegemony? What will the students of the other 2 schools look like? This is a grand event organized by the 3 schools. After many years, it has been reopened. What else is more exciting than this? Just in the hope of everyone, the Triwizard Tournament will kick off in Hogwarts. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 155. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 155. 10-month 30-day, a sunny Friday. Just like today's weather, the students of Hogwarts started from an early morning, and the smile on their faces was almost uninterrupted. Even in the air, it seems to be filled with a joy called expectation. In the classroom, no one went to concentrate on the lectures. Even Hermione was a little absent-minded, and everyone thought that the people of Xbuttons and Durmstrang would come this evening. Probably because of the relationship of half an hour in advance, even the most unbearable potion lesson in normally seems to be not so difficult. When the ringing sounds early, Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushed to the Gryffindor Tower. They ordered their respective bags and textbooks according to teacher's instructions, put on the cloak, and then rushed down the stairs in 2 steps and went to the auditorium. Going over there, in the hall, each head of house is directing the students of their respective houses to welcome the team. Professor McGonagall was still a serious and methodical look. The short Flitwick professor squinted from time to draw a fold on the clothes of a student in Ravenclaw, and Professor Snape, as always, was indifferent, and it is said that he recently appeared to have a temper even worse. It is worth mentioning that the Hufflepuff house's Professor Sprout seems to be a bit low, although she still does her best. Marks is gone, Professor Sprout seems to be sad. Hermione looked at her from a distance, subconsciously biting her lip. The bad guy, it's really irritating. What are you talking about? Ron, who was standing behind, walked 2 steps forward, asking a little strangely. Hermione glanced at him and turned his head. Nothing. She guessed who authentic. Ron looked at Harry inexplicably and wondered, what am I doing wrong? Shouldn't I ask? Harry shrugged, saying that he didn't know. Obviously, when Hermione couldn't find someone to suffocate for a while, Ron had to pick it up. Who can blame? Please come with me, Professor McGonagall said. The student of first year is in front. Don't be crowded. The young wizards lined up the steps and stood neatly in front of the castle. It's almost night, the sun is completely below the horizon, and the sky is being swallowed up by the night. A round and white moon has hung over Forbidden Forest. The recent weather is already very cold, the temperature is falling very fast, and everyone feels a little cold. But fortunately, the air here is still so fresh, people can't help but want to take 2 more. Harry stood in the middle of Ron and Hermione, on the left side of the 4th row. Luna stood on the far right side of the 3rd row. Everyone was excited to scan the ground that was getting dark, but they didn't see any movement. Everything is so quiet, as in the normal night of Hogwarts, quietly. It's almost 6 o'clock. Ron looked at his watch and looked at the lane leading to the front door. He said, you said how they would come? Take the train? I don't think so, Hermione said. How come? Broomstick? Harry looked up at the starlight flashing sky, speculated. I don't think it will. From that far. Portk. Ron guessed. Or they can apparition, maybe in their place. People under the age of 17 also allow disapparition. Don't allow apparition within the scope of Hogwarts. How many times do you want me to say? Hermione said impatiently. Harry rubbed his arms hard. He really felt a little cold. I just hope they can hurry up. Harry snorted and couldn't help but whispered. He remembered what Mr. Weasley had said in the camp before the Quidditch World Cup final. It's always like this, whenever you get together, you can't help but show off. Perhaps, those foreign students are also preparing to have a dramatic admission. Just then, Dumbledore, standing in the back row with other teachers, suddenly spoke up. Oh, if I am not mistaken, the representative of Xbuttons is here. Where? Many students are rushing to move towards different directions. There. A 6th-year student pointed to loudly said over Forbidden Forest. It was a huge monster, and it was swiftly passing over the deep blue sky towards the castle Accio. It didn't look very clear at first, but as it got closer, it slowly became bigger and bigger. It's a dragon. A first-year new student couldn't help but scream. Obviously, he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Don't say stupid things. That's a house flying. Another new student argued. When the dark behemoth swept through the treetops of Forbidden Forest and was illuminated by the lights of the castle window, they saw it clearly. It was a huge pink-blue carriage. It really is as big as a house. 12 wings of the horse are flying in the sky. They are all silver horses, and each horse is about the same size as an elephant. If Marx is there, he can recognize it at a glance. It is the precious specialty of the French magic circle, the god of the horse. At the time of the Blois fort, one of Winnie's father travelers also took the carriage of the marathon. Although the production of the carriage is quite fine, it seems that there is not a quarter of the buttons. The carriage flew lower, it was landing at the speed of the infinitely fast, and the students standing in the first 3 rows hurried back a few steps. Then, heaven shaking, earth shattering, screamed, and Neville jumped back and stepped on the foot of a Slytherin 5th-year student. I saw those horseshoe peng falling on the ground, all of them as big as the Hogwarts plate. In the blink of an eye, the carriage also followed the landing. Its huge body shook a few times on the same huge wheel. At the same time, the golden horses licked their huge heads, and the big red eyes drove around. There is a crest on the door, which is made up of 2 golden, crisscrossed wands, each with 3 stars on the tip of the wand. Soon, the door was opened from the inside. A boy in a light blue robe jumped down the carriage, bent down and groped for a few times on the carriage floor. Immediately, a golden staircase was opened. He jumped back and forth, and everyone saw a shiny black high heel sticking out of the carriage. This shoe is just as big as a small sled for children. The next moment, a super-large woman commensurate with this shoe drilled the carriage. If you want to say who has the same size as this woman, then obviously Hagrid. Dumbledore began to applaud and the students followed him. Many people have raised their toes and tried to make this woman more clear. Her face relaxed and opened an elegant smile. Then she reached out with a sparkling hand and moved towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore is a tall man, but he almost never needs to bend over when he kisses this hand. "Dear Madam Maxime," Dumbledore said. "Welcome to Hogwarts." "Dumbledore," Madam Maxime said in a low voice. "I hope that everything is fine." "Very good, thank you." Dumbledore was very polite. "My students," said Madam Maxime, waving with the huge hand carelessly behind her. At this time, everyone who looked away from her noticed that about 12 or 3 male and female students had come down from the carriage, and they were standing behind Madam Maxime. From their appearance, the age is about 10-18 years old, and each and every one is shaking slightly. It is not surprising that it is cold to say that they will feel cold, because the robes on them seem to be made of refined silk, and no one wears cloak. Several students wrapped their heads in a scarf or headscarf. "Is Karkaroff coming?" asked Madam Maxime. "He will come at any time, you are," Dumbledore said, suddenly turned his head. "Oh, it seems he is here." The young wizards who are listening to the conversation between Madam Maxime and Dumbledore are immediately looking in the direction of Dumbledore. Soon, everyone heard a very strange sound coming from the darkness to them. It seemed to be a repressed rumble and a whistling bubble, like a huge vacuum cleaner moving along the riverbed at the bottom of the lake. Some students pointed at the lake. "Look at the lake." Needless to say, everyone has already seen it. Everyone stood on the slope of the lawn overlooking the ground, and you can clearly see the calm, dark water. At this time, the lake suddenly became no longer calm. There was a commotion in the water in the middle of the lake. There was a huge wave of water on the water, pushing the lake and wave it on the shore of the lake. Then, just in the middle of the lake, there was a big whirlpool, as if there was terrifying kelpie greedily swallowing the cold water of the lake. Suddenly, something like a black long pole suddenly rises from the whirlpool, which seems to be a thick sea-boat mast. Just like to confirm everyone's guess, a large ship broke through the water and slowly appeared in everyone's sight. It looks strange. The keel of the ship is slightly protruding, like a giant creature, and the whole ship looks like a worn-out gloomy, as if it were a shipwreck that had just been salvaged, and even a glimmer of light in the porthole could not be seen. Just as everyone thought that the ship would sail towards the shore in their direction, they saw a small silhouette flying abruptly from the deck of the ship and rushing straight at a slow speed. That is, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all surprised, and not far from them, Luna showed a pure smile. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 156. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 156. When the teachers and students of Hogwarts saw that Marx, who was away from Hogwarts, suddenly appeared on the scene of the Quidditch World Cup final. Almost everyone was a glimpse. Not to mention that Marks descended from the sky on a piece of wood. It was only from the big ship that he made a lot of people have a bad feeling. Ron and Harry almost wanted to rush to ask him what happened. Although Hermione made a plausible speculation, no matter how much speculation can be compared to Marks, telling them to come is good. However, Hermione grabbed them both, lest they be an impulse to make trouble in such an important scene. The students were mostly commotion, and the people at Buttons were puzzled. Marks didn't pay attention to his former students, but went straight to Dumbledore and Madame Maxime and gave a quiet greeting. "Professor Dumbledore, we met again." Marks sneaked and nodded to Dumbledore and then looked at him again. "Maybe you are Madame Maxime. I have always been amazed by Buttons. The elegance of life and the study of magic. The rigor. I think that is the excellent trait that every wizard should have." There was a steady smile on his face, and he officially gave a tribute to Madame Maxime. In fact, although Madame Maxime is very big, her looks and body proportions are not that strong. If she can be careful, she will find that she has a handsome face and a pair of black and big smart voices. It can be said that Madame Maxime can also be regarded as an enlarged version of the beautiful woman. "Hello, child. Are you a Durmstrang student?" Madame Maxime implicitly nodded, asked in a blink of an eye. "Oh, yes, ma'am." Marks pointed finger towards the big ship that was being docked. "Recently Karkaroff headmaster is not very good because he is diligent in school, and may come later in time." "Yes, this is really a pity, that time. I also ask my wife to rest assured that before the departure, headmaster has commissioned Professor Rawson to preside over the relevant matters, and the top three will continue normally." Aside, Dumbledore, who was ignored by Marks, just looked at him silently, without showing any expression. In the back of the Hogwarts new defense against the dark arts teaching class, moody, but in the dark to observe them, the eye in his eyes has been spinning all the time. Soon after, the students of Durmstrang, led by Professor Orson, lined up in front of the castle. It can be seen that these students look very strong, because they are still wearing a thick cold cloak. "Dumbledore, I think about how long we haven't seen each other. It seems that Orson and Dumbledore seem to be old-fashioned. After they have greeted each other, they are familiar with the cold." After a while, Dumbledore enthusiastically invited everyone to the auditorium. "Oh, that's Crumb." Ron loved Quidditch's sport since he was a child. At this point, he was just glimpsed at the front of the team at Durmstrang, the Bulgarian team's powerful seeker. At this time, Hogwarts students are following the delegation of Durmstrang and lined up to climb the stone steps. "I can't believe it," Ron said with a shocked tone. "It's Krum, Harry. Victor Krum." "For God's sake, Ron, he's just a Quidditch player, that's all," Hermione said, looking back at Marks's back. Whispered. "Again, he's obviously not Marks. Didn't everyone see it in the World Cup finals?" Marks caught the golden snitch at once. "Just a Quidditch player, that's all?" Ron looked at her slyly and couldn't believe her ears. "Hermione, he is one of the best seekers on the world. I didn't expect him to be a student." As they walked through the foyer and walked toward the auditorium with other Hogwarts students, several sixth-year girls walked around, madly looking for something in their pockets. "Oh, I can't believe how a Quicks on my body didn't take it." "You said, will he use lipstick to sign my hat?" "Would you like McLawn to introduce me to Crumb?" "Be a friend." "Oh, McLawn is getting more and more handsome. I like age." Yeah, McLawn and Crumb. "Hey, Merlin is on. I don't know how to choose." The concentration of fans is extremely powerful. In their eyes, even the behavior of Marks's World Cup finals is full of rebellious charm. "It's ridiculous," Hermione said proudly, walking past the girls of Chirp Twitter. "If possible, I want to get his signature photo." Ron said, "You didn't bring Quill, Harry?" "No, it's all upstairs in my bag," Harry said. They went to the table at Gryffindor and sat down. "Hey, Crumb. It seems that there are no young girls who are very fond of you." Marks walked in and jumped out and patted Crumb's elbow. Crumb shook his head steadily, trying to say something. But when he turned his head, he saw Hermione looking proudly at the Gryffindor long table. "Oh, that sounds good." He paused, and he was very authentic. Popularity is always a good thing. While they were chatting casually, Marks naturally led the team to the long table of Gryffindor. The student of Buttons had chosen the seat next to the Ravenclaw table. Durmstrang's people are coming. Ron looked very excited, and he happily shook his fist. "Good job, Marks." However, Marks only gestured to Crumb and they sat down, but he himself went to Slytherin and walked over. "If you don't mind, sign them. I think they will like it," he and Crumb said before leaving. This time, Gryffindor, these passionate young lions are broken, and everyone is eager to look at Durmstrang's student. On the long table at Gryffindor, only Hermione was looking at Marks's back. When she saw what Marks was doing to Slytherin, she even turned her head to the side. "Winnie, have you not dropped out of school this year?" At the end of the Slytherin long table, the little girl who had no sense of existence was silently looking at her note. When she heard Marks's voice, she lifted her head and revealed the refined face that had been blocked by the wide-brimmed hat. "This year, come," she said quietly. At this moment, a Slytherin female child sitting next to her stood up and saw Marks looking at her. She quickly shrank her head and nodded, then hurried to another position. Marks didn't care, shrugged, and the homeopathic sat down in the vacant position. "Then you have been in school? Are the flowers already open?" He looked at the hearty dishes on the table and asked casually. Winnie shook her head and then nodded. "Flower is over," she said. Go back, come again." "Flower is open? What is the specific situation?" Marks immediately turned his head after hearing it. But Winnie didn't talk. She just turned over the hand in her hand and then reached out and handed it over. That is the detailed record of all the mysterious flowers since Marks was taken to the Ministry of Magic. And Winnie not only wrote down the data when the flowers were open, but also wrote a lot of his own guesses and research. It can be said that some of these applications cannot even be overwhelmed by Marks. It's a good guess. It's worth trying. Marks looked through the pages one by one, and even Dumbledore announced that the party had not been heard. After reading all the contents written by Winnie above, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and looked at Winnie again. "In a word, how did you solve the powerful magical effect of Mystery Flower?" He couldn't help but ask. "Is there a good way for Professor Sprout?" Winnie expressionless shook her head, and she opened her mouth, but did not say anything in her mouth. When Marks saw it, he seemed to understand what it was, nodded. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to know." This may be Winnie's own solution, and the method she uses is mostly a secret. If it can be said, he believes that Winnie will tell him directly, but Winnie does not say it now. Obviously, this secret may be a hard part for Winnie. At least Winnie believes that it is not yet possible to share this secret with him. Everyone has his own secrets. As far as Marks is concerned, there are too many secrets hidden in him. Moreover, the vast majority cannot be shared and shared. No one can do it. Dining. "I am just a little hungry," he said as he filled a bowl of French fish soup from a large plate on the table. "Winnie, do you want a bowl too?" The dishes at the dinner today seemed to make the house elf in the kitchen all the best. The sumptuous dishes are more beautiful than any of the banquets that Marks had in the past, and the dishes are varied, many of which are of other national flavors. Tonight, although there are only more than 20 students here, it is obviously more crowded than usual. Probably because of the eye-catching uniforms of the other two schools, it is particularly prominent compared to Hogwarts' black robe. Right now, Durmstrang's students have taken off their cloak, revealing the bloody red robe inside. Marks. You don't go back to Hogwarts. Winnie suddenly reached out and gently pulled the sleeve of Marks. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 157. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 157. Marks. You don't go back to Hogwarts. Marks couldn't help but hear a direct inquiry from Winnie. Maybe, honestly, although he has already taken the initiative to leave Hogwarts, he will say that he will not come back in the future. This is really not true. After all, Rowena's test has not yet been completed. From the beginning to the end, he has been studying the mystery of the volume of truth, but until now, he has only explored some very limited applications, and what he really hides, he is not even true. Winnie, hearing this, did not continue to ask anything, but turned to look at the Gryffindor long table. I don't like it. Who? It's not easy to get a Winnie's dislike, and Marx looks back over there. Winnie is staring at it, a girl from Xbuttons. She had already removed the scarf at this point, and a long, waterfall-like silvery hair draped softly to her waist. At this moment, she just went to Ron and asked for it. After picking up a plate of fish soup from Gryffindor's long table, she went back to Ravenclaw. From Marx, I can see far from here that she has a pair of blue eyes and a white and neat teeth. Yes, the girl is really beautiful, and it is no wonder that many students in the hall are looking back at her. At this moment, Ron was particularly resistant, and he stared at her, his face flushed. Her beauty is not just about her appearance, but more of a seemingly faint attraction. Just like Dash, a Veela half-blood, Marx said. She said, "That should be Fleur Delacour of Xbuttons." Do you like it? Winnie asked suddenly, then added, "Veela." Marx thought about it and shook his head. "I can't say it, but I am very interested in this bloodline. I mentioned a story in a magic book about Veela bloodline." What? Winnie turned his head and looked straight at him, looking like he looked very concerned. "Are you interested?" Marx said. "The book contains a legend about the origins of Veela bloodline." As soon as he ate the food in the plate, he talked about it and said it intermittently. "It is said that a beautiful young girl appeared in a small desert country in ancient times. When she was young, her beauty was already a household name in the city. However, she was only an ordinary beautiful young girl at that time, and it was far from the extent that the wizard was recorded. But on the day of her adulthood, what happened to her did not know what happened, and suddenly she had a strong and ultimate charm. Both men, women and children are attracted by her charm, deeply immersed in a strange illusion, and murdered. Young girl is very scared, but she is powerless to change this situation. She can only escape everywhere. It was her behavior of lose one's head out of fear that caused this disaster to rapidly expand to the whole country. This terrible situation seems to be unstoppable. In the end, she even let some of the ancient wizards receive the influence and triggered a real disaster. At the end of this legend, this is what it says: when the unfortunate young girl finally understood that her existence would only bring disaster to world, she chose to sneak in the Silent Flower Valley, because she dare not look back at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, because she can no longer bear the pain of reality. When she fell in the sea of flowers, her blood stained a piece of soil. After many years, a crystal flower with an elf quietly blooms in the dark red soil, seemingly commemorating the true heart of the young girl. The story is over here, but Marx has not stopped. You may have guessed that the flower of the crystal should be the mystery flower that was planted by the flower you brought, and the elf mentioned in the story is mostly Veela. Having said that, he paused and took a bite out of the sausage on the fork. I guess, if you use Veela's blood to water it, the mystery flower may grow faster. As he spoke, he habitually began to ponder over the research on the mysterious flower, but Winnie didn't seem to listen at this time. She just looked at Marx's side face slyly, and only repeated one sentence in her heart: This story, he also knows. At this time, the dessert after dinner has already been on the table, and everyone noticed that there are many sweets that they have never seen before. On the Gryffindor side, Ron carefully thought about the dessert and saw a weird, white milk jelly. He then carefully moved it a few inches from his right hand so that it could be clearly seen from the Ravenclaw table. However, the girl who is full of charm on her body seems to have been full. She did not come over this sweet. When each and every one Golden's plate was Scourgify again, Dumbledore stood up again. With this movement, a feeling of excitement and tension spread in the auditorium. Marx turned and looked calmly toward Dumbledore. This moment has finally arrived, Dumbledore said, smiling at the face The Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. I want to explain a few words before I bring the box in. Dumbledore first introduced them in Cribe International Cooperative Director Stincombe Crouch and the Department of Magical Games and Sports Director Ludo Bagman. Under his introduction, the applause sounded in the auditorium. Even the more popular Bagman, the applause prepared for him did not ring much. After all, everyone is waiting for Dumbledore to announce something more important. In the past few months, Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly to arrange the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore continued. They will work with me, Professor Orson and Madame Maxime to form a referee group for the champions. Efforts to make a fair judgment. As soon as the word champion was heard, the students seemed to be more attentive. Dumbledore also seemed to notice that they suddenly silenced, only to see him lightly smiled, said, "Mr. Filch, please bring the box up." No one noticed that Filch had been standing in a corner of the auditorium, and now he came to Dumbledore, holding a large wooden box with jewels in his hand. And the box looked old. Everyone looked at the box and talked with interest. The specific projects of the champions this year, Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman have been carefully reviewed, Dumbledore said, and Filch carefully placed the box on the table in front of him. They also made a lot of necessary arrangements for each project. There are 3 projects, which are carried out at different times throughout the school year. They will test the champion from many different aspects. Test their talents in magic, their courage and their immediate reasoning ability, of course, and their ability to overcome danger. Upon hearing the last sentence, the auditorium became absolute silence, and everyone was so nervous that they held their breath. You already know that there will be 3 champions to participate in the competition, Dumbledore continued quietly, representing a participating school respectively. We will rate them according to the quality of each competition they completed, and after the 3 projects, score the highest champion will win the Triwizard Cup. The one who is responsible for picking the champion is a fair selector, which is the Goblet of Fire. Having said that, Dumbledore pulled out the wand and knocked it 3 times on the lid of the box. The lid slowly opened. Dumbledore reached in and pulled out a large, well-carved wooden goblet. The cup itself is not at all eye-catching, but it is full of beating blue-white flames. Dumbledore closes the box and places the cup on the lid so everyone in the auditorium can see it clearly. Every student who wants to run for champion must write his name and school name on a parchment and throw it into this goblet. If you are interested in becoming a champion, you can sign up within 24 hours. Tomorrow evening, that is, Halloween night, the goblet will select the names of the 3 students that it thinks best represent the 3 schools. Tonight, the cup is placed in the foyer, and all students who are willing to participate in the campaign can reach it. In order to avoid students of not enough age, they can't stand the temptation. At this time, Dumbledore seemed to have a deep look at Marks. After the goblet is in the hall, I want to draw a line of age around it. Anyone under the age of 17 can't cross this line. Finally, he added a tone to remind him. Please think twice, find out that you really want to participate in the game, and then put the name into the cup. Well, I think everyone should sleep. I wish you good night. Dumbledore was finished. Everyone stood up and walked through the auditorium, moving toward the gate. At this point Marks also said goodbye to Winnie, who went to the students of Durmstrang, but was stopped from behind. Marks, I think we should talk. What do you think? He looked back and looked at the person who stopped him, but his face did not show any expression. Yes, Hermione, but I think there seems to be nothing wrong with us, isn't it? Marks said calmly. There is something to say tomorrow. I feel a little sleepy. But hey, Marks. Not far away, the new Professor Moody is staring back at Marks and Hermione with his good eyes. But at this moment, Marks, who was facing away from him, suddenly turned around, and the cold eyes made Moody mentally trembled. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 158. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 158. According to past habits, Hogwarts students are going to have breakfast very late. However, today everyone can't wait to get up early. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione went downstairs to the foyer, They saw more than 20 people around. There are a few students who still carry bread in their mouths, and they are carefully looking at the goblet of fire. The cup is placed in the center of the foyer, and it rests on the stool of Sorting Hat when it is in the separate house every year. A thin gold thread was drawn on the floor, each side being 10 feet long, with the cup in the middle. Someone put the name in. Ron eagerly asked a girl from third year. Yes, all representatives of Durmstrang, she replied, except McClawn. I mean, if he has a way to pass the gold line. Is anyone in our school voted? Ron asked again. There was someone who asked us to put the name into it when we slept last night, Harry said. If it was me, I would do it. I don't want everyone to see it. If the cup smashes your name and throws it out, then lose your face. Someone behind Harry laughed. He looked back and saw Fred, George and Lee Jordan hurried down the stairs, and all three were extremely excited. It's done, Fred said to Harry, Ron, and Hermione in a smug tone. Just drink it. What? Ron asked. Aging agent, stupid, Fred said. When Marks walked to the hall, he happened to hear a creaking noise. Then, the Weasley family's pair of live treasure twin brothers suddenly flew from the center of the hall towards him, painfully falling on the cold stone floor 10 feet away. With a loud crackle, two people had the same white long beard on their chin. For a time, the surrounding young wizards sneered. Even Fred and George got up and saw the other's white beard and couldn't help laughing heartily. I reminded you. Hello. Smiling voice suddenly sounded behind Marks. Everyone turned around and saw Professor Dumbledore coming in from the door. He looked at Fred and George with a ray of light in his eyes. I suggest that both of you go to Madame Pomfrey. She is already caring for Miss Fosters of Ravenclaw and Mr. Summers of Hufflepuff. They are also make up your mind to increase your age. But I have to say that their beards are far less beautiful than yours. Because of Dumbledore's words, everyone laughed even louder. However, at this time, Marks walked to the side of the gold line, and he knelt down and gently clicked on the wand. It's the rule. Obviously Dumbledore knows the rules and can even apply the rules more subtly. Marks is not surprised by this. It would be better to say that Dumbledore's unfathomable magic power, if he hasn't touched the rule study, is something that surprises him. It's a pity that Marks still can't see the reliability of magic power on his own, and he can't quickly resolve the rules contained in it. But for him at the moment, it is not necessary to analyze the rules. Marks has long been prepared for how to pass it. Fundamentally, to prevent the young wizard who is under 17 from passing the gold line, the first thing is to find out the age of the entrant. To get rid of the difficulty of applying the rules, what Marks has to do is very simple, that is, to shield everything from his body and soul. Using rules to deal with rules is straightforward but effective. The next moment, Marks stepped into the gold line in the surprised look of the young wizards. However, the situation is not as simple as Marks imagined. When he reached the second step, the familiar snoring sounded again, and he immediately saw that the surrounding space seemed to be slightly distorted. He understands that it is not that the space is distorted, but that the rules of the exploration type collide with the blocking rules he has prepared. Just this morning, he drew a rune map of Phoenician magic on his arm, but it is clear that Dumbledore's rule power is purer and more powerful than his. He can even clearly feel that the rune array on his left arm is continually consuming his magic power with the body. The gradual loss of physical strength at this moment is the best proof. Marks immediately speeded up the move and quickly walked over to the goblet of fire, hurling the paper in his hand into the blue-white flame that kept rising in the cup. Goblet of Fire accepted his registration and the note was swallowed up by the flame. Marks, who completed the task, immediately turned away from the scope of the gold line, standing outside and gently spit out a breath. Then he looked up and glanced at Dumbledore calmly. At this point, Dumbledore was looking at it calmly, and a sharp rays of light appeared in the pupil of his pale blue lens behind his half-moon lens. Unlike the two parties, the other students present were all amazed. No one expected that there would be a gold line that Dumbledore could personally draw under the 17 age. Everyone couldn't help but whispered and guessed what way Marks used to pass, From time to time, they also sent an admirable, or weird look to Marx. After a while, the students turned around and looked at Dumbledore to see what explanation he would make. It is a very difficult choice to recognize or reject. Mr. McLawn used her magic knowledge to cross the age line that I set. I have to say that this is what I didn't expect. Dumbledore spoke up. Although I personally want to applaud him, Mr. McLawn's behavior is in violation of the rules of the Triwizard Tournament. I have to discuss with other members of the referee group to decide whether Mr. McLawn's registration is valid. Mr. Lawn, what do you think? Dumbledore makes a lot of sense, and Marx naturally has no reason to object. He nodded and expressed his willingness to wait for the negotiation of the referee group. At this time, other students who want to sign up have come here one after another, and the surrounding area has become very lively. McLawn. Marx, who was about to leave the foyer, turned back and found that he was a former senior, Hufflepuff House's prefect Cedric Diggory. McLawn, you. He hesitated, and his handsome face showed a distressed expression. Must you get out of Hogwarts? Oh, I think so. Marx randomly positioned nodded and gave a definite answer. But Diggory's voice suddenly got bigger. But I don't think you should leave here. You shouldn't leave here at all. In spite of the strange eyes of the students around him, he continued, I still remember the graduate farewell party for the seniors. I still remember that you told everyone about the good life of the school. I still remember. Everyone shouted we are all Hogwarts apostrophe. But that is the one who let everyone to understand the good life on campus. The one who let everyone shouting we are all Hogwarts. But Marx calmly looked at the angry Diggory and suddenly reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Then you use the facts to prove to me that my choice is wrong. Let Hogwarts become better and let me regret my decision. Diggory clenched his fist, loudly said, I will prove it to you. After all, he hurried to the goblet of fire and threw a piece of parchment with his own name into the flame, and then left without returning. The Buttons students who were coming in from outside had to avoid it and let the angry Diggory pass through the door. Madame Maxime walked into the foyer behind her students, and she looked at the quick-moving Diggory and frowned, telling the students to line up. The Buttons students crossed the age line one by one, and ordered their parchment into the blue-white flame in an orderly manner. When Fleur Delacour with Vela Bloodline passed by Marx, she smiled gracefully and said, why not come to Buttons? The Marx breakthrough age line was quickly spread among the students of the three big houses, and many people were watching the referee group's voting results. In fact, many people are reluctant to see Marx successfully sign up. As for the strength of Marx, as early as this semester has not started, it has spread through the newspapers of the Magic Circle of various countries, as the most influential daily prophet of the Britain Magic Circle. Its headline news is the magic newspaper of many countries. Reprinted, and Marx's deeds have long been a hot spot. After all, no one wants to see this long-lost Triwizard Tournament, so it is a stage show for Marx alone. Of course, there are always positive and negative things in one thing, and some students are happy to see Marx become one of the three champions. Most of these students belong to the Durmstrang house. Before Marx enrolled in Durmstrang, the most popular nature in the school was Crumb. Now, Marx is firmly in this position. In any case, the Durmstrang's champion candidate is nothing more than two people. When the possibility of being selected is not the same, everyone will naturally be more inclined to see a game that wins with their school's champion. What disappoints everyone is that the voting results of the referee group have not been announced. At the same time, a female child who did not care about these things was hiding in her own room, while using her own wand to smack a picture hanging in the air, snoring and snoring. I have nothing to talk about. Call you to say tomorrow. Call you to be sleepy. Call you nothing to talk about. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 159. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 159. Today is 10-month 31 day. In the case of the elite of the three schools, the Halloween party in the evening will be very lively. What's more, after the banquet is over, it is the turn of the Triwizard Tournament champion to announce the ceremony. Of course, How to say it again is still a little earlier. While everyone was wondering about the grand occasion tonight, Marx held the wand and was alone in the dim forbidden forest. There was some gloomy in the weather today, and the wind was blowing over the forbidden forest, and the leaves were rustling. Marx was slow in the woods and seemed to be looking for something. He occasionally stops to listen to the movements in the distance, trying to tell what is the sound of what is going on. Gradually, he went deeper and deeper and eventually stopped at a pool. It should be almost here. He looked around all around, then gently nodded. "Little guys, come out." He took out the tin box from his arms and released the smaller Cremantula inside. Somehow, those spiders seemed to be smaller than last time. Engagio. Marx squinted at the little spiders who were crawling around the ground, but saw that they immediately expanded quickly, almost as big as a wash basin in the blink of an eye. No way, these little guys are growing too fast, and Marx has to use a contraction spell for them. "All are ready. Teach you how to hunt today." As Marx said, he put a pair of glasses out of his arms and put them on himself. No way. Now he saw these little guys at once and it was a little uncomfortable. Obviously, their bloodline with the body is slowly waking up. In Forbidden Forest, there are many strange creatures, but there are many common creatures in the forest. Marx took this group of nearly 20 basin-sized juvenile spiders, centered on the waterhole, and took a light footstep to find the prey. Or do you say that a Cremantula is a natural jungle killer? Soon Marx discovered that he didn't have to teach at all. It didn't take long for them to know how to attack the little animals. In the end, they even relied on the quantitative advantage to kill a strong male deer. When they were a big chunk, Marx found that he had come to a deeper part of the forbidden forest. Suddenly, a bush of shrubs in the distance trembled, and it seems that there are other creatures close to it. The little guys who were eating were immediately squatting down the broken deer and quickly moved over the bushes. Just then, a centaur got out of the bush. He was obviously shocked by the larvae of this group of a Cremantula, and the bows in his hands were lifted up immediately, and the bowstrings had been pulled to the fullest. "Little guys, come back!" Marx shouted. After the young spiders heard it, the pace slowed down noticeably. They watched the centaur for a while in the field, and then learned to go back to Marx. "Sorry, they are my own. Can you put the bow up first?" Marx looked at the centaur and seemed to think of something. "Oh, I seem to remember you. Are you Ronan, or Firenze?" The centaur hesitated. He looked at the young spiders that kept crawling back and forth, and looked at Marx. He finally put the already stringed arrow back into the arrow. "Yes, I am Ronan." He ordered. Nodded. "Who are you? Don't you remember?" "I'm Marx McClawn," Marx said. "One night a few years ago, we saw it in the woods, during the time when Unicorn was killed." Centaur Ronan immediately nodded, said, "Ah, yes, I remembered it. The night of Mars is very bright." At this time, a centaur ran out from the side, and the little guys around Marx were another commotion. "Don't worry, they all know, not the enemy." Fortunately, the wisdom of these bloodhounds to Cremantula seems to be higher. Although you can't speak people at the moment, you can at least understand the meaning of Marx's words. Reducio. Marx stretched out wand and changed the little guy back to the size of the rice, letting them return to the tin box again. "I brought these little guys out to learn hunting today," he said. "The time is almost the same. It seems that it will rain for a while, and I should go back to the castle." However, the centaur that appeared later called him. "Stay a moment," Centaur asked. "Are you alone?" "I think, yes." Marx paused and walked back. "Delphiros wants to see you." He looked up and looked at the sky covered by the canopy. He meant to refer to the earth. "Fate guides my family and guides you. The sin of the bloodline will eventually disappear." "Wandering in the world, Delphiros?" Marx stunned and immediately said, "Oh, is your tribal patriarch?" The centaur tribes are big and small, and there is more than one in this forbidden forest. Small tribes have more than a dozen centaur, and large tribes sometimes exceed 100. But regardless of the size of the tribe, each tribe will have a patriarch, and the current patriarch will not change candidates if it is not dead. The patriarch of the centaur family is often referred to as Delphiros by other centaur. Human, come with me. Centaur reached out to Marx and reached out. Marx thought about it and quickly followed. Centaur has always been mysterious, and it doesn't have a good impression on the wizard. This opportunity to visit the centaur tribe is hard to come by. Moreover, the words of centaur just made Marx care. The sin of the bloodline? Marx thought, is it talking about me, or are they talking about themselves? He only knows that in some cases of his own situation, if someone says that he has a problem with the bloodline, he will definitely believe it. In fact, he has been pondering this for a long time. For example, why is his magic flame reaction when using flu powder so intense? Following Centaur's rapid journey, after a long walk through the woods, a small centaur tribe suddenly appeared in front of Marx. Around a huge bonfire surrounded by stones, a large number of simple wooden shacks were built against the stone wall. On the outer edge of the tribe near Marx, there is a simple obstacle that is bundled with sharpened wood to effectively prevent the impact of other creatures. In the innermost part of the tribe, behind the largest shack, you can still see a huge deep cave on the stone wall. At this time, many centaurs in the tribe looked at the campfire. When they saw Marx, the face similar to humans showed some expectations. Delphiros is inside. Please come with me. The centaur reached out again and then took the lead to go to the biggest shack inside. And Ronan, who came back with them, only gestured to Marx, nodded and went back to the woods. Is the centaur patriarch a prophecy through astrology? What are they looking for? It seems that there is nothing malicious, and Marx can't help but ponder it. When Marx was invited to the centaur tribe, Harry was chatting in Hagrid's hut. Today, Hagrid, with some thoughts in her mind, put on his best, but also very ugly, dress, the furry brown suit. Not only that, but he also deliberately matched a plait tie between yellow and orange. However, this is not the worst. He has obviously tried to straighten his hair and use a lot of things like machine oil. Now his head is slickly combed into 2 bundles. Maybe he was going to tie a ponytail, and he probably found that his hair was too much. To be honest, this dress is really, and Hagrid is a bit less. Hermione stared at him for a moment, then apparently decided not to comment. She said, well, where is Blast-ended Scret? In the pumpkin patch outside, Hagrid said happily. They are very big. Now each one is 3 feet long. There is only one problem. They start killing each other. Oh, that's bad, isn't it? Hermione said, squinting at Ron and stopping him from speaking. Ron kept staring at Hagrid's quirky hairstyle and just wanted to open his mouth for a comment. Yeah, Hagrid said sadly. But it doesn't matter. Now I'm separating them and putting them in the box. There are only about 20. Fortunately, Ron said. So, what about the flubberworm last semester? Oh, they are very good. They are a bit too fat, and now they don't love moving. Hagrid said happily. I have to turn them over every day. You know. They also need to move from time to time. Move your muscles to stay healthy. Hagrid's cottage has only one room, a huge bed in a corner with quilts spliced into pieces. The same huge wooden table and wooden chairs were placed in front of the fire, and a large pile of cured ham and dead birds hung from the ceiling above the fire. At this time, Hagrid started to make tea, and Harry sat down at the table. It was soon to talk about the Triwizard Tournament. It can be seen that Hagrid seems to be more excited about this than they are. Let's wait, he said, dancing. Let's wait, you will see things you have never seen before. The first task is... I shouldn't say it. Go on, Hagrid. Harry, Ron, and Hermione urged, but Hagrid shook his head and grinned. I don't want to spoil your interest, Hagrid said, but I can guarantee that it will be wonderful. I tell you, those champions have something to do. I never thought I could see it in my life. The Triwizard Tournament has resumed. I can only tell you that this Triwizard Tournament is definitely fascinating like never before. After all, Hagrid is really unable to suppress the excitement of the heart, cannot help but laughed heartily got up. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 160. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 160. The young wizard who holds the truth. Welcome to our tribe. In the largest shack in the centaur tribe, an old centaur, half-legged on the floor, was half squinting at him. Truth? Marx didn't know if he was referring to the volume of truth, or if he touched the rule, but no matter which one, he did not take the reason. Delphi rose. May I ask you to come to me? For what? He has no time to circle, since the other party finds himself. It obviously has a very direct purpose. I am not looking for you, but the guide to fate. Old Centaur looked fascinated. Hundreds of years ago, fate led Centaur to this forest. Now, fate also guides you to come here. When Venus bursts out of the rays of light, the sin in the Centaur bloodline is washed by the truth. Young wizard, are you willing to clean up Centaur's sin cursing in the bloodline? Marx couldn't help but start talking. Venus means Venus, and I know. What is the curse of sin in Centaur bloodline? What does it have to do with me? Centaur's words have always been confusing, and they are always obsessively following the so-called destiny and talking about it without a word. Centaur's ancestors made a mistake. The old Centaur squinted, with a hint of sadness in his tone. Centaur race was cursed from the beginning, and sin always keeps us from rest. No matter how Centaur avoids disputes, can't keep the disaster away. Is it a mistake? Marx said, your ancestor? When the ancestors faced the danger of a strong enemy, real sin confuses the ancestors, and the bad luck enveloped the entire Centaur family. The ancestors defeated the strong enemy, but they lost in their own hands. Old Centaur said here. Suddenly his eyes widened, and the murky eyes flashed in his eyes. Now, real sin reappears in the world, only the spokesperson of the truth can bury it again. The old Centaur's voice is getting louder and louder, and in the end it seems like a cockroach. What is real sin? Marx frowned. He seemed to feel something from the old Centaur, but he couldn't grasp the essentials. But the old Centaur shook his head slightly, and his spirit seemed to be more wilting than at the beginning. When the sin of nothingness deteriorates to be true, chaos will return to the world. He voices low and quietly, when chaos opens the disaster, material will be eroded, rules reordered, and fate will fall apart. Every time I say a word, the old Centaur is weaker 1 point, and the voice is getting smaller and smaller, and in the end it is even unspeakable. Marx had to get closer and try to hear these plausible words. However, what Marx didn't expect was that the old Centaur actually closed his eyes and said nothing more. Hey! What is your trouble? Marx was busy reaching for the shoulder of the old Centaur. Who knows that the old Centaur opened his eyes again and looked at him calmly. You are not dead. Death is never the end. He said, the wizard who holds the truth, please bury the sin again. Centaur will be redeemed, and the wizard will return to peace. So, what is real sin? Marx asked the previous question again, then he thought about it and added, what should I do? Although the old Centaur had a lot of sensational words, I couldn't say anything clearly. But the old Centaur just looked at him quietly. It took a long time to say, Centaur's most reliable ally, Rowena Milo is guiding you. Fate will tell you the answer. Centaur just wants to know when you are faced with a choice. Are you willing to cleanse the curse of sin for Centaur? What do you do when a stranger doesn't give you any benefit and wants you to help? Marx feels that he is now facing this damn decision. The old Centaur mentions the name of Rowena and is the old name that is not known. Obviously, Rowena Ravenclaw must have been associated with the ancestors of these Centaur, but it seems difficult to ask what kind of connection. These Centaurs seem to have never had the word speak well in their dictionary. Well, if it doesn't affect me, I don't think I would do anything to help you. Marx shrugged. You will be grateful for the Centaur race for generations. The old Centaur slightly closed his eyes and was weak and authentic. The words he had just seemed to be a kind of behavior similar to prophecy. It can be seen that it consumed a lot of his physical strength. Now his status looks a bit bad. But he still struggled to stand up, blocking the hand that the Centaur warrior who had been guarding him had stretched over, and struggling to remove a long swordless sword from the wall of the shack. The long sword was 4 fingers wide and seemed to be full of weight. The old centaur was almost thrown by the weight of the sword, but he still tried to drag it to Marx's side. "Young wizard, please come with me." He took Marx and walked to the cave behind the shack with a very slow speed, but none of the other centaurs came. It seems that this cave should not allow centaur outside of Delphiros to enter. Just entering this cave, Marx discovered one thing: the entrance to the cave does not seem to be naturally formed, because the space here is so big. Under the influence of the darkness, there is no edge at all. It wasn't long before the extremely dark caves were gone, and the surroundings were completely dark. Marx had to take out the wand and get some light. When the rays of light were lit on the tip, he found that the surrounding ground was full of centaurs' cheekbones. He couldn't help guessing that this might be the cemetery of the centaur tribe. At this moment, he felt as if he was walking in an endless wilderness. Except for the ground under his feet, there was no stone wall around. This scene makes people feel as if the whole mountain has been hollowed out. Going forward for more than 10 minutes, Marx saw something grayish-white in front of him. Lumos. Maximize. As Marx whispered, the rays of light on the tip suddenly became loud, and he was thrown out by him. According to the preset trajectory, the light group flew past in front, and a very large thing immediately reflected in Marx's eyes. This is the bones of ancient giant dragon. The light group parachutes in midair, but only illuminates half of this giant, and the other half is still hidden in the endless darkness, and people can't help but sigh the horror of this ancient giant beast. Marx hurried forward and tapped it with wand, then shook his head again. The magic power in the bones has dissipated and has completely lost the magical character. However, even so, the hardness of this bone is still comparable to steel. Under the wand, a clear beep sound was heard. "Young wizard, please come here." Old centaur whispered. Materials that have lost their magical properties are of little use to the wizard, but Marx decides that it would be good to move it out as an ornament if there is a chance. There is never a word wasted in his dictionary. Going deeper, and nearly half an hour passed, Marx finally saw a strange stone building. It is a round stone array made up of many polished stones. In the middle of the stone array, a smooth stone monument stands quietly, with what characters seem to be engraved on it. Because it stood a little farther, and the darkness of the surrounding space, I still can't see what is engraved on it. At this point, the old centaur did not say anything, so he tried his best to raise the big sword in his hand and inserted it into the groove of a stone. Suddenly, something seems to be activated, and the stone array gradually emits a faint blue fluorescence. With a slight vibration, the engravings on the central stone tablets lit up, and the symbols of each and every one blue flew out automatically, surrounded by the stone monument, and gradually rose above the stone monument. Is it another kind of rule magic? Marx looked at it, but couldn't tell what the magic was. At least he had never seen it until now. Not long after, the magic texts kept spinning and floating, and among them, a less stable mysterious symbol appeared out of thin air. This time Marx recognized it all at once. It was a real rule rune. It also existed on the volume of truth. It is a pity that most of the rules rune on the volume of truth are too embarrassing, and the meaning of the rune in front of him is not yet interpreted. This is the treasure that the centaur race has passed down from generation to generation. It represents fate and represents change. The old centaur suddenly spoke. Remember this rune. Fate will guide you to make the final choice. Destiny and change? Marx frowned. How should this be interpreted? Some things are too esoteric. Even if you know the answer, you may not understand its principles. This is the case with Marx now. He thought about it. He had to remember the words of the old centaur for a while, and then he would ponder over it later. When Marx came out of the cave again, he found that it was not early, and he did not know whether he could catch up with the beginning of the Halloween party. As for the old centaur, he only said that his time is coming, and he did not come out with Marx. The new Delphiros is a physically strong centaur who sent Marx out of the centaur tribe and then turned back. Young wizard, you will be one of Centaur's few wizard friends. When you are confused, Centaur will be happy to answer your fate. Before leaving, the new Delphiros solemnly promised. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 161. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 161. When Marx came out of Forbidden Forest, he found himself already late. Probably because of Hogwarts' many guests this year, or because the champion candidate for the Triwizard Tournament will be announced later. This Halloween dinner is longer than usual. In order to make this Halloween party more atmospheric, Dumbledore even invited the Magic Circle famous ghost dance group, the Phantom Opera, to help everyone. When Marx sneaked into the side hall of the side door, a mess of blame immediately assaults the senses. He had to comfort the guys who personally invited, and this was explained. He will re-explain the things he had smashed in advance, and agreed on the secret code, then bypassed the corridor and returned to the main entrance of the auditorium. It is worth mentioning that before he went in, he specially put on a sleek blue tuxedo that was quite good and sang, and took out a small bottle and sprinkled something on his body. At this moment, the students in the auditorium are a little absent-minded. They don't seem to like the well-prepared and hearty dishes as usual, and everyone is constantly looking at them. And every face has an anxious look. Almost everyone is fidgety, and from time to time they have to stand up and see if Dumbledore is finished. The performance of the ghost dance group is very exciting. Those ghosts are excellent dancers during their lifetime. The wizard who plays the piano is a very popular wizard pianist in Normally. However, all of this does not attract the young wizards. They are looking forward to the end of the banquet. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a handsome boy dressed in a tuxedo came in from the door. He walked like a wind and walked through the middle of two long tables with a smile. In the place where he passed, a piece of flame that was as quiet as his dress was flying around. The flames were like a wildfire, and soon filled the sky above the auditorium, turning the entire space into a cold color of evil spirits. In the exclamation of a group of students from the 3 magic colleges, he took out the wand and waved a hand, suddenly flashing a lot of blue flames on his body, wrapped in his flying body, silently passing between the graceful ghosts, accurately falling next to the piano in the center of the stage. That is McLawn. After the initial surprise, the students at the stage quickly recognized Marx, and some students even happily applauded. "Excuse me, can you let me play a song too?" The pianist was also shocked by his debut, but he then nodded and gave the piano to Marx. Marx turned back and gracefully gave everyone a gift, and immediately started talking. "I know that everyone is constantly looking forward to the upcoming Triwizard Tournament champion candidate. To be honest, I am very much looking forward to. But I think we shouldn't make it a reason we missed this year's Halloween party. I have prepared a program for everyone. I hope everyone can enjoy the very special Halloween Eve of the 3 school elites. I dare say that on such a special Halloween night, most of us may not be able to meet again." After that, he sat down in front of the piano, tip-tapped the bench to adjust the height, knocked down the piano, then put down the wand, and both hands fell to the piano keys. When Marx's right hand slid all the way to the high-pitched area and the left-hand bass chords followed, a clear melody was set in the auditorium. It seems that because of the magic used, every sound of the piano seems to contain some kind of embarrassing emotions, and people can't help but be attracted. The piano is still going on. The sound of the piano is accompanied by magic power, and a profound agility is written. The melody is accompanied by the wildfires in the auditorium, and the atmosphere of Halloween is revealed. When the strange melody made everyone feel inexplicable, an unexpectedly strong chord was dropped. Mark's right hand picked up wand and swung it quickly. He was like a self-igniting, blue flame on his tuxedo. "Rise up." At the same time, in the direction of the side hall, a group of ghosts riding on horses suddenly entered the wall. They held their heads in their hands, and the horseshoe danced in the auditorium. That is a member of the Headless Hunter team. In the center of the stage, marks and the pace of those headless ghosts, the 10 fingers frequently beat on the keys, and a melody of the dance music was played. As the melody leaps more and more, Marx's movements are getting bigger and bigger, and the blue flame on his body is constantly flying. When everyone was enchanted by the collision of this music and magic, the last sound of the dance ended abruptly. Marx stood up and wand waved again, including him, and all the blue flames in the auditorium blasted open and turned into a broken Mars. The light in the auditorium returned to the original warm color, and the students who came back to his senses were excited to stand up, and even the teachers couldn't help but cheer for this wonderful performance. "I wish you all a happy Halloween," Marx said quietly. "Whether I am a Hogwarts student or a Durmstrang student, it doesn't matter. I just want to say a word. People who used to be my friends, we are always friends." The students cheered, and many people responded to Marx's words, and the atmosphere reached its peak. Marx returned to Ravenclaw's long table with everyone's applause and sat quietly beside Luna. "Great show." Luna nodded at him, but his eyes fell on his tuxedo. "This dress is very interesting." Marx shrugged said, "The Headless Hunter team is here for you to come to Miss Gray, and you have credit for it." At this moment, Marx twitched his mouth and scratched his head, because he found that the golden plate on the long table returned to a spotless state. The party was over. "The most important thing has been missed." He sighed. "It seems that I have to go to the kitchen to find something to eat at night." While he whispered, Dumbledore stood up and suddenly became absolute silence in the auditorium. Professor Orson and Madame Maxime on both sides of Dumbledore are as nervous and looking forward to seeing go. Ludo Bagman smiled and squinted at the students of each school, and Mr. Crouch was a smug look, which was a bit annoying. "Well, the goblet is about to make a decision," Dumbledore said. "I estimate it will take another 3 minutes. Listen, after the name of the champion is announced, I hope they will go to the top of the auditorium and walk along the staff table. In the past, I entered the room next door." He pointed to the door behind the desk of the faculty. "They will get initial guidance there. Of course, before that, the referee group would announce another thing." Dumbledore looked around. The members of the referee group sitting on both sides nodded at him. He just looked up and said, "Through the strength." Mr. Marx McLawn, who is the age line, after the discussion of the referee group, we will recognize his registration process and wait for the selection of the goblet together with other registered students. The decision of the referee group surprised everyone, but everyone's reaction was not as intense as expected. Whether it is support or opposition, they are only discussing each other. Marx has just remembered the wonderful performance just now. It can be said that he has won a lot of people's favors just now. After the words were over, Dumbledore took out wand and swung it a bit. Suddenly, except for the candles in the pumpkin lanterns, the rest of the candles were extinguished, and the auditorium suddenly fell into a semi-dark state. Goblet of Fire now releases the eye-catching rays of light, brighter than anything in the entire auditorium, and the blue-white flame that hits Mars is a bit dazzling. Everyone is watching, waiting. A few people keep lifting their wrists and looking at the watch. "Quick!" some students whispered. Not long after, the flame in the goblet suddenly became red, and the Slimars splattered. Then, a fire tongue smashed into the air, flying out of it and a burnt edge of the parchment. All the people in the auditorium held their breath. Dumbledore caught the parchment and lifted it so far that he could see the words on the light of the flame. At this time, the flame returned to blue-white. "Button's champion," Dumbledore said, "Fleur Delacour." "It's her, Ron!" Harry shouted, only to see the beautiful girl of Veela Half-Blood standing up gracefully, shaking her silvery hair and walking lightly between the tables of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. "Oh, hey, they are very disappointed," Hermione said in a roar, pointing nodded to the other representatives of Buttons. Harry thought that the word disappointment was too light. The two girls who were not selected burst into tears and buried their heads in their arms. They cried very sadly. Fleur Delacour turned to the right and walked down the teacher's desk, entering the room next door from the door. The applause and conversation gradually subsided. Now everyone's attention is once again concentrated on the goblet. After a few seconds, the flame turns red again. The second parchment was pushed out of the cup by the flame. Durmstrang's champion, Dumbledore, seemed to hesitate. He looked up and looked around. This was started talking. It's Marks McLawn. To be honest, no one is surprised by this answer. Even Crumb is only slightly sighed, and it is easy to accept this result. He knows very well that he can't compare with such a monster. Marks stood up calmly, and after nodded to everyone, he walked into the next room. Immediately, the auditorium was quiet again. In this silence, there was a faint excitement that almost made people feel the excitement. Next, it's the turn of Hogwarts's champion. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 162. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 162. When the flame in the goblet turns red again, as the mouth splashes, the tongue slams into the air, and the third parchment is thrown high from the flame. Dumbledore reached for it and lifted it far, looking at the name on the note. This time he spent more time than the previous two. His brows were slightly raised, and everyone in the auditorium looked nervously at Dumbledore. Then Dumbledore cleared his throat and read aloud Hogwarts champion. He said loudly, "It's Harry Potter." No applause. A snoring began to permeate in the auditorium, as if countless angry bees were screaming. Some of the students stood up and seemed to want to see Harry well, and Harry sat in his seat as if it had solidified. The fact that Harry's name appeared in the Goblet of Fire was a bit unacceptable compared to Marks, who had broken Dumbledore's age line in front of the crowd. Among them, Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff House stood up with an incredible expression on his face. Professor McGonagall stood up at the guest table and walked quickly past Professor Ludo Bagman and Professor Orson, whispering eagerly in the ear of Professor Dumbledore, and Dumbledore listened and frowned slightly. Harry turned to look at Ron and Hermione. He saw that the students at the table behind the long Gryffindor behind them had their mouth opened wide and stared at themselves. "I didn't put my name in," Harry said blankly. "You know I didn't." They also looked at him with a stunned look. Marks is not surprised by this, because this is one of the things that are planned. At this point, he stood at the door of the next room, seemingly randomly moved towards the Professor Moody on the guest table, then glanced back at Dumbledore. On the main guest table, Professor Dumbledore straightened up and nodded to Professor McGonagall. "Harry Potter." He was loudly shouted again. "Harry, please come here." "Go," Hermione whispered, pushing Harry gently. Harry stood up and stepped on the bottom of the robes, squinting a little. He walked along the passage between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. He felt that this road seemed to be extraordinarily long, and the guest table seemed to be so far away. He can feel that hundreds of pairs of eyes are staring at himself, as if each eye can't be a searchlight. The embarrassing arguments are getting louder and louder. However, something unexpected happened to you. The flame in the goblet turned red again. Mars slammed out, and a long flame tongue suddenly slammed into the air, and a parchment was placed on it. Dumbledore seemed to subconsciously extend a slender hand and gently put the note in his hand. Harry was just halfway through, but he didn't even know if he should go on. For a time, he seemed to have a whole body-bound spell, and he was stupidly placed in place. Dumbledore lifted the parchment bar far away, with no expression on his face, making people unable to see what he was thinking. After a long time, even longer than the third time I reported Harry's name, Dumbledore finally shouted out today's fourth name Hermione Granger. Unlike Harry's treatment, when Hermione's name rang, the audience was silent. Everyone was shocked by the extra person who appeared. No one expected there will be a fourth brave. Marks, who had stood calm in front of the room, frowned at the moment. He turned his eyes again to Moody, who was sitting on the far right side of the main table, and his eyes were as cold as the polar ice. This accident that made the audience dumb, even he did not have the slightest mental preparation. Voldemort was angry with the inexplicable failure of the year to deal with Harry. He knew it, and even Harry was chosen as the third champion and his credit was in it. However, He did not hear that there will be a fourth person to appear. Wise Hermione. There is no doubt that Goblet of Fire throws a note with the name Hermione, which is definitely what Voldemort means. Other than that, Marx couldn't think of anyone else doing this. However, why did Voldemort do this? What good is this for him? When Marx was puzzled and was leaning on the doorframe and thinking about it, Hermione's heart was a mess. How? How come? I don't. How could this be? Hermione looked around, and a tangled brown long hair was smothered helplessly. Her eyes didn't seem to be in focus. Her expression was flustered and stunned. If Harry was scared, then Hermione was completely unable to accept the fact. When Hermione was a female child, she was used to obeying all rules and regulations, and any behavior beyond the rules would make her intolerable. Even when she first entered Hogwarts, she insisted on it. It is only under the influence of someone that she occasionally ignores the rules and takes her own values first. However, in normal times, she will habitually abide by the rules of the school and follow the rules as much as possible. But now, when a near-falling incident fell on her head, she panicked. What to do? What to do? What to do? Hermione's hands trembled as everyone watched silently. She wants to tell everyone that she didn't put her name in the goblet, but she doesn't know what to say. Normally, the proud female child who can tell the truth, now completely becomes a stuffy jar. Please come over. Dumbledore moved towards Harry on the way, and shouted with confused Hermione in his gaze. Hermione didn't know how she got to Dumbledore. She didn't even know that Harry was standing next to her. She just felt that it seemed that all the teachers' eyes were on her. Well, go to the door. Dumbledore said that he had no smile on his face. Harry and Hermione walked along the faculty's desk. Hagrid sat on the far left. He didn't blink at Harry, waved, or greeted him as usual. He seems to be completely dumbfounded, just staring at them as if they were both in front of him. They passed through the door and went out of the auditorium and found themselves in a small room with a portrait of the wizard hanging on the walls. In the fireplace opposite him, the fire was burning, and Marx, who was standing by the door, had already returned to the room. He was standing in front of the fireplace with fleur-de-lis of buttons, and there was nothing to say. Harry, when they came in, Fleur-de-Lis turned her head and licked her waterfall-like silver hair. What? She asked. Do they want us to go back to the auditorium? She thought that Harry and Hermione came in and spoke. Marx reached out and frowned and said, no, they are also champions. Hogwarts. Oh? Fleur rolled back to the silver tip of his ear and then smiled gracefully. I didn't expect Mr. McLawn to be strong and so funny. At the door, Harry and Hermione were silently different. They didn't know what to explain for the situation. At this moment, a busy footstep came from outside the door, and Ludo Bagman walked into the room. He grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him forward, and by the way he greeted Hermione. It's too bizarre. He squeezed Harry's arm and whispered, it's absolutely bizarre. Two gentlemen. Ladies. He went to the fireside and said to Fleur and Marx, please allow me to introduce it. Although this is incredible, this is the third champion of the Triwizard Tournament, Harry Potter. And this one is 4 champions. Yes, 4th. She is Hermione Granger. Yes, I just saw it. Marx waved his hand at random. I heard that Bagman also said that Fleur couldn't help but frown. This is obviously a mistake, she said proudly to Bagman. She can't play, they can't, they're too young. Yeah? It's amazing. Bagman glared at his smooth chin and smiled. But, you know, age restrictions as an extra security measure are only implemented this year, since their names are high. The cup squirted out. I think that since I have reached this point, I am not allowed to escape. The rules are clearly stated. You must obey. Harry wants to do his best. Of course, Miss Granger is the same. He finally remembered Hermione, and added. The door behind them was pushed open again, and a large group of people came in. Professor Dumbledore, followed by Mr. Crouch, Professor Orson, Madame Maxime, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Before Professor McGonagall put the door in front of him, The hundreds of students in the auditorium next door sneaked into the ears of Harry and Hermione. Madame Maxime Fleur walked towards her headmaster and said, "They said that the two children also want to participate in the competition." Although Harry felt incredible and his brain was numb, he felt his heart rushing through a raging anger. But Hermione just lowered her head, and the two hands clung together, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Madame Maxime straightens her burly tall body. Her head even touched a chandelier filled with candles, and the huge chest in black satin clothes undulating violently. "What does this mean, Dumbledore?" she said arrogantly. "Mr. McLawn is also, that's all. His strength gives us no reason to stop him from participating in this competition. But I also want to know that Hogwarts has two champions." "What is the matter?" Professor Orson of Durmstrang couldn't help but ask, but Marx secretly gave him a look that didn't talk. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 163. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 163. "I also want to know that Hogwarts has two champions." "What is the matter?" Professor Orson of Durmstrang couldn't help but ask. "I think this can only blame Potter for the Snape was trying to say something, but when he looked to Hermione, he glanced at Marx subconsciously. "Well, I mean, don't blame Dumbledore. There must be something wrong here." "Thank you, Severus." Dumbledore ordered nodded, but his eyes were always on Harry and Hermione. Unlike Hermione, who has always bowed his head, Harry, who has always been so stubborn about this kind of thing, is also looking at Dumbledore, trying to read the eyes hidden behind the half-moon lens. "Did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire, Harry?" "Hermione?" Dumbledore asked calmly. "No." Harry immediately responded with chopped nails and sever iron. Harry was clearly aware that everyone was watching him closely, especially Snape, who impatiently voiced a voice of disbelief in the shadows. "Did you ask a younger student to put your name into the Goblet of Fire?" Professor Dumbledore didn't care about the small voice Snape made. He continued. "No," Harry said excitedly. "Ah, he must be lying." Madame Maxime exclaimed. "You see, this Miss Granger has never dared to speak. She is sure I do not have." Hermione seems to have erupted because of excessive emotional depression. She made a shrill scream of almost screaming, which made Madame Maxime frown. Snape shook his head, but he didn't speak. "He can't cross that age line," Professor McGonagall snapped. "I believe we all agree with this." "Dumbledore's line must have been mistaken," said Madame Maxime, shrugged. "Or should we listen to the opinion of someone who has only one after another and who's broken the age line?" Snape also followed Marx. Marx saw her mentioning herself, silence for a moment, then started talking. "It may be a good idea to ask someone to help me with the paper." Madame Maxime raised her eyebrows, but Marx went on. "But let me say, I have been with Mr. Potter and Miss Granger for so long, at least I don't think they will do this kind of thing." He added a tone of voice, "Especially Miss Granger, she has always been the most disciplined student. This cheating behavior, she certainly can't do it." Dumbledore glanced at Marx with his deep eyes and calmed down. "May Maxime and Mr. McLawn have a point. I personally believe in Miss Granger and Mr. Potter, but I am mistaken about the line." "It is not impossible." "Dumbledore, you know you're not mistaken," Professor McGonagall said angrily. "How absurd this is. Harry and Hermione can't cross the line by themselves. They don't have the strength of Mr. McLawn. And as McLawn believes, Harry and Hermione have not persuaded seniors to do this for him. And I think other people should believe this too." She glanced at Professor Snape very angrily. "Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman," Madame Maxime tweeted and threw the question to the two officials of Ministry of Magic. "You two are also members of the referee group. What do you think?" "I think this is obviously some are not very compliant." Madame Maxime's way of speaking is euphemistic, but the intention is very clear. Bagman didn't know what to say at all. He wiped his round baby face with a handkerchief and looked at Mr. Crouch. Mr. Crouch stood outside the aperture of the fire and his face was half hidden in the shadows. He looked a little weird, and the half of the shadow made him look a lot older, and it looked a bit like a beggar. But when he spoke, The voice was as hard as usual. "We have to abide by the charter, which clearly states that anyone whose name is ejected from the Goblet of Fire must compete in the Triwizard Tournament." "Hey, Stinkcomb is going to get the charter back," Bagman said. His face was full of smiles, looking back at Madame Maxime. "It seems that things have been solved by perfection. But it's not fair, Hogwarts has 2 champions," said Madame Maxime, looking over Marks and hurriedly. "We have to increase the number of champions. It must be." There was a strong Marks to participate in the competition. This time, Hogwarts had 2 more champions. "This is too bad for Buttons." Damn Maxime is obviously in a hurry. "But Madame Maxime, I'm afraid it won't work," Bagman said. "The Goblet of Fire has just been extinguished and will not be reignited until the next hegemony. This is definitely not a way to increase the number of candidates." Marks knows that he can't go on like this anymore. To be honest, he doesn't care who the winner of the Triwizard Tournament will be. What he cares about is whether his plan can be successfully completed. The greater the number of people, the greater the variables will be, which is definitely not conducive to the implementation of the plan. "I don't want to take a step back. Cancelling Miss Granger's champion identity is the most appropriate result, which is not only good for maintaining the fairness of the top 3, but also calming the anger of other students, isn't it?" However, Madame Maxime seems to have seized the opportunity and continues to stick to it, hoping to get more opportunities for Buttons. "Don't be awkward, McLawn." A voice snarled at the door and said, "You are just a champion, not a member of the referee group." "I said that they all have to participate in the competition, which is subject to the magic contract." Moody just walked into the room. He limped away toward the fire, and every time the prosthetic leg of his right foot landed, he made a very loud crash. Oh. Marks frowned, glanced at him coldly and impatiently said, "Moody, is there something for you here?" "It's enough to manage your own." Harry looked at Marks intricately. This is the second time he has seen Marks show such a savage side. The last time he was at the Quidditch World Cup final. To be honest, he is very uncomfortable with such a Marks. On the other hand, Moody also looked hard at Marks. He whispered, "What should I do?" "I know for myself." Someone put Potter's name in the goblet. He knows if the name is when it comes out, Potter has to participate in the competition. Obviously, that person wants to give Hogwarts 2 chances, said Madame Maxime. "If anyone has reason to complain, it's Potter and Granger," Moody said boldly. "But it's interesting, I didn't hear them say a word." "Why should he complain?" Fleur Delacour couldn't help but squat. "He has the opportunity to participate in the competition, isn't it? For weeks, we are all hopeful that we will be selected. We will win glory for our school. 1,000 galleon bonuses and mysterious magic props. This opportunity is what many people dream of. Maybe someone wants Potter to die for it." Moody simply avoided Hermione, a snarl in his tone. After Moody's words were finished, there was a very intense silence. Ludo Bagman looked very anxious, his body uneasily moved up and down, and said, "Moody, you old fellow. How to say this? Mr. Bagman, how do you think he was retired? He is not normal now, and these conspiracy theories are in his mind." Marks curled one's lip. "Sure, someone will use simple, harmless activities to achieve their own goals," Moody continued. "My job is to think about the problem in the Dark Wizard, McLawn, although I don't know what Fudge is thinking. If I don't retire, I will never let you leave at the World Cup." "Alastair," Dumbledore warned. "That is the real name of Madi-Han, Alastair Moody, but most people who know him are accustomed to the nickname Madi-Han, and few people will call him his real name." "How did this situation appear?" "We don't know." Dumbledore seems to think that he can no longer argue endlessly. He said to everyone gathered in the room, "But in my opinion, we accept it. There is no choice. Harry and Hermione are both selected to participate in the competition. Therefore, they must." "Ah, but Dumbledore." "My dear Madame Maxime, if you have another solution, I am willing to listen. Marks looked at Hermione and saw her start to hang her head again and remarked her hair. She shook her head slightly and reclosed her mouth. Some plans have to go on, and it's not yet time to come. He has just said enough, and then continue to make troubles. It will inevitably lead to flaws. Dumbledore waited, but Madame Maxime didn't speak. She just squinted her eyes. And not only did she show her dissatisfaction alone. Snape is also an angry look. Professor Orson just looks at Marks's back and doesn't talk. But Bagman is very excited. Well, let's move on, Bagman said, rubbing his hands and looking at the people in the room with a smile. To give guidance to our champion, isn't it? Stincombe, let's talk about it. Mr. Crouch seemed to suddenly wake up from deep thoughts. He stepped forward and walked into the aperture of the fire. He looks very embarrassed. There are 2 deep shadows under the eyes, and the wrinkled skin is as white as paper. You know, he didn't look like this in the Quidditch World Cup. Okay, he said. Guidance. Yes. First task. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 164. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 164. Most of the students were a bit angry about the accident at Goblet of Fire, but that didn't include the group of young lions of Gryffindor. When Harry and Hermione walked all the way to the common room, when the portraits were opened, the snoring of the ears suddenly shook them and they almost fell on their backs. Then, he only knew that he had been thrown into the common room by about a dozen hands, facing the entire student of Gryffindor. They are all screaming, cheering, whistling. Obviously, for the 2 champions in their house, the young lions who have always been united are always excited and unwilling. You should tell us that you signed up, Fred Weasley shouted. He seems to be half angry and half excited. How can you get through without a beard? George Weasley also shouted. I didn't, Harry said. I don't know how. Harry thought he didn't know what to explain, because he was confused too. And Hermione was still hiding her head, letting her tangled hair cover her face. At this time Angelina rushed to them in front of them, maintaining, oh, even if it is impossible for me, at least a member of Gryffindor. Yeah, it's better to let Hufflepuff's degree come to be a champion, Harry. Katie Bell screamed, and she was also a chaser for the Gryffindor team. We have prepared something to eat. Harry, Hermione, come over and eat some more. I am not hungry. I have eaten enough at the party. Hermione then the brief remark of the place to go through the crowd, leaving everyone to go to the girls' bedroom. However, the most popular are boys, especially the Weasley twin brother. They seemed to find it unsuitable to force Hermione to be blocked, so they all targeted Harry. No one wants to hear him say that he is not hungry. No one wants to hear him say that he did not put his name in the goblet. It seems that no one has noticed that he has no emotion to celebrate this. Everyone wants to know how he did it. How did he fool Dumbledore's age line and put his name into a goblet? I don't know, he said over and over again. I don't know what's going on. But everyone did not care, as if he did not say anything. I am tired. After about half an hour, he finally couldn't bear it and shouted, no, really, George, I want to go to bed. Harry especially wants to see Ron. His good friend will always understand him, but he does not seem to be in the common room. Harry repeatedly insisted that he needed to sleep, and almost knocked the creepy little brother who tried to intercept him at the stairway to the ground. In the end, he finally got rid of everyone and hurried upstairs to dormitory. To his great relief, he found that Ron and his clothes were lying on the bed, and he was the only one in the dormitory. When Harry closed the door, Ron looked up. Where did you go? Harry said. Hey, hello, Ron said. Ron's smile on his face, but it was a very awkward, stubborn smile. Harry suddenly realized that he was still wearing the red Gryffindor flag that Lee Jordan had just tied him. He wanted to take it off quickly, but the knot was very tight. Ron lay motionless on the bed and watched Harry struggle to untie the flag. So, when Harry finally took off the flag and threw it into the corner, Ron said, congratulations. I mean, congratulations. What do you mean, congratulations? Harry looked at Ron. At this point, Ron's smile was obviously a little bit right, and he looked at Harry as if he was looking at something irrelevant. Nothing. No one else crossed the age line, Ron said. Not even Fred and George. What did you and Hermione use? Invisibility cloak. Invisibility cloak can't make us cross the line. Harry looked at Ron's expression, a feeling of discomfort. Oh, sorry, Ron said. I thought you used invisibility cloak together. Because invisibility cloak can cover two people at the same time, isn't it? You said that you have found something else, right? Listen, Harry said. I didn't put my name in the goblet. I don't think Hermione didn't. She was frustrated today and never refused to talk to anyone. Ron raised his eyebrows. Yeah, you don't have. Who is it? Ron squeezed a smile and said dryly, who would help others become a champion for no reason? Ron's tone was strange, both as if he was thinking about Harry and with a hint of incomprehensibility. Why are they doing that? I don't know, Harry said. He thought the following words sounded sensational, like acting. To kill me. Ron's eyebrows are so high that it seems to disappear into his hair. It doesn't matter, you know, you can tell me the truth. He said, if you don't want to let others know, it's good, but I don't understand why you lie. You didn't bother with it. Is not it? The friend of Mrs. Fat. The Violet, she has told us all. Dumbledore has made you a winner. Yes, you, and Hermione, 1,000 galleon bonus, are you? And you don't have to take the year-end exam yet. Up. I didn't put my name in that goblet, Harry said, and he began to get annoyed. Yes, okay, Ron grinned. But you mentioned it this morning, you said you can start last night. No one will see you. You know, I am not a fool. You really left me with such an impression now, Harry said with no anger. Is it? Whether it's stubborn or sincere, the smile on Ron's face is now disappearing without a trace. Really, I am sorry that I have misunderstood Marks in the past, very sorry. Although he is always mysterious in his work, he never plays with others when he should be just and honorable. After all, he yanked the credit to cover his four-poster bed, and left Harry alone standing by the door, staring at the deep red credit. He had thought that several people would definitely believe in himself, and one of them was behind the credit. It took a long time to turn over and over in bed, and Harry finally fell asleep. However, the opposite Ron has been squinting at the bill, and in his heart, it is an endless boring. Harry and Hermione. Harry and Hermione. Why is this? They left me and became a champion. Why is this? This feeling is like there are countless worms crawling in his heart. He wants to scratch, but can't scratch it. This upset mind almost forced him to go crazy. All night, Ron stared at the bloodshot eyes and didn't fall asleep at all. On the other hand, Hermione has been burying himself in the quilt since he returned to the bedroom, motionless. She didn't know what she was thinking, she didn't know what she should think, and her head was blank. Being embarrassed is too uncomfortable, and it is in the middle of her most persistent principle, no reason, no warning. She was like being smashed by a bomb, completely unprepared, and had no time to think about it. As it turns out, even if she is smart, she is just a woman who is extremely strong. In the face of sudden grievances, she even forgot how to deal with it. Until late at night, her roommate couldn't persuade her. She had gone back to bed, and suddenly a slight noise broke the silence of the night. Hermione didn't move because she was always immersed in the blank inner world, and she didn't hear it at all. However, the sound continued, and there seemed to be something knocking on the window. It has been ringing, as if no one is taking care of it and will not give up. Hermione in the quilt finally noticed the movement, and she moved slightly, and opened the quilt and looked at the window of the bedroom. After a long time, she recognized it. It was an owl she had never seen, and it seemed to hold some packages under her claws. Hermione pushed the quilt aside and found that she had gotten into the bed without changing her clothes. She licked her mouth and stroking her rumpled school robe, and went to the window to put the owl in. Owlgaga screamed, then put down the parcel and turned and flew away. Hermione looked out of the window, and the Hogwarts at night were as dark as usual. In midair, and a crescent moon was quietly hanging in the clouds. She looked up at the parcel with a faint moonlight, but found that she did not have a sender. Only a solitary Hermione Miss Granger was scribbled at the bottom of the package. Who sent the parcel? Hermione opened the parcel with a little doubt. It was 3 bottles of black medicine, which were bundled together and carefully loaded with a large box filled with cotton. At the top of the box, there is a small card. On the back of the card, the usage of the 3 bottles of potion is described in detail, and the only for self-defense, not easy to use, has been repeatedly stated. On the front of the card, I wrote 2 sentences. Away from the battle, save yourself. Although it is a little late, I wish a happy birthday. Hermione bit her lip and the tears in her eyes unconsciously spilled out. Where is somewhat late? It is clear that it has been more than a month late. She wiped the tears that could not be stopped, but there was a long-lost smile on her face. Yes, although her birthday will always be forgotten, and she has always shown a look of indifference, but there is one person who has not missed it at all, and that is Marx. But where does Hermione know that Marx, which is always focused on maintaining a friend's relationship, rarely misses someone else's birthday? Even Dumbledore, he spent some time trying to find out his birthday time. So far, Dumbledore has received different styles of wool socks for 4 consecutive years. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 165. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 165. This is impossible, at least in my opinion. That's it. The next day is Sunday. It wasn't lit up early in the morning, and Marx was helping in the potion preparation room behind the Snape office. They were busy with the work at hand while chatting casually. The anti-theft measures are well prepared here, and conversations here are not heard, at least very unlikely. To be honest, Marx was really confused when Hermione was selected as the 4th champion yesterday. And his confusion has continued until the day when he did not come up with an answer. What does Voldemort want to do? Does this make sense to him? Marx measured it in his mind and took the opportunity to ask Snape's opinion. However, Snape's speculation made Marx unable to hold his head. What do you mean by saying, Voldemort wants to make Hermione in danger, even facing a dead end, to test whether I have ulterior motives? Marx frowned, inexplicably. But why is Hermione? Snape pouted, revealing a look that don't squint and understand. He squatted for a while and simply continued to work on his hands and stopped going on. Is it because I forcibly saved Hermione from his hand? Marx pondered a bit and then shook his head silently. After a while, things were busy. Marx left Snape's office first, and planned to go to the auditorium to solve the breakfast. But at the side door of the auditorium, he met Ron, who was gloomy with a face. Oh, good morning, Marx. Ron took the initiative to say hello, but he didn't look very happy. Well, good morning. Marx glanced at him. What's wrong? Who is angry? No, who can I be angry with? Ron barely laughed. However, he laughed more ugly than crying. Marx shrugged, said, Is it because of Harry and Hermione? No, how is it possible? Ron couldn't help but argue. They are all my good friends. Now they have become champions. I am happy for them. Is it? Of course, Ron said. His hand slammed into a fist and finally couldn't help it. I just think, they shouldn't deceive me. That's obviously a problem. He said loudly, we are friends, the best friends. No? Marx, in different expression the nodded location, calmly said, it is certainly wrong to deceive friends, but we are not sure if they have deceived you. Even if you say that. Ron said angrily, okay, who must frame them? Who wants their lives? This is terrifying. There is a mysterious madman who confuses the goblet, then gives us the school has an opportunity to win the championship. Ron Gass, who finished talking, then no longer care about Marx, turned to the auditorium and did not go back. Just then, Marx came back with another person. That Marx? He stopped again and turned back. Oh, good morning, Hermione. Last night. Thank you. Behind Marx, Hermione, who had recovered from being overwhelmed, whispered, last night? Marx pretended to be confused. What are you talking about? What? Hermione said strangely. You made the cat head last night. She said half of it. It seems that she has learned something from Marx's look and immediately accepted it. Oh, sorry, she said. I think I didn't sleep well last night. It's still a little confused. I just saw Ron. What happened to him? Marx shook his head slightly and walked in, telling Hermione what he had just said. Just then, Harry just woke up from a less realistic sleep. He sat up and screamed in bed, and it took a while to remember why he felt so sad and anxious. Then, things last night all came to mind. He sat up and pulled the bill on his four-poster bed and wanted to talk to Ron again, intending to force Ron to believe him. But then he found out that Ron's bed was empty, and he apparently had gone downstairs to have breakfast. Harry got dressed and walked along the spiral staircase to the common room below. He just showed up, and the students who had already had breakfast cheered warmly. He remembered going to the auditorium and facing Gryffindor's other students, and they all regarded him as a hero. He was a bit worried when he thought of it. However, if he does not go to the auditorium, he has to stay here, leaving himself to be entangled in the student room in the common room. So he decisively walked to the hole behind the portrait, pushed it away and climbed out. When he came to the door of the auditorium, he just had a face with Hermione, who was leaving. Hello, Hermione said, holding a stack of bread wrapped in a napkin in his hand. I am still here for you. Want to go for a walk? Good idea, Harry said gratefully. They went downstairs and looked at the auditorium without looking at the auditorium. They quickly passed through the foyer. Soon, they strode on the lawn that extended to the lake. The large ship of Durmstrang is moored on the lake and casts a dark reflection in the water. It was a cold morning. They kept walking and chewing on the bread, and Harry and Hermione discussed the accident together. Of course I know that you didn't sign up yourself, Hermione said after he had finished everything in the room next to the auditorium. Of course I don't. When Dumbledore quoted our name, the look on your face. The question is, who put your name in? You know, Moody is right, Harry. I don't think there is anything other than Marx. A student can do this. We all see that even Marx is not a very simple thing to do. Have you seen Ron? Harry interrupted her. Hermione hesitated. Well, I saw. He was having breakfast, she said. Does he still think it is our own name? Well, no, I don't think. Actually it won't. Hermione said very unnaturally. In fact, it won't. What does this mean? Hey, Harry, don't you understand? Hermione had no way to say, he is awkward. Hey? Harry asked in disbelief. What? Is he willing to make this appearance in front of the school's student? Think about it, Hermione said patiently. You know, it's not that you've been Marx for everyone's attention all the time. When she saw Harry open his mouth angrily, he quickly found up. I know that you didn't pursue this. But how do you say it? You know, Ron is competing with that many big brother at home. You act as his best friend is so famous. Every time someone sees you, he is left out to the side. He has endured silently, never mentioning a word. And this time, it just happened to have one more. We both have a share, only he didn't. It was like we abandoned him. Here, Hermione paused. I think, this time he can't bear it. Very good, Harry said with a hateful expression. That's great. I think, as long as he is willing, I can change it with him at any time. Whenever there is a place, there is someone stupidly staring at his forehead. People. Yes. That's right, Hermione said simply. You should use this to talk to him. Only then can you solve the problem. I don't want to chase him everywhere, bitterly teach him to mature. Harry said. When will he believe that I am not happy? Maybe I will break my neck, or... His voice was so loud that he scared the few owls in the tree next to him. That's not a play, Hermione said softly. It's definitely not a play. She hesitated, then got closer and said in a very small voice, Harry, Marx secretly gave me 3 bottles of potion last night and told me. I know, I also received it, Harry interrupted. Just in the morning, I saw a parcel on the edge of the bed. I guess it was Marx. Yes? Hermione's expression stiffened. and continued for the next second. Then you should see it too. Marks also believes that this Triwizard Tournament will be very dangerous. Harry, I kept thinking, you know what we should do, are we? She whispered. Yeah, give Ron a slap in the face. It's a godfather who wrote to you. Hermione didn't feel good. You have to tell him what happened. Didn't he still write to tell you to write about everything that happened to Hogwarts? He seems to. I expected this to happen. I brought out some parchment and a quill. Don't talk nonsense, Harry said. He looked around and saw that no one could hear them, but there was no one on the ground. You saw it last year. He was too impulsive. If I told him that someone would sign up for the Triwizard Tournament, he would probably rush straight into the castle. He wants you to tell him, Hermione said harshly. In any case, he will know sooner or later. But this time Marks seems to have a very important thing to do. He even deliberately pretended to be out of contact with us. Hermione said seriously. Since he can't be with us, we have to do it ourselves. I plan. We can't always rely on Marks to help us. Okay, I will write to him, Harry said, throwing the last piece of bread into the lake. The two stood there, watching the bread float on the lake for a while, then a huge tentacle emerged from the water and caught it down the water. Shortly after they left, there was a vaguely hummingbird glimmering through the trees by the lake. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 166. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 166. It turned out to be Marks in the form of Animagus, naturally not to eavesdrop on the conversation between Harry and Hermione. What he is monitoring is Moody hidden behind a rock. But he had to be very careful, because Moody's right eye is not easy. According to Marks's information, the magic eye, which claims to be able to see through everything, is likely to come from the world-famous alchemy master, Nick Flamel. Marks is not sure whether the Animagus variant can fool the fake eyeball. That looks strange. Just now, Hermione did not understand the words of Sirius for the sake of caution. But just because Harry couldn't turn his head, he ended up exposing some of the information to the dark-looking Moody ear. But this is not important for Marks, because Harry and Hermione deliberately lowered their voice when they mentioned him. It is definitely not heard by Moody's distance. As long as you are not exposed, everything else is trivial. The next day, Hogwarts teaching was carried out normally. Students from Durmstrang and Buttons also went to various houses to attend classes. But because this is not mandatory, at least Hogwarts can't manage it, so Marks simply gave up the arrangement. One afternoon, when Marks was writing something in the cabin of Durmstrang, a Hogwarts student hurried to inform him that Mr. Bagman wanted the champions to gather. The collection was made up of a small classroom, and most of the desks were pushed behind the classroom, leaving a large open space in the middle. But there are 3 desks facing each other, in front of the blackboard, covered with a long velvet. Behind the velvet-covered desk, there were 5 chairs, one of which was Ludo Bagman sitting there. He was talking to a witch, wearing a fancy foreign red robe. When Marks walked into this small classroom, he found that Fleur Delacour of Buttons had arrived first. At this moment, Fleur was smiling happily. She licked her head from time to time, making a long hair of silver shine with a dazzling luster. A man with a big belly was holding a black camera with a slight smoke, and he was watching Fleur with his eyes. Bagman, who was talking, suddenly saw Marks. He stood up and jumped forward with vitality. "Oh, Mr. McLawn is here." "Come in, sir, come in," Bagman said excitedly, as if he was a champion. "Is there anything in this collection?" Marks glanced at the witch behind Bagman and calmly said, "There is no major event. It is a ceremony that detects wand, and other referee members will arrive soon." "Detecting wand?" A voice rang from behind Marks. It turned out to be Harry, and he and Hermione also arrived. "Yes, check wand. We have to check if your wand is fully functional and well behaved, because in the future, wand is your most important device." Bagman waved his hand and said, "Experts upstairs, with Dumbledore." He was paused, and he leaned over and pointed at the brightly colored witch. Then it was a few photos. This is Rita Skeeter. She's writing an article about Daily Prophet about the hegemony. Small article. Maybe it's not a small article, Ludo. Rita Skeeter's big curly hair was made very refined by her, and it was an exaggerated refined. Although she could see that her appearance was very high, she was carefully matched with her. It seems strange to others how it looks. She also wore a pair of jewelry glasses on her nose, and her fat fingers grabbed the crocodile leather handbag. The nails were 2 inches long and were painted red. Whether she is not talking, her eyes are sharp. She looks back and forth between Harry, Hermione and Marx, and seems to be habitually searching for the most suitable manuscript material. In the end, she fixed her sight on Marx. Before we started, "Can I talk to Mr. McLawn a few words?" She was asking Bagman, but her eyes were still firmly staring at Marx, the champion of the Quidditch World Cup finals, and the age is still so small. In order to add some color to the article, this. Bagman hesitated to look at Marx, a bit unsure. Speaking of it, Bagman may be the only one after another who doesn't care about the World Cup's fuss. Before joining the Ministry of Magic Department of Magical Games and Sports, he was a very popular Quidditch beater in the Wimborne Wasps of the 1980s. The reason why he is so popular is largely because of his Optimist Stadium image. Nowadays, he is still in the Ministry of Magic, and he is often a bit out of place with other people in the Ministry of Magic. But what to say? Marx's strength is unquestionable. Bagman is not stupid too. Well, his character is a bit silly, but even he can't think of Marx as an ordinary student. In this case, he also has to take into account Marx's opinion. Well, I have no problem. Bagman spread his hand. But, Mr. McLawn, what do you think? Great, Rita Skeeter said, her fresh red claw-like fingers grabbing Marx's arm as if to pull him away. Marx ruthlessly patted the paw. The last report of the World Cup I have not pursued. If you want to come back again, I don't mind letting you know what is called an authority certification. Marx expressionless glanced at her and only listened to her. The clear voice said, "Or still, you really want to abuse the magic office to go on at rip?" Rita Skeeter's expression immediately stiffened. She touched the back of the hand that Marx hit, and said with a smile, "Aha, I suddenly felt that a rigorous and the traditional manuscript can highlight the historical accumulation of the hegemony." "Yes, I think this is definitely true." Marx nodded. "Please sit down, Miss Rita Skeeter." Under the invisible threat of Marx, Rita had to sit on the chair honestly. Although she still looked at Harry and Hermione from time to time, at least she didn't dare to move around. While waiting for Dumbledore to come, Marx and Bagman had a sneak peek at Quidditch, and Harry added a word from time to time. And by Harry, Hermione had to look at Marx every 1 point. She has too many words to talk to Marx, but now obviously not the time. It didn't take long for Dumbledore to be there, alongside him with a spirited old wizard. The 4 champions sat down on the chairs at the door and looked at the velvet table in front, where 4 of the 5 referees were sitting, Professor Orson, Madame Maxime, Crouch and Ludo Bagman. Rita Skeeter sat down in a corner, and she subconsciously took out a roll of parchment from her handbag, laid it on her knees and licked the tip of her shorthand quill. After doing this whole set of actions, she hesitated to hold the pen of quill personally instead of letting the quill write automatically. "Please allow me to introduce Mr. Ollivander." Dumbledore sat down at the referee and said to several champions, "He will check your wand to make sure that wand is in good shape before the game." 3 years ago at Diagon Alley, the old wizard with a pair of light-colored eyes made Marx get his first wand. At this moment, he was standing quietly at the window, and he randomly nodded to everyone. "Mr. Lacour, come first, okay?" Mr. Ollivander said, walking to the open space in the middle of the room. Fleur walked lightly toward Mr. Ollivander and handed his wand to him. "Well." Ollivander squinted and rubbed his eyes. Like a baton, he lets one spin between the slender fingers, and the wand spurts many sparks of pink and golden. Then he put the wand close to his eyes and once again for a moment. Yes, he said softly. 9.5 inch. The strength is very good. The maple wood is. They contain. Hey, my god, the hair with a velar, Fleur said. It's my grandma's hair. So, Fleur really has a part of velar bloodline? Harry couldn't help but think so. He wants to keep this in his head, go back and tell Ron. But then he thinks again, Ron is not talking to him now. Yes, Mr. Ollivander said. Yes, of course, I have never used Velar's hair. I think the wand made with Velar hair is too sensitive and willful. But everyone has their own hobby, since it is right for you. Mr. Ollivander licked the wand with his fingers, apparently checking for scratches and bruises. Then he whispered, Orchideus. A bouquet of flowers blooms on the head of the wand. Very good, very good. Good condition, Mr. Ollivander said, gathering the flowers and handing them to Fleur with wand. Miss Granger, it's your turn. Fleur's footsteps returned to his seat with ease, and as they passed by Hermione, their eyes crossed. Oh, this is my product, isn't it? When Hermione handed over wand, Mr. Ollivander was obviously more excited than just now. Yes, I remember very clearly. There is a very complete dragon's nerve inside, stable and strong. Affordable power out of the ordinary. 10.75 inch, made of vinewood. The texture is dense. It's in very good condition. You must be very careful to care for it, right? Mr. Ollivander used Hermione's wand to make a bunch of colorful bubbles, and he was satisfied with the nodded. Mr. Lorne, it's up to you. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 167. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 167. Mr. Lorne, it's up to you. Ollivander returned the wand to Hermione and said to Marks. Marks got up from his seat and took out the wand and handed it over. Oh, yes, I remember you came to my store to buy this, Ollivander said subconsciously, but when he took Marks's wand, he suddenly stopped. This is this a wand? He was incredibly authentic. Who made the wand? Mr. Ollivander's surprised expression made everyone interested, and everyone curiously moved towards the wand in his hand and looked over. From the outside, this wand that is slightly reddish is really pretty. Its body has only been roughened, even without painting or waxing, so it is so rough and presented to everyone. Not to mention the various glyph shapes like the other wand, it is straight and bare from the tip to the grip. If Marks didn't come out, anyone would think it was just a shredded wooden stick. Marks's reaction to Ollivander had long been expected. He shrugged. It doesn't matter, wand, it's enough to use it. This is my own. Hearing this sentence, except for Mr. Ollivander, Harry, and Hermione, everyone's eyes began to go out. In the magic circle of the world, the wand production process has been monopolized by a limited number of families. Usually, if you want to buy wand, you have to go to those stores to visit. Needless to say, this is definitely a rare craft that can be eaten for a lifetime. Do you make it yourself? Mr. Ollivander was amazed. He stared wide-eyed. But I didn't show out whose style from this wand. Who passed it to you? Marks waved his hand. Mr. Ollivander, check out wand as soon as possible. Harry is still waiting. Oh well. Ollivander, helpless, nodded, raised the wand in his hand and looked at it carefully. Well, Scotch pine. The length should be a little over 10.25 inches, not very precise. Specification. Suddenly, Ollivander paused and then cried out in surprise. Oh, Scorpio, this rod core. This feeling. Is it? Yes, that's the spine of the Dementor. Marks calmly nodded. It is conceivable that everyone in this small classroom is very surprised. After all, no one expected that Marks's wand contained such a horrible thing. Dementor's spinal nerves can be used to make one core? Madame Maxime looked both astonished and confused, and she subconsciously looked at Dumbledore. I care more about another thing. The Dementor can be eliminated, which I know. But Mr. Bagman was puzzled. But aren't they all dissipated after they die? That's just because Patronus Charm and Dementor have some kind of reaction. Dumbledore shook his head slightly and whispered. As for the problem with the core of the stick, I don't know too well. Presumably Mr. Ollivander can answer the doubts for us. In this regard, he is an expert. Headmaster Dumbledore. If you asked me before today, I definitely don't know. Ollivander helpless spread the handkerchief. Be aware, before that, no one has used the spinal nerves of the Dementor to make the core material. That's it. At least I haven't heard of it. He lifted wand again and looked at it a bit more. This continued, but today I am really aware of it. This rod is very sensitive. Extremely sensitive. Believe me, can use this wand. There aren't many wizards. It's very picky, master. But this is still a good wand. Although its appearance is very rough, the craftsmanship is very particular. Moreover, it seems to use a unique approach to maintain stability when casting spells. But I have to say that if I want to make full use of this wand's formidable power, I still have to say, it is suitable for casting dark magic. This vocabulary is always uncomfortable, and it is reminiscent of many bad aspects. Fortunately, Marx is now a Durmstrang person. It has always been very tolerant of dark magic. Ollivander waved a wand, and a smog floated in front of him, then dissipated himself on the roof. The accuracy is a bit of a problem, but not bad. It's a very powerful wand. He handed the wand back to Marx and nodded. You can make wand at this age, I believe. You must have spent a lot. The energy is on the top. Marx agreed. Yeah, this is a skill that requires knowledge accumulation. I did spend a lot of time on it. Continue to insist. This is a road that can never be completed. Ollivander encouraged a sentence, and then he looked up and shouted, so, the last one. Mr. Potter. Harry stood up and passed Marx and walked to Mr. Ollivander. He also handed over his own wand. Oh, yes, said Mr. Ollivander, a pair of light-colored eyes flashing with excited rays of light. Yes, yes, yes. I remember clearly. Mr. Ollivander also took a lot of time to check Harry's wand, and unlike the time he checked Marx's wand, he spent the time surprised. He checked it carefully. Finally, he asked wand to squirt a wine and then handed the wand back to Harry, announcing that it was in very good shape. Thank you all, Dumbledore said, standing up at the referee table. Now you can go back to class. Maybe it's easier to go straight to eat, and they'll be off class anyway. Everyone stood up and was ready to leave, but the man with the black camera jumped up and cleared his throat. Photo, Dumbledore, take pictures. Bagman exclaimed excitedly. The referee and champion come together for a photo. What do you think, Rita? Well, take a photo first, Rita Skeeter said, and her eyes fell on Harry again. She was a bit reluctant. Maybe I have to take a few more people later. It took a long time for photography. Madame Maxime blocked people from wherever they stood, and the room was too small. The photographer couldn't stand very far and put her into the camera. In the end she had to sit down and everyone else was standing around her. Yes, it was like taking a family photo called Mother and Her Children. Harry and Hermione didn't have any interest in it. They just stood there and casually put on a pose. The photographer seemed to be particularly active in trying to get Fleur to stand in front, but Rita Skeeter always caught up and pulled Harry to a more prominent position. As for Marx, he stood at the very end of expressionless, and no one asked him to move a position or something. When Rita Skeeter wanted to take a few single shots for each of the champions, each and every one, Marx simply lifted his legs and left. He didn't have time to spend it here. In the end, Harry was entangled by Rita Skeeter for a long time. When he went to the auditorium to eat, and then went upstairs to dormitory, he met Ron. You have an owl. Harry just walked in and Ron pointed at Harry's pillow and said it was hard. There, a school barn owl is waiting for him. Oh okay, Harry said. Ron went straight out of the room and didn't look at Harry. For a time, Harry thought about whether to chase it out. He couldn't figure out if he wanted to talk to Ron or if he wanted to stop him, both of which seemed to be very appealing. However, Sirius's replies are too tempting. Harry strode to the barn owl, untied the letter from its feet, and flattened it on the bed. Harry, I can't speak freely in the letter. It is too dangerous if the owl is intercepted. We need to talk face to face. Can you guarantee that 11 will be waiting for me at the Fire of Gryffindor Tower alone at 1 a.m. on the morning of 22? I know better than anyone knows that you can take care of yourself, and I think that as long as you are next to Dumbledore and Moody, no one can hurt you. However, it seems that some people are trying to make such an attempt. It is very risky to sign up for that hegemony, especially under Dumbledore's nose. Be careful, Harry. If something unusual happens, I still hope that you will write to me. If you are in an emergency, go to Marks to help. 11-month 22-day can go to the appointment. Please inform as soon as possible. Sirius. For the next 2 weeks, Harry and Hermione waited for the day. Harry was because he felt a spiritual pillar from his godfather, and it seemed to be the only bright spot on the dark horizon. Hermione always felt that it might be possible to get some important clues from the Sirius mouth. Not to mention Harry and Hermione, at least Marks has been very full in these 2 weeks. Not only does he have to monitor Moody's movements from time to time, he will continue his various magic studies in his spare time. Especially after the last time I experienced Cruciatus Curse, he has been trying to simulate the magic effect of the vibrating soul with the Phoenician magic. If it succeeds, then he may be able to find the key to unlock the emotional blockade. However, there is still no progress so far. Then, he had to feed the Acromantula larvae regularly and quantitatively, and occasionally went to Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night to accompany them. To be busy, it is estimated that Dumbledore will be able to compare with him. Just as everyone was busy with their own affairs, the first task of the Triwizard Tournament was approaching day by day. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 168. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 168. Rita Skeeter's article on the Triwizard Tournament was finally published. It can be seen that she gave Maxie to the maximum of the book. In this article, information about Marks is limited to one name. Correspondingly, Harry was a little hard to avoid calamity. It was not so much a report on the situation of the hegemony, but rather a portrayal of Harry's personal life. A large number of pages in the first edition of the newspaper were occupied by a photo of Harry. The whole article was full of the 2nd, 6th and 7th editions, all about Harry. The above content is of course false, but it must be said that those things seem to be very eye-catching and will cause unsuspecting people to have various misunderstandings. As for Fleur de la Cour of Buttons, her name and Marks were squeezed together in the last line of the article, and even the names were misspelled. To say that the article has the meaning of the body, in addition to those unreasonable speculations and strange descriptions, one of the contents makes Hermione feel very uncomfortable. Rita Skeeter wrote this. Harry finally found his first love at Hogwarts. His close friend Colin Creevey said that Harry was inseparable from a girl named Hermione Granger. That's right, she is the famous one in this hegemony for champions. Miss Granger is amazing and born in the Mole family. Like Harry, she is one of the top students in the school. This narrative is not too much news. Presumably Rita Skeeter wants to bring a little pink lace to the article, making it look more gimmick. It was just one of the countless things about Harry's daily life, but it made Hermione totally intolerable. If it is in the past, she may only ignore it. That is not true anyway. It is not important to her. But now, after she found her mind, the text became very eye-catching. Amazing beauty. After Rita's article was published, Pansy Parkinson of Slytherin groaned when she first met Hermione. What judge is she based on? The chipmunk. Small, Pansy? Another girl exaggerated. She is the girlfriend of the savior. Then, the girls of the group of Slytherin snickered. Hermione was trembled, but when she heard this, the first thing she did was to look around. The girls of Slytherin saw her guilty look and couldn't help laughing more. I am just a friend with Harry. Hermione yelled angrily and immediately left. She can't let Marks hear these unreasonable rumors, even if she thinks that Marks wouldn't believe this nonsense. But, oh, what happened to me? I need to calm down. Hermione retracted into the bedroom, and she decided not to go out if it was not necessary. If someone else makes fun of it with that thing, if someone calls her the savior's girlfriend, it just happens to run into Marks. What should I do? Hermione felt that she was always panicking recently, which was a bit bad, and Marks had already reminded her to be careful. Now this state. Oh. Hermione grabbed her hair in a boring manner. It's Marks again. On the Saturday before the start of the first task, the school approved students above third year to go to the Hogsmeade village. Hermione said to Harry that getting out of the castle might make him feel better. In fact, Harry also wished to go out and relax, and she did not need to persuade her. But, what about Ron? He asked. You don't want to go with him? Oh. That's it. Hermione blushes. I think you can meet him in the Three Broomsticks in small pub. No way. I don't want to. Wait, Harry said strangely. Are you not going with me? No, I have something to do. Hermione was arrogant. What? Harry said. I can do it with you. You know, I just want to distract myself. Nothing else. No, Hermione shouted out subconsciously and was shocked by her own voice. She looked around, and then continued, no, I mean, there are things I can do alone. But Harry was so sullen. Then I am alone again. That's great. Hermione looked up helplessly, and she thought for a moment, and then she said, okay. Then you have to be quiet. Don't ask anything. She repeated it again with aggravated tone. Remember, don't ask anything. Why? Harry asked half-consciously, seeing Hermione's face immediately anger, and could not help but slammed his words back into his stomach. I don't ask anything. He immediately changed his mouth. In this way, Harry puts his invisibility cloak in the dormitory, goes downstairs, and goes to Hogsmeade with Hermione. Harry felt particularly relaxed under the invisibility cloak. As they walked into the village, Harry looked at the other students passing by them. Although there is no such ugly argument for his assaults the senses, no one quotes the words in that stupid article. But Harry found that many people were watching Hermione, pointing. They are saying, don't talk, don't ask anything. Hermione quickly blocked Harry's problem back. They quickly came to the door of Honeyduke's sweet shop, and every time they returned to Hogsmeade, they would definitely go there first. But this time, Hermione skipped here without looking at it and went on. Harry really wanted to ask why, but in the first two cases, he finally resisted. When they passed the Zerko Magic What a Joke store, Harry found that Hermione stopped at the door of the Fenrir brand clothing store. Wait here. Hermione whispered the sentence and ran in like a gust. Harry stood in the door and blinked inexplicably, looking intently and looking inside. Oh, I am still wearing a stealth cloak, she can't see it. He snorted in the same place. After all, he still couldn't resist curiosity and carefully opened the door and followed. Jingle. An awkward doorbell slammed Harry into a footstep. Bad. He didn't dare to take a breath, but in the next second, he was hit by something. Hey, what's in front? There was a voice behind Harry, and he hurried forward 2 steps, hiding behind a vertical hanger with a coat. At the same time, Hermione, who was talking about the store and the owner, hurried to the door. She thought Harry had sneaked in, but what she saw was a middle-aged witch. Oh. Madam, what's wrong with you? Hermione said as he rubbed it around. Oh. Nothing, thank you. The witch laughed, and looked at the door in confusion, and then went inside. Harry, are you coming in? Hermione asked softly, but did not get an answer. Harry certainly won't scream, but if he speaks now, it's just a waste of the coincidence. Besides, no one will take the initiative to find it, right? However, Hermione suddenly turned back and grabbed Harry. How do you know? Harry lowered his voice and was shocked. Hermione didn't mean anything to explain to him. She opened the store door and pushed Harry out. When your coat is on the hanger, will you arch yourself? She whispered and hurried back to the store. Do she want to buy clothes? Harry stood outside the door, looking at the costumes displayed in the window, wondering. But the clothes here look very expensive. After a while, Hermione finally came out. The two walked silently for a while, and Harry finally couldn't help but speak that. Sorry, just don't talk. Hermione didn't feel good. Well, please take invisibility cloak off for a while. No one here will find you in trouble. Oh, really? Harry said. Look at you. Rita Skeeter and her photographer friend just came out of the Three Broomsticks Inn small pub. They whispered something and walked straight past Hermione and didn't look at her. Instead, Hermione squeezed her fist and sullenly glared at her back. Harry was afraid that Rita Skeeter's crocodile leather bag would touch himself and quickly sneak out of the wall of Honeyduke's sweet shop. After the two left, Harry said, she is still in the village. I dare say she will come to watch the first game. As soon as he spoke, he felt that his heart was passing a burning panic, but he did not say it. He and Hermione rarely talk about what the first game project will be. He always felt that Hermione seemed to be less willing to consider this. She is gone, Hermione said, looking through Harry and staring at the end of the street. Let's go to the Three Broomsticks Inn small pub to have a drink of butterbeer. How? The weather is a bit cold, isn't it? Harry didn't talk. She felt like she was talking to the air. Just to drink. You don't need to talk to Ron. She guessed why he didn't talk, said irritably. Three Broomsticks in the small pub is full of people, mainly Hogwarts students, who are enjoying the freedom of this afternoon. But there are also many Magic Circle people that Harry rarely sees elsewhere. It is worth mentioning that they saw Marks in the corner. At this point, he was chatting with the Ministry of Magic Fudge casually, holding a large cup of butterbeer in his hand. Don't care, you've done it all, then wait. Marks raised his cup toward Fudge and said calmly, Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 169. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 169. Don't care, you've done it, then wait. Marks said to Fudge sitting across from him. But no one knows what he will do. Fudge said with the smallest voice he could achieve. I told you that it was too dangerous. I didn't say it. The next thing you need to do is wait. There is nothing you have to do. Marks took another butterbeer, which added, as long as you don't come out, he will never know you. What have you done, aren't you? Fudge struggled inside, and it took a while to decide. Okay, that's it. He spreadlessly spread his hand. I should go back. There are still a lot of things to deal with in the department. I can't spend all my time drinking. Marks shrugged said. Isn't this the life of your choice? Fudge smiled a bit. After he left a few silver coins on the table, he turned and hurried away. Seeing that Fudge was gone, Marks then took his butterbeer and walked over to a table of students at the door. Luna, I'm finished talking, where else do you want to go? The students at this table were all students of Ravenclaw House. When he spoke to Luna, a beautiful black-haired female child sitting on the edge of Luna was laughed at him. What did you talk to Fudge just now? God is mysterious. This graceful and generous oriental female child is called Autumn Jang. To be honest, as a female child, she is still very popular at Hogwarts. And her popularity, the appearance may account for a factor, but more because of her unique tenderness from the Eastern blood. Of course, I have to mention her other identity, seeker of the Ravenclaw Quidditch Academy. Such a beautiful young girl who is good at learning and good at sports, who would not like it? Okay. At this moment, there is one in front of her. Just talk about Azkaban, Marks said casually. You know, I just came out and can give advice to the Ministry of Magic. At least it would make it less likely to be escaped by prisoners. Oh, Autumn Jang snorted, whispered, okay. She actually has a lot of questions to ask Marks. After all, Marks's experience can be very, very special. However, not everyone has the courage to mention Azkaban. In fact, Marks deliberately talked about this matter. What he wanted was to let Ku Jang not continue to ask. He had to hurry and spend time with Luna, let him take a break for this opportunity, and then go back and continue to do what he can never do. Marks and Luna left the door together, and in the corner on the other side, Hermione was standing on an empty table with 2 cups of butterbeer, watching them out of the door. Hey, Hermione, butterbeer. Aside, Harry, still shrinking in the stealth cloak, whispered, and Hermione crammed a cup in his hand under the invisible cloak. and the butterbeer swaying directly into Harry's face. "Oh, shut up." Hermione interrupted Harry's whisper with a very boring tone. While she was thinking about it alone, she sipped her cup of butterbeer with a big mouthful. The sweet taste spurred her taste buds, but it didn't make her mood better. Poor Harry was once again ignored, and he couldn't understand how Hermione was getting angry again. After a while, a huge, unkempt head in the crowd appeared, which allowed Hermione's attention to be slightly distracted. Hagrid. She was strange. Harry wondered if he met Hagrid in the Three Broomsticks Inn. What could be strange about this? When he stood up cautiously, he found that Hagrid was pressing down and talking to Professor Moody. Hagrid had a large beer he used to drink, and Moody drank what he had in his hip flask. The beautiful boss mother, Mrs. Rosmeter, seemed to be dissatisfied with this. She squinted at Moody while packing the glass on the table next to her. She probably thought it was an insult to her hot mead, but Harry knew it wasn't. In their last defense against the dark arts class, Moody told everyone that he would rather prepare food and drinks at any time, because it would be too easy for the dark wizard to poison an unattended cup. However, Harry didn't very much agree with this neurotic habit. It would make him look very weird, just like Moody in front of him. Just as Harry looked at them, Hagrid and Moody stood up and left to leave. Harry waved his hand before he remembered that Hagrid could not see him, but Moody stopped, with only magic eyes, staring at the corner where Harry was. He patted Hagrid's lower back and whispered something to him, then turned back and walked toward Harry and Hermione's desk. "How are you, Hermione?" Hagrid asked loudly. "Fortunately." Hermione flattened her mouth. Moody limped from the table and leaned over. Harry thought he was looking at the notebook that Hermione had just taken out. He didn't expect him to whisper, "Invisibility cloak is awesome, Potter." Harry suddenly stunned. "Don't your eyes, I mean, can you?" "Yes, it can see through the invisibility cloak," Moody whispered. "Sometimes it works." His words didn't seem to be meaningful, but Harry apparently couldn't hear it. Hagrid also bowed his head and smiled at Harry. He must have been unable to see Harry, but apparently Moody told Hagrid that he was here. Hagrid leaned down and pretended to look at the notebook, and said with a low voice that only Harry could hear, "Harry, come to my hut at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night to come to me. Wearing invisibility cloak." After all, Hagrid straightened up, loudly said, "It's nice to meet you, Hermione." He blinked and then walked away with Moody. "Why did Hagrid ask me to go to him in the middle of the night?" Harry said with amazement. "Is it?" Hermione said, also appearing startled. "I really don't understand what he wants to do." "I don't know if you should go, Harry." She looked around uncomfortably and said, "If you don't get it, well, you might miss the time to meet Sirius." At 11:30 in the night, Harry, who pretended to go to bed early, put on invisibility cloak and hurried to Hagrid's hut. The venue was dark. Harry walked down the lawn towards the light from the Hagrid hut. As he passed by the huge carriage of Buttons, he saw that it was brightly lit and could even hear Madame Maxime talking in the carriage. "You are coming, Harry?" Hagrid heard the knock on the door and opened the door and looked at all around, whispering. "Yeah," Harry said, as he flashed into the hut and took invisibility cloak off his head. "Call me there." "Oh, Marx?" He was surprised to see that Marx was standing next to the table in Hagrid's cabin, and on the table in front of him was a pile of messy potion bottles. "Marx, are you here too? What are you doing?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "I?" Marx pointed to Harry behind him. "I am Hagrid's private image consultant today." "What consultant?" Harry snorted at once, and when he turned around, he saw the appearance of Hagrid by the light in the house. "Oh God! No, Merlin is on." He was shocked by this moment of Hagrid. Hagrid. "Is it you?" Heaven knows Marx did something to him. Hagrid's tangled, hard, wire-like hair is now softly draped over his shoulders, although it's still slightly rolled, but that look is deliberately made like this. And on Hagrid's body, it wasn't his only set of furry brown suits. Marx didn't know where to get a set of black wizard robes embroidered with gold rims. Wearing it, Hagrid seemed to be thinner than usual. Obviously, that makes him look at least 5 and 3 thicker. This Awesome. Harry squinted. I almost couldn't recognize it. I mean, put this around your neck and your armpits. Marks put down the bottle in his hand and picked up another bottle from the table, saying to Hagrid, never. There is only one drop per place. Did you hear it clearly? Just a drop. Hagrid took the potion bottle and carefully pulled the stopper. Suddenly, a fascinating and strange scent quickly filled the entire cottage. Both Hagrid and Harry were fascinated by the scent, and only Marks held his breath in advance, and there was no such thing as a byproduct of his own potion. He patted his hands hard and woke up Hagrid and Harry, and this signaled, hey, it will be very bad to use too much. But this will make you understand its role. This is a love potion? Hagrid asked subconsciously. Marks shook his head. No, it's just a very good smell. At best it's a scent of enjoyment. Marks squeezed his nose and gasped with his mouth. Then he urged, okay, hurry up and apply it. Remember, only one drop can be made in a place, for a total of 5 drops. When Hagrid got it, Marks took the bottle from the table back into the potion bag at his waist. Ready? Let's go, he said as he packed. Alright, Hagrid. What are you going to show me? Harry finally remembered his purpose. Follow me, don't say anything. Harry, cover your body with invisibility cloak. Hagrid said, we don't have teeth. It won't like it. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 170. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 170. Disillusionment is invisible. Marks took out wand and waved, and then gradually blurred in Harry's gaze, blending in with the surrounding environment and disappearing in front of him. Well, Harry blinked and just wanted to ask what the curse was, but suddenly he thought of something like it. Hagrid, you listen to me. I can't stay for a long time. I have to go back to the castle at 1 o'clock. But Hagrid didn't listen. He opened the door of the hut and strode into the darkness. Harry hurried up, and he was surprised to find that Hagrid was leading him towards the carriage of Buttons. Hagrid, what are you? Hey! Hagrid said, then knocked 3 times on the door of the 2-crossed gold wand. Madame Maxime opened the door. Her broad shoulders were surrounded by a silk shawl. When she saw Hagrid, her face was suddenly overwhelmed with surprise expression. Under the influence of Marks's special perfume, her eyes were blurred. Oh, are you, Mr. Hagrid? Good evening. Hagrid looked at her with a smile, and held out a hand to help her walk down the golden steps. Madame Maxime turned back to close the carriage door. Hagrid handed her arm to the two, and they walked around the edge of the temporary paddock, which was the winged giant horse of Madame Maxime. Harry was confused. He looked around, but he could find Marks. Helpless, he had to sprint to keep up with their pace. Is Hagrid going to show him Madame Maxime? He can see her at any time. Her big size is hard to ignore. Hagrid, where are you going to take me? Madame Maxime said suddenly with a joking tone. Oh, I want to take you to see a baby. Believe me, you will like it. Hagrid subconsciously licked his hand and said softly, they are big and strong, especially charming. But, don't tell anyone that I will show you, okay? You shouldn't know, is it? Madame Maxime's black and long eyelashes screamed, and she looked at Hagrid. Of course. Of course not. She thoughtfully nodded, and curiously asked, Hagrid, what perfume are you using? It smells really fascinating. Let me guess. Is it a new product of the Italian Paul Witch series? Hagrid heard this question and suddenly came to the spirit. Just now, Marks taught him a lot of useful words, including about it. Don't look at Madame Maxime's body is tall and different from ordinary people, but she is a very typical French woman. It also has an extraordinary obsession with clothing, perfume and cosmetics. In order to get her good feelings, it is naturally a convenient and effective choice to vote for it. Oh, in fact, you can take a touching name for it. Hagrid licked the hair that had become very supple and graceful. Because it was personally deployed by my private image consultant, there is currently no the official name. His movements seem a bit stiff. After all, he doesn't usually do this. Is this really okay? Madame Maxime exclaimed. "It's so wonderful to have a personal perfume brand. I have to think about it." Hagrid accompanied Madame Maxime in the moonlight, and the beauty made him forget the Harry behind him. They are still walking, and the two big legs are very big. Harry has to trotting behind and looking at the watch from time to time, and his heart is getting more and more anxious. Hagrid has a sloppy plan in his head, and this is likely to make him miss a meeting with Sirius. If they can't reach their destination soon, he is ready to turn back and return directly to the castle. Gradually, they have gone a long way around the edge of Forbidden Forest, and the castle and the lake are invisible. But at this moment, Harry heard what happened. Several men shouted in front of them, and then there was a deafening roar. Hagrid led Madame Maxime round a bush and stopped. Harry hurried to the past and stood with them. In that short moment, he thought he saw a few bonfires, and the men jumped around the fire. But then, he was surprised that the mouth opened wide. "That is dragon. A lot of dragon." Harry counted, and there were 8 adult-looking dragons that were very fierce. They were locked in a field surrounded by planks. They stood on their hind legs and screamed and snorted. A group of flames spewed from their open fangs and shot into the dark night sky. Their necks were high and their mouths were nearly 50 feet above the ground. There are at least 60 wizards on the field, and every 7 or 8 are responsible for dealing with a dragon. They chained and tried to subdue the 8 dragons, which were connected to the thick belts of the dragon's legs and the dragon's neck. Just next to Harry, who had been stunned by the scene, Marks, who was also invisible, looked at them calmly. "Dumbledore is a bit of a fight this time. 8 dragons, this scene will never be small," he secretly wondered. "Next, look at what Voldemort will do." At this time, the wizards tried their best to hold the chain in their hands. "When you stay there, Hagrid," shouted a wizard near the fence, clutching the chain in his hand. "They can spray 20 feet away, you know. I saw this tree be sprayed over 40 feet. It's beautiful," Hagrid said softly. "It's useless to pull it, it's too powerful." Another wizard shouted, "Look at stunning spell, count to 3, read together." So, each of the dragon trainers took out their own wand. "Stupefy." They shouted in unison, and stunning spell shot like a rocket into the dark night sky, and the rising Mars fell like a shower on the thick skin of the 8 dragons. Suddenly, the dragons stood swaying on their hind legs, and their mouths were wide open, making a silent roar. The flame in the nostrils suddenly went out, but still braved the azure smoke. Then they fell down very slowly. Dragon crashed to the ground and shook the trees behind him. It is conceivable that these big guys must have several tons of weight. The dragon trainer put down the wand and went to the dragon that fell to the ground. Each dragon is like a hill. They hurriedly clenched the chains, tied them firmly to the iron pillars, and used wands to nail the iron pillars deep into the ground. "Would you like to see it closer?" Hagrid couldn't keep his gentleman's demeanor anymore, and he was asking excitedly to Madame Maxime. The two of them went to the fence together, and Marks and Harry followed. The wizard who just warned Hagrid not to turn around turned around, and they recognized it immediately. It was a brother of Ron, Charlie Weasley. "How, Hagrid?" he gasped and came over, but he was immediately shocked by Hagrid. "Oh, Merlin's chin. What are you dressed up? What kind of species do you have here, Charlie?" Hagrid didn't care to answer this question. He stared at the black dragon closest to him, with a near-weary look in his eyes. The eyes of the black dragon are still slightly squinting, and even a faint yellow glow under the crumpled black eyelids can be seen. "This is the Hungarian horntail," Charlie introduced. "In fact, there are 2 common Welsh greens, 2 Swedish short snouts, 1 Chinese fireball, 2 Hungarian horntails, and 1 Ukrainian ironbelly." Charlie looked at all around, and Madame Maxime was walking along the field, watching the 8 stunned dragons. "I didn't expect you to bring her, Hagrid," Charlie said, frowning. "Champion shouldn't know what to face. She will definitely tell her students, isn't she?" "I just think she is willing to come and see." Hagrid shrugged, his eyes still staring at the giant dragon. "It's a romantic date, Hagrid," Charlie said, shook his head with helpless. "A total of 8. Hagrid said, "Every champion needs to deal with 2. Do you want them to fight with dragon? In fact, we don't know too well. Charlie shook his head. But it shouldn't be that the champion and the two dragons are fighting together. It's too dangerous. And it's absolutely impossible to win. He thought about it and asked again, "How is Harry?" "Fortunately." Hagrid still stared at the dragons, replied with a nightmare, "I really hope that he will still be safe after facing this danger." Charlie looked at the venue where the giant dragon was closed, and said with great enthusiasm, "I dare not tell Mom Harry what to do in the first task. Mother is already." He is flustered. Charlie mimicked his mother's anxious voice. "How can they let him participate in the hegemony? He is too young. I thought they would have nothing. I thought there would be age limit." I still remember that after the article about Harry on Daily Prophet was published, Mother was still excited and said, "Oh, little Harry has a little girlfriend, this is really moving." Hagrid only responded slyly. His attention was all sucked away by the dragons. Harry felt that he could not stay any longer. He believes that Hagrid's heart has been filled with the fascinating 8 dragons and Madame Maxime, and will not remember himself. So he turned quietly and began to return to the castle. At the other end, Marx is on the edge of the Chinese fireball's head. He looked at his face that looked like a lion, and didn't know what he was thinking. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 171. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 171. On the night of Hagrid's trip to Dragon, Harry waited late in the Gryffindor common room. However, he did not give up. He waited until the horizon of the east was bright, and Sirius did not appear. It seems that he finally missed the appointment time with Sirius. In fact, just a few minutes before he rushed to the common room, Sirius Black's face just disappeared from the fireplace, and for a few minutes, he had to wait for nearly a whole night. And it's Marx that leads to it all. If it wasn't for Marx to go to Hagrid as an image consultant, Harry might have come back for more than 10 minutes in the morning, and that time is just fine. It's worth mentioning that Harry didn't wait for Sirius Black, but instead waited for Ron. At that time, he wore a purple whirlpool pajamas and walked into the common room, slamming in front of Harry and looking around. "You don't sleep so late, what are you doing here?" Ron squinted. "What does this have to do with you?" Harry had been waiting for some impatience, and he shouted, "What are you doing here?" "I just worry." "Don't know you." Ron paused, shrugged. "Nothing. I went back to sleep." "You just want to sneak around and inquire, are you?" Harry muttered. "I'm sorry," Ron said, his face flushed. "I should understand that you don't want to be disturbed." "Well, I let go. You continue to quietly rehearse your next interview." "World's Savior, Hogwarts Champion." Harry grabbed a badge with the words Potter stinking from the table and threw it at the room. The badge hit Ron's forehead and bounced off. "Give you?" Harry said. "Give you nothing on your chest on Tuesday. If you are lucky, you can have a scar. This is what you want, isn't it? The badges that Malfoy doesn't know who to order. If you click it, it will become Cedric Diggory is the champion." Just in the evening, several students who supported Harry are trying to change it to support Harry's sentence. But obviously, that doesn't seem to be successful. At this point, Ron was watching his forehead silently. To be honest, Harry couldn't help but Ron slammed him into a punch. However, Ron just wore the thin pajamas and stood there for a little while, then brief remark and turned back to the bedroom. "The coward," Harry muttered angrily. After that, Harry had been waiting in the common room for dawn. It turns out that he was only wasting time. After thinking about it for a moment, he blamed Ron on it. Maybe Sirius didn't show up because Ron suddenly ran out and scared Sirius away. In fact, he also understands that even if it is really because of Ron, Ron will not know what he accidentally messed up. He understood that Ron was not intentional, but he didn't care about anything. At this moment, he felt that Ron's everything was so annoying, from head to toe, including the bare feet of his ankles under his sleep pants. Because Harry missed the time to meet with Sirius, it directly led him to not get away to deal with Dragon from his godfather. All day on Sunday, Harry and Hermione spent their spare time in the library. They took out every book related to the dragon that they could find. The two, like a needle in a haystack, began to search in a large book but did not find any valuable information. But in the afternoon, Harry met Moody very coincidentally in a corridor. "Well, Professor, I am going to herbology." "Don't care about that, Potter. Please." "Who is there?" Moody seemed to hear something, and he suddenly looked around, but did not find anything. In order not to let go of a chance, Moody even looked out the window of the corridor and looked out a few eyes. Harry looked at Moody with a sullen look and didn't know what to do. "Have him escaped?" "Please come with me, Potter." Harry followed him and looked worried, not knowing what would happen next. "This strange guy looks very keen. If Moody asks him how he found Dragon, what should he do?" But neither of them could find it. Just outside the corridor, a hummingbird was staying on the outer edge of the castle and on the brick edge above the window hole, closely monitoring the occurrence of this. When Harry followed Moody to his office, the hummingbird smashed his head and flew away with high speed, flapping his wings. Not long after, a silhouette appeared in the bush somewhere in the vestibule. "This guy is really hard to deal with," Marks whispered as he burrowed out of the bush. "I wanted to lead him. Who knows that he was almost discovered." As he said, he subconsciously looked back at the headmaster room of the castle. "But fortunately, he won't do anything harmful to Harry," he said to himself. "Now I can only hope that the plan will not be affected." When Harry came out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office, he rushed into the greenhouse. As he walked past Professor Sprout, he hurriedly said apologizing to her, then lowered his voice and said to Hermione, "Hermione, we need to help each other. Are we not always doing this?" Hermione replied quietly. She is trimming the shrubs, and her eyes are rounded on the trembled bushes, full of anxiety. Because it's not just Harry, she has to face the dangerous game. But until now, she has no confidence. After all, the enemy is a full 8 dragon. Even if it is spread over every champion, there are 2. "Hermione, we must master the Axio curse before tomorrow afternoon." Tomorrow is the day when the champions face the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Everything except Marks is terribly nervous, but only he is completely unfair, and he is screaming at him as usual. What to do for him. The Triwizard Tournament is only part of the plan. He does not need or cannot win the final victory. All he has to do is to maintain this bureau steadily to the final stage, and the rest are not the focus. At noon the next day, Professor Orson called him together and came to the open space where Dragon was the night before. At this moment, this open space is no longer empty. On the left-hand side, a purple-wood big dent is placed on the edge of the open space. You can see that there is a sign on the door of the tent with the words "Champion Rest." On the other side, it is on the original open space. A tall stone wall has been built. The wall stretched far out to the left and right, and it was faintly visible that there seemed to be a corner at the end. In the middle of the high wall, he also saw a dent, which may be the entrance behind. That's the entrance to Hermione Granger. "You're on the other side," Professor Orson said as he walked, and said to Marks, "Before the start of the game, each champion will go to their tent alone, waiting for the start of the order. The specific rules will be announced by Ludo Bagman in a while." Marks followed Professor Orson along the wall for a while, and he discovered that this was a square rock wall. "It's definitely Dumbledore's personal shot of the venue. That's so fast," Marks secretly speculated. When Marks saw the entrance to Durmstrang, he returned to Orson with the rest of the venue. At this time, Button's champion Fleur Delacour has arrived first. When Marks walked into the tent, Fleur was sitting on a low wooden bench in the corner. She was not as calm as usual, her face was very pale and she looked like a sick person. As for Mr. Bagman, he is still full of energy. When he saw Marks coming in, he also greeted him with enthusiasm. After a while, the voice of Professor McGonagall was faintly heard outside the tent, and her voice seemed to tremble. "When it's your turn, Potter, Granger. Mr. Bagman is also inside. He will tell you the steps." "I wish you good luck." "Thank you," Harry said in a monotonous, fluttering voice. Marks didn't hear Hermione's voice. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw a face that was paler than Fleur. "Hermione looks very bad and doesn't know if she can hold it for a while." "Is it with you?" Seeing Hermione, Marks had to get together and whispered, yes, with it, all 3 bottles are brought. Hermione was a little nervous. Harry, great. Bagman turned his head and looked at him, happily saying, and Miss Granger, come in, relax, just like in your own home. Bagman stood in the middle of the pale champion, like a big cartoon. He put on the old robe of the Wimborne Wasps. Well, everyone is here now, it's time to tell you about the situation. Bagman said happily. After waiting for the audience to sit down, I will pass this bag to each of you in turn. As he spoke, he raised a purple cloth bag and shook it at them. You have to pick out the scorpions that they are going to look for, and the area in which they are going. He pointed to a gorgeous gold-plated wooden box on the table next to him. Of course, don't hit the idea of this scorpion. It's just an empty scorpion. And the scorpion you are looking for can hide good things inside. Bagman looked around for another week and finally said, the game is going on at the same time. This is a multiplayer competition. Remember, if you find out who will be in danger, the rescue team will immediately help you, but that it will also mean that you will get the lowest score. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 172. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 172. For Ludo Middle. Bagman, there was no reaction at the place, because everyone already knew what they were going to face. Fleur was still sitting in the corner, with a look of greatness, and Harry and Hermione, the former constantly remembering what they heard in the moody office, the latter still complexion pale. As for Marks, he just looked at Harry and Hermione, silently expressionless. In a twinkling of an eye, I heard the sound of hundreds of feet walking through the tent. The owners of the feet were talking and laughing in excitement, but the atmosphere in the tent became more and more dignified. Then, waiting for the footsteps to calm down, Bagman untied the purple silk bag. The 2 ladies have priority. Men, please wait a moment, he said playfully, handing the bag to Fleur Delacour. She put a trembling hand into the bag and pulled out a very refined dice model that looked like Luna's favorite trinkets. Even more amazing is that this water blue dice model has been applied magic. At the moment, it was lying quietly in Fleur's palm, emitting a slightly transpiration of water vapor. And just on this cover, a small ancient runes is undergoing minor changes. This is like the Niven letter? Fleur whispered. At Hogwarts, the Ancient Runes study is an elective course in 3rd year, which is also true in Buxbaton's. She recognized the meaning of the letter at a glance. Lager stands for water. Is this telling me to go there with water? Fleur thought as he stood next to the station and let Hermione step forward to extract her nephew model. Marks on the side heard Fleur whispering, and he shook his head, but he gave it a slight moment. Lager also represents a woman's intuition, he secretly thought. This Veela half-blood's luck is not bad, because she can't think of anything wrong, at most it takes more time. At this point, Hermione has also drawn her model, which is a false tweezers. In the faintly discernible, a translucent letter such as Niven is printed in the center of the lid. Eow, you tree? When I saw the familiar magic letters, Hermione was much better at once. At least that little face was not as white. She subconsciously turned her head and habitually explained to Harry. But you have to pay attention. It symbolizes death or regeneration, I think. This is definitely helpful in finding it. Harry was nodded in a foggy place, and he didn't know if he didn't understand it. The next time is the men's time. Come on, Harry. Bagman handed the bag to Harry next to Hermione, indicating that he was smoking first. Oh. Can you? Harry glanced at Marks and saw him nodded before he reached in. But when he took out the nephew model belonging to him from the bag, he suddenly fell. There are only 1 letter on the cover of others, but he has 2. You know, Harry wasn't very familiar with the ancient runes. Who knows that he actually got a magic combination? Marks can't help but curl one's lip. I don't know if he is lucky or bad luck. The meaning of this magic combination is too clear. Eol stands for the horn of the elk, and it also represents the upwardly extending hand, which generally means the arrival of the kingdom of God, with the commanding height, while NVD means impoverished or difficult, superficially unfortunate. but dark refers to the challenge. If the person who got the scorpion is familiar with Newen, then the position of the scorpion is already ready. Mr. Lawn, the last model. Take it out with your own hands. Bagman looked so excited that he sang almost in an aria-like tone. Marks obviously didn't buy it very much. He waved his hand. Mr. Bagman, please do it for you. Oh, though, okay. He shrugged. In fact, I really want to try it for myself. He quickly reached into the bag and took out a nearly all-white model of the scorpion. On this model, there is a burst of coldness. Silently, when Marks saw this model, he couldn't help but frowned. This is not a good sign. He took it from Bagman and meditated. On this snowy white scorpion model, our letter is that stands for ice. In the shallow sense of this character, it symbolizes the graceful and refined deception, which seems to be helpful, but in reality it is an obstacle. And in the deeper sense of the letter, it also represents the possibility of a delay in the plan. This may be the last thing Marks wants to see. Well, you all got it, Bagman said. You all got the look of the dice that you are going to search. Where are they going? The answer of course is to look for the model in your hands. Well, I am going to leave you for now, because I have to explain to the audience. Everyone is waiting for their tent entrance. When you hear the whistle, everyone walks into the venue. Do you know? When he finished, he suddenly added, so, Harry, can I say a few words to you? It is here. It seems that without anyone else worrying, Bagman is going to give Harry a little bit of good news. Marks, who took the lead out of the tent, looked back and then walked slowly to the tent entrance on the other side of the court. I could hear it along the way, and I couldn't help but scream at the top of the high wall. The audience was clearly there. And when Marks walked into the tent entrance that belonged to him, Bagman had already said more than half of his prepared speech. No way. His entrance is the farthest from the rest, and he has to walk a full circle around the wall. Not long after, the sharp voice of the magic whistle broke the audience's noisy cheers and announced the official start of the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. As he opened the curtain through the aisle and came to the real playing field, there were several Mullfoot stadiums, and the multiplayer arena immediately reflected in Marks's eyes. It is a complex terrain created by man. In the towering walls of all around, there are high and low rocky mountains, rivers, and even a dense evergreen forest. And at the very center of the site, a steep mountain that is higher than the wall stands there. It can be seen that the peak even has ice and snow condensation, which is illusory, mysterious and wonderful in the clouds that are obviously made by magic. That was obviously where Harry was going, and it was the same place that confuses Marks. At the various locations of the venue, 8 dragons or Volkswagen sleep, or soar in the sky, and from time to time will also spray a series of flames to the audience on the wall. Although the flame will always be easily blocked by a layer of faintly discernible magic film, the audience will still be scared to lean back. Marks didn't rush to find the scorpion he had drawn. He randomly chose a stone and controlled it with the levitation charm to fly to the sky. Seeing what he looks like, he seems to be looking for something. Suddenly, the audience made a groan, and then Marks saw Harry. He really summoned his broomstick with Axio, and flexibly circumvented the dragon of a Hungarian horntail, flew straight toward the center of the field. As for Hermione, it stands to reason that she should be in the woods. Although the piece of wood was under Marks, he did not see the silhouette of Hermione. Instead, Fleur's position has been found by Marks, who is now carefully squatting on the shore of a small river, while avoiding dragon, carefully looking for the scorpion that belongs to her. Found it. Marks's gaze moved forward again. This time, he finally nodded. He was looking for the Chinese fireball that he had been paying attention to that night. It was also known as the dragon lion, the fire-red dragon's scales faintly glittering with some golden spots. It is a female dragon lion. When Marks saw it, it was lazily squatting on a meadow, and it seemed to be still screaming. Since boss has been found, go find the treasure chest, Marks whispered and began to patrol around. However, his little bug hanging in the air seems to have caught the attention of some big guy. Like the black dragon chasing Harry, It is also a strong and ferocious Hungarian tree beak. Dark scales and yellow eyes, as well as bronze-sharp corners, are a dangerous breed that is aggressive. Marx is too lazy to entangle with this skinny, thick and fierce lizard. Even if he kills it, the dragon farm will not give him half a scale. Why should he spend that effort? Marx waved a hand, and a grey mist burst open, hiding his figure. When the fog dissipated with the wind, he had disappeared into the sight of Black Dragon. The hint is ice, but that means deception. Plus the ice is only the central peak. When he thought about it a little, he immediately rushed to the northwest corner. The scorpion he was looking for should have been hidden in the rocky rock. There is a corner, and it is the lowest position in the whole field. There is also a faint swell of heat, and the fire in the crack of the rock is looming. All indications are that it is a terrain that is diametrically opposed to the peak snow. When he came to this rocky ground, a thick sulfur breath assaults the senses. The surrounding temperature is clearly in sharp contrast with other places. It's good to get a hot spring on the island of Rowena in the future. Marx touched his chin and said to himself as thoughtfully, Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 173. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 173. The situation on Harry was a bit worse than the ease of Marx. First, there must be one thing to understand. Most of dragons like heights. And Harry's goal is the highest point of the entire venue. Around the mountain, at least 3 dragons are circling constantly. Although Harry's level of broomstick is getting higher and higher, it is also a crisis. A dragon spurts the flames behind him, and he can't catch up with it. There are 2 dragons at the height and hovering like a tiger watching his prey. Wouldn't it be that I am both unfortunate and challenged that Harry has drawn? I saw his legs clenched around the broomstick and lowered his body shape at high speed, but the speed did not mention the fastest. Because, under the chase of the dragon behind him, he must evade every flame in time. In which case flexibility and speed are obviously equally important. The wizard robe hunted in the wind, and black hair followed Feng Fei Yang, revealing the iconic lightning scar on Harry's forehead. The audience is eagerly watching Harry. After all, in all the champions of the audience, Harry is the most exciting and most stressful. Every time Harry rolled and turned, everyone couldn't help but make a burst of exclamation. On several occasions, Harry's horns were rubbed by the flames, almost a dangerous situation. But Harry would always escape in a thrilling moment at the most critical moments. He bit his teeth and watched all the movements around him. He is indeed a true Gryffindor, heroic, fearless, and adventurous. Once faced with danger, he will forget all the tension and uneasiness and grow up in his experience. It's really a new generation of Lion King of Gryffindor, and there's no paddle for rowing. At this moment, the vast majority of the audience focused on Harry and Dragon. Only a handful of people inadvertently caught sight of it. Marx had secretly arrived at a small piece of wood under the central peak. And just in the open space in front of the woods, Hermione was hiding in the shadow of a giant rock, staring worriedly at the high-altitude friend Harry. Although Marx still doesn't know why Hermione has been staring at Harry all the time, in the general direction, he has a little clear comprehension. He subconsciously glanced at the direction of the dragon lion, secretly said in one's heart, this time Dumbledore's movements are very fast. It seems that the plan will officially begin. Just as Marx thought for a moment, the audience suddenly burst into a clutter of shouts, pulling him back from the heavy-heart reality. He immediately controlled the levitation charm and came to the air. The sight of it should be by rights to the position of the dragon and lion. It is gone. The lawn was empty at the moment. Only the rest of the grass that had been flattened proved that there was indeed a giant behemoth enjoying a sweet nap time here. Where did it go? The Marx pedals flew up and the line of sight moved rapidly. And soon the lion with the conspicuous fire-red scales was glimpsed. At the same time, the scream of a young girl came to Marx's ear. That should be Fleur's scream, of course. It can only be her, because another female child is still in the direction behind Marx. If it's other dragon, Marx is too lazy to manage. If the Veela half-blood is in danger, the rescue team will arrive immediately. But if the dragon lion suddenly broke out, the meaning would be completely different. At this point, Marcus smashed down on the stone and leaned forward to maintain a more stable balance while speeding up. Not long after, he saw Fleur running desperately, just behind her. The dragon lion is opening the dragon wing, almost gliding against the ground, the lion-like dragon smashing. The mouth smog. The mouth faintly brings out a few traces of Mars. The distance between it and Fleur is rapidly shrinking, and the latter will soon be hit. Marx noticed that the dragon lion's eyes had been occupied by a strange black, and two long blacks were dragged out in the air. He is so familiar with this kind of black gas. Voldemort has indeed started to work. Your Majesty, Marx shouted at Fleur, who was running, and then stopped paying attention to whether she had done it. He took out wand as a series of red flares prejudged the direction of the dragon lion's flight. The string of fires accurately hit the dragon in lion's strong body. Although it interrupted its intention to spurt the dragon, it only let it roar and flew a little distance. When it flapped its wings and maintained a balance, it roared and changed the object of the attack, moving towards Marx and rushing over. It's just a normal silent stunning spell, and of course it won't hurt a dragon. What's more, this dragon is obviously unusual. The purpose of Marx is here. What he wants is to attract the attention of the other party. As he saw the dragon lion rushing toward him, he immediately turned around and fled back. The destination was the location of the mountain. Harry and Hermione in the middle of the field. Closer. Marx is about to catch up with the dragon lion behind him. Just then, a mist of fog exploded at the tip of Marx, and it continued to spread in the air. The dragon lion, constantly chasing, plunged into the grey mist with impunity. The huge dragon wing stirred the fog and quickly rushed out from the other side. Marx has disappeared. If the dragon and lion were madly making a raging dragon, they naturally locked their eyes on Harry in the air. Roar! Its power seemed to be incomparably huge, and it hit the Hungarian horntail that had been trailing Harry, then took a dragon wing and accelerated to catch up with Harry. Now, the vast majority of the audience have already found out the anomaly of this dragon and lion. They look at Harry in the air anxiously, and even forget their eyes. But in the middle of the high wall as the auditorium, Dumbledore just calmly looked at what was happening in front of him. He even ignored Professor McGonagall's constant persuasion, with brilliant rays of light in his eyes. In the faint, a seemingly unpredictable look quietly emerged on Dumbledore's wrinkled face, and his gaze was actually on Hermione at the foot of the mountain. It was the moment Dumbledore slammed into Hermione, and Harry, who was trying to avoid the dragon lion chasing, suddenly slammed the broomstick to the lower left and swung down and swooped toward Hermione at a very fast speed. Sorting Hat Accio. Hermione rushed out from the shadow behind the rock, and wand. The prepared Accio curse was accurately read. The Accio spell summon item takes time, but from Hogwarts Castle to here, it can take up to a few seconds. Just as Harry swooped down quickly, a strange scream from far and near flew all the way out to Hermione. Damn. It must have been more than 200 years. I must have been flying this way for more than 200 years. I blame those fools who call themselves calling the night, and they have nothing to invent a coup curse. Times. Also let Hat live. Damn, this is another fool egg. Along with a series of roars, a patched, dirty old-fashioned wizard hat crossed a beautiful arc in the air and landed exactly in Hermione's hands. What's the matter? It's you. The pleats on the apex of Sorting Hat shouted and yelled. I think. Hermione Granger, yes. Oh. What are you doing? It hadn't finished talking yet, and Hermione reached into her hat. Hey, I said. What are you looking for? Sorting Hat screamed. Don't smash inside, itchy. Gryffindor sword. Hermione looked up and rushed to Harry in front of her, anxiously shouting. Is it early? Sorting Hat's voice did not fall. Hermione suddenly felt a hard touch in her hand. She hurriedly held it, and then slammed out. Suddenly, under the sunlight, a cold light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. The delicate sword is as clean as a mirror, and a scarlet red gem shines at the end of the hilt. Gwewa. The fine carving of the handshake is very luxurious. but Hermione didn't even look at it. She threw Sorting Hat aside and used her double-handed sword to force her body to go up. Harry, catch it. The sword is spinning in the air, and the cold sword light flickers with the rotation of the blade, and people can't help but want to take a few more eyes. At the same time, Harry slammed the broomstick. Before he caught the Gryffindor sword, he had to stop himself, or the consequences of rushing straight to the ground would undoubtedly become a fresh flesh. The dive emergency stop is an action that every Quidditch seeker can practice, but no one has ever tried to dive at such a high altitude and full speed, and Harry certainly has not tried it. But he understands that if you don't want to get hurt, you have to stay at the braking distance. It's a little bit worse. Harry, who had just swooped down at low altitude, stretched out his right hand straight ahead. His height from the ground is already low enough, but the lateral distance is a few inches. Seeing that the finger has touched the hilt of the Gryffindor sword, but this means that he has not caught the sword. And just above Harry's head, the head has lost the distance between the sensible dragon lion and him, but not enough for him to try again. Just as Harry was almost anxious to scream, somehow, the hilt was so traversed into his hand that it was empty. He took it. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 174. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 174. The sword is already in hand. What else is there? Harry swiped the broomstick again, and turned back to the sky, and the Gryffindor sword in his hand shone with brilliance in the sunlight. The dragon lion was in front of her eyes, and the huge body covered Harry's gaze. At this time, in his eyes, except for the red dragon scales, nothing has been seen. At this moment, Harry played his seeker innate talent to the extreme. Under his control, the broomstick is like alive, carrying its owner around the dragon and lion's bite, almost rubbing the dragon's scales under his neck. Harry's eyes were sharp and his eyes flicked his sword in his hand. The sharp blade was not a sharp formidable power in his hand. For a moment, the scales on the neck of the dragon lion were like butter, and the Gryffindor sword easily broke the defense, and even the neck was cut a little. In the next second, the warm dragon blood is sprayed out like no money. Bang! The dragon lion's body lost its strength, and it fell heavily on the ground with the inertia of the dive, plowing the ground out of a deep gully. The audience was boiling, and a small number of people were slightly uncomfortable with this scene, but most people were cheering for Harry's heroic fearless. A real dragon slaughter was born. Although there is no wizard to pursue the dragon slaughter, dragon has long been one of the magical creatures of the wizards, but the power of dragon is still recognized in the world. However, everything does not seem to end there. I don't know what happened to Harry. In the laughter of the audience, he made an act that everyone did not expect. Drink. Harry's eyes were red, and he screamed, turning the dragon and lion on the ground again. Sword light under the flash, only the clicker light sound was heard, and the dragon's head was completely cut off. The hot dragon's blood continually flows from the flat fracture, and the bright red horrible to see spreads quickly. But Harry still didn't seem to stop. He carried the Gryffindor sword and kept waving, falling, and waving again. The dragon's blood splashed again, and it was inevitably spilled on his face and body. The audience's boiling blood and the dripping dragon's blood cooled together. Everyone looked at Harry in the field, all stupid. What happened to him? Just as everyone was surprised and confused, a red beam of light came from Harry's side and knocked him down easily. The Gryffindor sword in his hand flew away, and then was slanted into the ground. It can be seen that even if there are many of the dragon's blood splashing around, the sword's sword body is not contaminated with a star and a half, and the light is as clean as new. Harry, What happened? When the dragon lion landed, Marx had already pulled Hermione to her side, eliminating the tragic ending of her being crushed into a patties by the huge body. I also want to know what happened. Marx took the wand back into the sleeve and frowned and walked over there. When passing through Sorting Hat, he picked it up. Do you know what is going on? Marx asked casually. Finally someone thinks of Hat. Poor Hat on the ground is enough to stay. Oh, you are Marx McLawn. I remember you. Yes, remember very clearly. Sorting Hat yelled, You have seen that only. Is it a stupid bird? First answer my question. Marks yelled at Hat and asked again, what happened just now? Don't shake. Don't shake. Sorting Hat hurriedly. Just, you mean that? Harry Potter? Yeah, I don't know too well, but what? But I have seen some similar scenes. Sorting Hat seems to be remembering. I remember, it was when Godric and Salazar were still in the castle. You probably know that they always like to fight, so big, it's like a child. Goaded, it's not good to wear hat, he always hangs me on the back, dangling when walking. Said the point. Marks couldn't help but lick the hat and interrupted it. Okay, this is not going to be important. One day, the snake that Salazar raised was taken by Godric to let Helga stew. As a result, the two of them started again. But that time is different from usual. Godric it's gone for a dozen, and it's heavy. Salazar is also tempered, and the two guys broke the ceiling of the castle hall. It's been until Rowena comes over and I don't know what it's like to separate the two. Marks listened carefully, but Sorting Hat stopped halfway. Next, he noticed that Harry had climbed up in a dizzy manner, and the rescue team that had been dispatched had also hugged Harry, and he turned his attention back to Sorting Hat. Next, nothing. Didn't I just say it? I am not very clear. Hey, don't shake it. Marks didn't pay any attention to Sorting Hat. He glanced at Harry far away, and then quickly walked towards the Gryffindor sword, which was slanted into the ground, and walked quickly. However, when he took the hilt and tried to pull it out, the sword was completely motionless. Is this stuff really a stone sword? Marks snorted. Stone in the sword? Of course not. Sorting Hat exclaimed exaggeratedly. How can a silly sword compare to this sword? This is, what is it? Marks saw it halfway and didn't say anything, habitually groaning again. Don't shake it. Don't shake it anymore. I can't say it anymore. Sorting Hat screamed. Remember what I said when I gave you a separate house? This sword is destined to have nothing to do with you. All right. Marks shook his head and threw Sorting Hat away. In the big scream of Hat, it fell in the hands of Hermione, who just came to this side. In the rude aspect, you have a fight with Godric. Sorting Hat pulled the scorpion loudly said, remember, you always know when you know it. When you ask the stupid bird yourself. Since Harry was beaten down by Marks just now, his status seems to have returned. At this point, he was looking at Dragon's body in a complicated look, and his heart was already in a mess. These plans today seem to be wonderful, but they are all scheduled for others. Harry didn't have much joy for himself to actually kill a dragon. On the contrary, for the last 10 seconds of madness, he himself remembered very clearly. He can even recall clearly that when he raised his sword and slashed dragon, he was almost full of obsessive thoughts. The feeling was so refreshing, and even now he still remembered the urge to rehold the hilt, but the feeling of not being able to feel himself also made him feel a strong uneasiness. Just around the dazed Harry, the rescue team did not have a go with him. They came here not because of Harry, but to drag the body of the dragon lion in front of him. Under Bagman's inquiry, all members of the referee group agreed that the game will continue normally. In the following time, Hermione came forward and said a few words to Harry. Harry seemed to be a little better. He stepped onto the broomstick and flew toward the summit again. Hermione easily pulled the Gryffindor sword back and sent it back to the hole under Sorting Hat. Then she hurried to a distant yew-wood forest. The magic hourglass that timed the game was still leaking sand. When the last sand was quietly settled, the first task of the Triwizard Tournament was finally over. Well, let's see you. Still a lady's priority. Bagman said in a loud voice, Campion Fleur Middle. Miss Delacour of the Buxbotons Academy of Magic. She only spent about 8/8 of the hourglass to find the nephew that belongs to her. The teachers and students of Buxbotons immediately applauded neatly, and they were all happy with Fleur. In fact, just after Marks took the dragon lion away, Fleur ran along the river, and whoever knew it was found by her. Then is the champion Hermione Middle. Miss Granger of the Hogwarts Magic School. She used it for a little longer, but she did a good job. 5/5 of the hourglass. Hogwarts students are also struggling to get up, although the snakes are mostly perfunctory, but the number advantage still exists, and the applause is much warmer than the buttons. It's also the champion of the Hogwarts Magic School, Harry Potter. Bagman paused, screaming, just only half of the hourglass. The last is the champion of Durmstrang House, Marks McLawn. On a sixth of the hourglass. Everyone didn't get it wrong. He only spent on a 16th of an hourglass. To be honest, the grotesque stone that Marks's nephew is in is not very clear to everyone. In addition, Marks deliberately hid the possession, and most people did not notice that he had already taken the dice. Of course, everyone has to pay attention. Mr. Bagman said again, it's not just time to decide on the score. The referee group will also discuss their scores based on the performance of each champion. Now, please ask the champions to go to the emergency tent to check their physical condition. By the way, the referee group has carefully considered the scores of everyone, presumably. Bagman continued, and the 4 champions walked under the leadership of Madame Pomfrey to the emergency tent outside the wall. But when they stayed in the tent for a long time, Harry saw them and Ron walked in with heavy steps. His face was white and scary, standing in the tent and staring at Harry as if he was watching a ghost. Harry. You. Okay. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 175. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 175. Harry. You. Okay. Ron stood at the door, staring at Harry, his face as pale as the newly painted wall. What do you think? Harry said coldly. Ron lowered his head with his mouth open, and the face hidden in the shadow flashed a bit of struggle. Then he raised his head again, and looked at Harry and Hermione. The troubles that had been temporarily depressed because of the fear of Harry were again commotion. Yes, sorry. Through today's business, I found out that something really happened to me. Misunderstood you. He suddenly followed angrily, but his expression was fixed on his face, and the words in his mouth seemed to be blocked by emotions. It seems that some things are not so easy to open. If you want to say something, you will say it. You will always be in your heart, and others will never know. Marks, who has been silent, said this. Ron, who was unwilling to hear this, immediately looked at Marks in horror. What? No, I. He almost couldn't speak up nervously. I don't. You. No, you can't know what I'm thinking. Harry's original cold expression was also confused by Ron's sudden panic. The same was true of Hermione, who stood on one side and stopped talking. You always have misunderstandings about others. I think you are already very clear. Marks spread his hand. If there is something in the heart, it doesn't explain it. Others will misunderstand you, isn't it? Ron looked at Marks with a sly look, and sneaked a peek at Hermione, swallowing and saying, but I can't say it. Then you just acknowledge that something is in your heart? Marks calmly said. Ron was forced to be speechless by him, and his face was filled with regret. Cheat. He was loudly shouted. Not far away, Fleur Delacour quietly observed the situation here, and it seems that she is very interested in these gossips. Marks looked at Ron and said seriously, everyone has a few secrets that belong to them. We can all understand this. But if you are angry with others because of your secret, he added a tone, Ron, I believe you don't want to lose every true friend, right? Ron bit his teeth and clenched his fists, and the color of struggle was unmistakable. Hermione stood nervously. She looked at this and looked at it. You are the least qualified to tell me this, he muttered in a low voice, then jerked his head. Harry, sorry. Harry knew that Ron would apologize to him, and he suddenly found himself not needing to hear him apologize. We are still friends, he said, and Ron hadn't said anything yet. He said quickly, forget about it. No, Ron said. I shouldn't forget about it, Harry said. Ron grinned and smiled at him, and Harry smiled at him. At this time, Hermione suddenly cried. What can be crying? Harry felt inexplicable and said to her, you two are stupid. She was loudly shouted, and she slammed her feet on the ground with tears on her chest. Then, without waiting for them to stop, she gave each of them a hug, and then they hugged Marx, who was sitting on the side. When Hermione held all three of them, she turned and ran out of the emergency tent. There was a faint movement from the outside, not knowing whether it was crying or laughing, and gradually drifted away as Hermione left. They are both a second. When they come to me, they become 3 seconds. Marx's mouth was slightly pumped, and he was whispered in his heart. It seems like you are unknowingly ignoring. She's crazy. Ron glanced at Marx subconsciously, shaking his head again. Harry, Marx, let's go. They're going to give you a score. Harry took the dice and the broomstick and felt very happy. He didn't believe that he had such a good mood an hour ago. They bowed out of the tent. Ron followed, and talked like a cannon. The silence of this time seemed to ruin him. Harry, your performance is the best. You are not as powerful as you. You actually killed a dragon. But, at the end, what happened to you? It seems that something is really wrong. Right? Talk about this. And Marx, what happened to you? Why did you enter Azkaban? Is it really framed by the Ministry of Magic? And, at the World Cup final, you and those people. That's really terrifying. I heard everyone sneaking about it, but no one can say it clearly. Do you mean those Death Eaters? Marx shook his head, meaning meaningful. This is not something you should know. All you need to do is trust your good friend, nothing more. Oh, well, I always believe in you, since that time, isn't it? Ron shrugged. I said good friend is not referring to myself, but to the one around you. Marx casually said, I think, your good friend should have something to tell you. Of course, here is obviously not a conversation. A good place. Do you know? Harry was surprised. You know, I and Hermione know that soon. I don't know. Marx squeezed a mysterious smile toward Harry, and he continued, I don't want to know. At this time, they have come to the edge of the field. The dragons in the field have been taken away. They can see where the 5 referees sit, right on the right, sitting in the Ray's golden chair. Everyone's highest score can't exceed 10. Ron couldn't help but say. They saw that Hermione had been waiting for them on the field. Her eyes looked a bit red, but the mental head was significantly more than the original. The referee gave the 4 champions the highest scores they thought were the most accurate. When the scores were summed up, the audience gave them a warm applause, thanking them for bringing such a wonderful game to everyone. In terms of the final total score, except for Hermione who only got 34 points, the other 3 scores are not much worse. Fleur isn't 38 score, where only one after another 9 points are given by Madame Maxime. Marx is 40 points, quickly finding the dice to make up for his low performance, and Harry is 43 points. And Dragon's wonderful fight for Mr. Bagman decisively gave intense score, which made him steadily ranked first. Harry and Ron talked and went back to the tent at the rest with everyone. It can be seen that Ron, who has thrown away the gloomy heart, has returned to the normal appearance and has been talking eagerly. Everyone did a good job. Luda Bagman said, and he jumped into the tent briskly, a happy look, as if he had slaughtered a dragon. Well, I only have a few words to say. The second task will start at 9:30 a.m. on 2/24 next year. Before that, you can rest for a long time. However, we have to leave some questions for you to consider. Yes, the secret is hidden in the blind. You must find a way to open it, that will tell you what the second task is. You can be prepared. Finally, he loudly said, I know it, no problem. Well, let's go. That night, Harry, Ron, and Hermione went to the owl shack to find a school-owned owl. Harry wanted to send a letter to Sirius, telling him that he had killed a dragon with his own hands. The letter was much longer and heavier than usual. Harry couldn't help but describe to Sirius how he and several dragons were going through each other, how to move around, how to hold the left, how to hold the Gryffindor or sword cut the neck of dragon. Of course, by the way, you have to ask Black. Maybe he will know why he is. After they watched the owl disappear into the night sky, Ron hurriedly urged, well, Harry, we better go downstairs to attend the surprise party for you. Fred and George must have stolen a lot of delicious food from the kitchen. It's up. Sure enough, When they walked into the Gryffindor common room, there was another burst of cheers and embarrassment. There are hill-like cakes on the tables and chairs, as well as a pot of pumpkin juice and butter beer. Lee Jordan put out some hard fireworks, and many stars and sparks flashed in the air. Dean Thomas, who is good at painting, hangs several striking new banners, most of which are painted by Harry on a broom and a sword to kill dragon, but there are also 2 pictures of Hermione throwing the sword into the air. Harry also called Marks, but Marks just waved his hand and left alone. He has been trying to deal with the basilisk horn recently. This stuff looks very small on the huge basilisk head, but when it is held in the hands, it looks very big. Although he has seen it in the literature, Salazar Slytherin used it to do wand core. He can do it specifically, but he has no clue. Basilisk's horn is solid, and there are no internal nerves. I can't see how it should be handled. But since Salazar has done it, there is always a way, but he hasn't thought of it yet. As for the scorpion that was obtained in the first task, he didn't even look at it. He took it back and placed it directly on the bedside cabinet. The second task will start after 3 months. And the time can be more. In December, Hogwarts brought gusts of wind and rain and snow. The temperature is getting lower and lower, and the wonderful scenes in the first task make all the students who are relished forget the cold. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 176. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 176. The streets of London are always wet, and it is not even a flat road. Water can be seen everywhere. The road people come and go in a hurry, and most people are habitually holding an umbrella. Living in this rainy year, always need to be guarded, isn't it? This year's London is generally cold. Maybe this time the mole living in London can live a silver-clad Christmas. Marks wore a thick wool coat and slid a black umbrella like other moles, calmly rushing forward. Most of the roadside shops have already been beaten. It seems that when people have been busy for a whole year and now need to rest, these stores are not able to make money. Everyone is waiting for Christmas. Everything in the magic circle is not in the world of the moles. It is always so harmonious and quiet. Suddenly, Marks, who had been walking forward, turned a corner and came to an older-style residential area. The environment here is significantly darker than the streets outside. The old walls are covered with Boston ivy, and there are large swaths of moist moss in the corners. As Marks passed by a dark alley, there were vaguely visible mice that flew into the gutters that can be seen everywhere in London. He did not hesitate, and kept walking forward under his feet, leaving behind one old house after another. Soon, he stopped in front of the apartment in the 3-layer building. Year-round rainfall has made the house a bit black, making everything look dirty, and the old house is even more so. The door to the apartment is open, and the large, lacquered wooden door is being eroded and rotted a little bit by the rain, giving out a strange smell that is not surprising. Marks lifted his leg and went inside the door. There is a guard room on the right side of the entrance door, but it is clear that there has been no door guard for a long time. There is an empty piece inside. Only a broken wooden chair stays alone behind the reception window. Marks just glanced glancidly and walked up the stairs to the front. When he went all the way to the 3rd floor and was walking towards the dimly lit corridor, a door opened. "Oh, it's a new face, child. Are you here to see the house?" From the back of the door came a dry old man who pushed the eyes on his nose, but still looked at Marks with a squint. "It's not bad here. The landlord is very polite. It's always loved. It's getting older. I always want to talk more when I can talk, isn't it?" Marks shook his head and said, "Uncle, I came to see a friend of mine. She lived here, not long after moving." "Is it?" The little old man thought for a moment. "Hey, is that the little girl named Werther? It looks pretty, and the heart is good. That is, the days are very poor." Marks calmly said, "This is the life she chose." After all, he said goodbye to the old man, moving toward the corridor and going deeper. Our choice is good. People have a chance to choose several times in this life. Behind him, there was a faint sing of Little Old Man. Dong dong. Not long after, Marx came to the door of the 306 room, and he slammed the dilapidated wooden door that was not much better than the apartment door downstairs. Who? A crisp, sweet voice rang from behind the door, vaguely still with a trace of sleep. "It's me, McLawn." "It's not too late, get up soon, senior sister." Marx responded with a relaxed tone. Suddenly, there was a silence in the room, and then he heard a rush of footsteps. As the creak rang, the wooden door was pulled open from the inside, and a sweet breath moved towards the Marx standing at the door. "Yeah?" Peng. Another cry out in surprise. The wooden door was closed again. Marx looked a bit more complicated and tried to erase the picture he had just seen from the memory. He looked subconsciously into the hallway, but saw that little old man just pointed at him, nodded, and he went in the direction of the stairs. Who would have thought of a beautiful woman who had grown up? Would it be so careless, actually wearing a loose pajamas? He rushed to open the door for him. "I can't help it." "No, it's hard to prevent." Marx helpless licked his forehead. After a while, the door was opened again, and the well-dressed Charlotte finally officially appeared in front of Marx. "Little Junior. Just. Didn't you see anything?" Charlotte still had a slight flushed red on his cheek, but on the surface it was obviously not convinced. "If you see something you shouldn't see, I will see you lost my memory." She raised her white fist and threatened her. "You cover the room so black. What can I see?" "What happened just now?" "The door is open and closed." Marx was naturally confused with her. "I want you to control." "I will try to close the door." Charlotte hired a slogan. Standing there, what to do? "Coming, Pa." Marx walked past her, and a routine slap in the face was solidly photographed on his back. "Senior sister, can't this habit change?" he said as he casually looked at the environment in the room, only to find that there was nothing wrong with it. Apart from a small round table and a chair, there is only one closet and one bed. On the south-facing wall, the curtains were pulled tightly, and a ray of light could not penetrate. Throughout the room, the antique oil lamp that did not know where it came from was shining with a faint fire. "Habit is a habit, can't change. If you don't want to find a way to let yourself go," Charlotte said, and slipped back to Marx. "Well, I am willing to." Marx continued to nod. "Senior sister, what is it doing in the room? The air outside is so hot, it's a little bit more to get in." "It's enough to change the gas every day at noon," Charlotte said, and went straight to his bed and sat down. "You can sit." "Oh, you are a guest, only one after another chair will be given to you. Senior sister is good to you." "Okay. Great. How do you think about me today?" "I just have a room to break, and there is nothing to be wrong." She said that she suddenly laughed at him. "Why? See the beautiful girl sister living alone. Want to plot it?" "Yeah, the plot is not good." Marx shrugged said. "I just came to senior sister to get to know something. By the way, I also watched the beautiful sister, who was soaring in freedom, unhappy." "Then you see it." "Nothing, it is bitter and poor, the roof is still seeping." "Hey, that's the corner." Charlotte still laughed at he, pointing to the opposite side of the roof, a crack. "It is clearly visible on the ceiling." Seeing that she was so miserable, Marx instead nodded. "Well, it's good, as long as you have a good time, it's better," he said. "This ordinary life will always make people's hearts calm down." "Speaking, have you found a job?" Charlotte looked at him straight for a while, then he blinked his eyes. "Not good." "Look for it." "A person who doesn't know where to come from, it's too hard to find a fixed job." "Little Junior, you just said, want to find me to understand some things?" "Yeah?" Marx hesitated awkwardly and finally said, "Maybe I shouldn't mention this when you are quiet and enjoy freedom, but, is your family named Ibater?" "Magic book." Charlotte's face suddenly changed. She was silent for a long time, and finally shook her head. "Do you want it too?" She grinned. "Yeah, this is a secret that is not a secret, but that is not something ordinary wizard should touch. Believe me, that magic book will bring a terrifying disaster to anyone." "I know, demons summon and demonic sacrifices. In fact, the disaster may have come. Marx said solemnly. Charlotte looked at Marx with a hesitation. Father also mentioned this. Is this true? She looked a little uneasy. The last time I went to Macmillan was to release the search order. You don't know? Marx couldn't help but ask her, a look of ignorance. I have never taken the initiative to understand the family's affairs. I can't hide it too late. Charlotte shook his head again and again. It looks like you know more than I do. Sorry, senior sister. I shouldn't have talked to you about this, and I think of you back to these messy things. Marx thought for a moment and suddenly dropped the topic. In order to express my apologies, I please have a meal. Charlotte curl one's lips said, Stop, Trice wants to send me, then too. Marx spread the handkerchief. It seems that there is rain again, and the ripples are continuous. The wind of the call sign wraps around the building with cold rain drops, cleaning the air over and over again. Around the crack in the corner of the ceiling, the layers of watermarks seem to be opaque, and spread again. To be honest, this terrible environment is quite close to the bottom in the mole world. In a metropolis like London, it's just a small corner. Even such a poor life is the real freedom that Charlotte can't ask for. However, when a bird trapped in a cage wants to find freedom, is it so simple to find it? Little Junior, you know? She looked at Marx, who was walking in front of her, and said in her heart, I can't enjoy the time of this hard-won freedom. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 177. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 177. The clues on Charlotte were just beginning and they were broken. But Marx can never cross his senior sister and go directly to the Werther family. That kind of behavior is tantamount to asking for boring. Judging from the information he got at the Macmillans' ball, the Werther family was mostly a family bloodline left over from the ancient wizard, and all the things that are related to the ancient wizard are not the same. Fortunately, although Marx has speculated that the people who Voldemort had made in the Black are all likely to be related to the Werther family's Aberdare magic book, or, in that magic book, some kind of devil ceremony is related, but this is nothing more than a backup means. Even if you can't get the book, it doesn't mean that his plan will be blocked, and you should continue to do it. After a series of complicated tests, Marx finally decided that he would abandon the current form of wand, start from scratch, and tried to restore the longer-legged staff that was very popular in ancient times. To be honest, the gadget is not as convenient as the current short wand. It is not conducive to concealing the use spell, and it is difficult to use it to describe the rule rune. It is a very uneconomical big guy, but it also has a lot of benefits. Its biggest feature is that the magic power output limit is very high. It can be said that this is a very difficult to control, but good but formidable power extraordinary killer. Or do you say that the wizarding power of the ancient times was generally astonishingly high, but the number is much less than it is now? The poor applicability of the use spell tool is definitely a big problem. At that time, it was the real sickness selection wizard, and now the so-called one chooses the wizard. I am afraid it is the legend that's all passed down from the ancient times. So, I wonder more and more about borrowing Dumbledore's Elder Wand to study it. In the cabin of the ship of Durmstrang, Marx held his chin thoughtfully. Elder ancestral tail feathers. It stands to reason that the holder should not be provided with such a powerful magic power output. In the Death Hallows, Resurrection Stone should be an alchemy product that works on the soul of the holder. The invisibility cloak is a normal magic item that even Moody's magic eye can see. Only Elder Wand is true. Worth seeing. However, when Marx intends to continue to immerse himself in his research, he has received a very false news from Professor Orson's mouth. Christmas ball, you should know, this is the traditional show of the Triwizard Tournament, and we have to take this opportunity to show it. Orson said to Marx with a bitter face. Yes, this is Karkaroff, mine, he said, you will understand. Marx frowned and recalled. Suddenly, he wanted to slap himself. Who would make him owe nothing, and swear by Karkaroff to run the school carefully. Oh, the retribution is coming much faster than you think. Yes, that's it. Professor Karkaroff is right, he expressed idlessly. I will invite a decent partner. In fact, Even if Karkaroff didn't mention it, he would have a hard time getting out of it alone. According to tradition, the dance must be the champions of the Triwizard Tournament, this time at best, a pair of dancers. That's no better. Yes. The dance is only open to students above 4th year, but the seniors can send invitations to the lower grades. The time is Christmas at 8 o'clock, until 12. The point ends. Marks waved his hand. Know it. I will remember. Compared to Marx's embarrassment, Hermione and Harry are facing great challenges in Hogwarts. Listen. Professor McGonagall calmly looked at the class's student. The Christmas ball definitely gives us a chance. Spread your hair and relax yourself, she said with a tone that she didn't agree with. There are a few students who seem to want to laugh. They use their hands to cover their mouths and not let the sound come out. Yes, that's right. Professor McGonagall's hair is always a tight little round, and she never seems to have spread her hair. That sentence by her always makes people cannot help. But that doesn't mean that, Professor McGonagall continued. We will relax the behavioral requirements of Hogwarts students. If a student of Gryffindor humiliates the school in any way, I will be very sad. After the class bell rang, everyone, as usual, stuffed the book into the school bag, and then put the bag on the shoulder, and the classroom was in a hurry. Professor McGonagall raised his voice and shouted in a noise, Potter and Granger, please leave it. I want to say a few words to you. Seeing Professor McGonagall's face serious, he immediately began to think habitually, is it where he is obstructing the rules? As a result, he slouched toward the podium. Hermione around him is obviously much smarter, and her face is red. Professor McGonagall waited for the entire class to be gone, and first looked forward towards Harry. Potter, champion is his own partner. What partner? Harry suddenly raised his head from a mess of thoughts and asked with a puzzled look. Professor McGonagall looked at him suspiciously, as if he thought he was joking. You brought the partner to the Christmas ball, Potter, she said coldly. Your partner. As soon as Harry heard it, he felt that his internal organs seemed to be twisted and shrunk. Dance partner? He felt his face blush. No, don't dance. I don't dance. Oh, you have to dance, of course. Granger, you too. Professor McGonagall said irritably, I am going to tell you this, according to traditional practice, the dance is danced by the champion and their partner. Harry's mind suddenly appeared in his black top hat and tuxedo, and there was a girl next to her wearing a ruffled skirt that Petunia wore during the dance at Uncle Vernon. That kind. I don't dance, he said. This is a traditional practice, Professor McGonagall insisted. You are the champion of Hogwarts, and it is the current first. You have to do what you expect. So you have to find yourself a partner, Potter. But, I don't. You heard me, Potter. Professor McGonagall said with an unquestionable tone, turned directly to Hermione, and ignored the tangled Harry. Miss Granger, do you have any questions? When Professor McGonagall spoke to Harry, Hermione had already opened her mouth 3 times, but she couldn't squeeze out the words that had been stuck in her throat. I want to say champion. Hermione seems to be talking, but the voice is so small that she can only hear it. No, I am afraid that she may not be able to hear it. What? Professor McGonagall frowned. Perhaps the eyes of Professor McGonagall's oppressive feelings, and perhaps other reasons, Hermione suddenly made such a sentence. Can champion invite another champion? She seemed to have the courage to ask aloud. In the hallway, a big bat. No, a professor just passed by. He was drawn by Hermione's words, and looked at the classroom casually. Immediately, he bowed his head and stopped with great interest. It was Snape, and Harry saw it at a glance. Professor McGonagall didn't notice. She just looked at Hermione with a slight surprise, then shook her head. Unfortunately, there is no such precedent. But her words blew Hermione's gaze, but the but that followed, but made her suddenly bright. But, Professor McGonagall said, this time Hogwarts has 2 champions. I think if you want to. No, thank you for your answer. A series of ups and downs made Hermione's mood at the moment very unfortunate. Just then, a sleek voice suddenly sounded at the door, and Professor McGonagall and Hermione turned their heads. Just there is no precedent. I remember that the rules of the Triwizard Tournament did not mention that the champions were not allowed to invite each other at the Christmas ball. Snape strode into the classroom, and he glanced at Harry coldly, which was looked at to Professor McGonagall. But, oh, Professor McGonagall's face became complicated. Is it? McLawn. No, Professor is not sorry for the departure of Marx. While they are angry at Marx's darkness, no one wants to mention it. Marx's good student is evident in the hearts of professors. Sometimes, Professor McGonagall will also think. His current mood, probably just as if watching Tom Riddle become Voldemort's Dumbledore. Before anger, more is blame and self-blame, and the feeling of powerlessness that is overwhelmed. Minerva McGonagall, this is a genius witch with all the qualities of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. She firmly believes that cowardice is the biggest flaw of a person, and at the same time admires rational thinking and calm attitude. But this is a sharp, tenacious witch, Hogwarts deputy headmistress, but her heart is also soft. It's still not needed. Just a moment of Professor McGonagall's fascination. Hermione surprisingly restored normal calm and pride. I will find a suitable partner, Professor McGonagall, she said, licking her mouth and whispering, and thank you, Professor Snape. Snape was thanked by her whole face and she wrinkled. He took a step back, but he did not say anything ironic. It's all. What's wrong? Harry squinted, his face stunned. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 178. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 178. In the past, students who registered to stay in the school during the Christmas season were always a very small part because everyone wanted to go home and enjoy the festive atmosphere with their families. Okay, in fact, I want to let go of it, because there is always such a sense of restraint in Hogwarts. But Harry always stays in school for Christmas, because if he doesn't, he will have to go back to the Women's Road. He doesn't want to face the aunt who doesn't like him. This year is different, and all the students above 4th year seem to stay. In Harry's opinion, they are all obsessed with the upcoming ball. At least for all girls. Suddenly he was surprised to find that Hogwarts had accommodated so many girls, which he had never noticed before. The girls were laughing and whispering in the hallway. The girls screamed when the boys passed by. The girls exchanged opinions excitedly about what clothes to wear on Christmas evening. Why are they all in groups? Harry asked Ron. There were 10 girls walking by, and they looked at Harry and secretly smirked. How can you wait until they are alone? Grab a request, sleeping one with a rope sleeve? Ron suggested. Have you thought about who you are asking? Harry did not answer. He knows who he is willing to ask, but whether he can take courage is something else. Autumn Jang is taller than him. He is very beautiful. He is also a very good Quidditch player. Her popularity is also very good. It is good. Ron seemed to see through Harry's heart. Listen, you won't have any trouble. You are a champion. You just killed the mad dragon. I dare say, they will line up to dance with you. Ron has a strong bitter taste in his voice. Probably because of Marx's call, Ron has finally let go of his own repression. At first he was not very comfortable, because it would undoubtedly reveal his own inferiority. Gradually, he himself discovered the benefits of doing this. He slowly became more daring to do something that he would never dare to do in the past. Courage to invite Harry. He patted his good friend's shoulder and whispered, I might even be smeared. Harry was surprised to find that Ron's judgment proved to be very correct. Just the next day, a girl from Hufflepuff House 3rd year, Harry had never spoken to her before, and invited Harry to join her for the dance. Harry was so surprised that he refused even if he didn't even think about it. Probably his words were too direct. The girl walked away, a hurtful look. Throughout the history of magic class, Harry had to endure sarcasm and ridicule of Dean and Seamus for the girl, and Ron, who has always been one of them, didn't fit in this time. Marx is right. I used to bury my thoughts on my own thoughts, too much to ignore the feelings of others. Ron looked at Dean and Seamus, staring hard at the eyebrows. If the female child hears them, what? a joke myself. It will definitely be very uncomfortable. But she will think about it specifically. Ron's transformation is obvious, although he still doesn't quite understand how to transpose, but one day, this change will bring him unexpected benefits. The next day, two more girls came to invite Harry. One is second year, and one is. Harry was horrified to discover that she turned out to be fifth year. Look at her like that. It seems that if Harry dares to refuse, she will immediately stun him. She looks pretty. Ron smiled enough, just and honestly, and the character is very similar to the former Hufflepuff beauty Werther, isn't it? She is a foot taller than me. Harry was shocked. Imagine, I dance with her. That doesn't make a foreign appearance. Harry often remembers Hermione talking about Marks. They like him, just because he is famous. Harry was very skeptical that if he was not a school champion, would the girls who invited him to be a dancer still be willing to go to the ball with him? Then he asked himself, if Kujang invited him, would he still consider this question? Wait. Because of his own mood at this time, Harry suddenly seemed to understand something. Don't you say, Hermione? I like Marks. You just got to know it. Ron sighed with a depressed face. But, oh, Harry's eyes and mouth were all maximal, and even the nostrils expanded because of surprise. Merlin's pants. No, I mean, Merlin's beard. This. Ron thinks that he can say anything now, but it is this thing. He really doesn't want to mention it at all. Don't think about it, smash it in your heart. His tone was a bit frustrating. It was like saying to Harry, and he was saying to himself, well. Harry folded his mouth and looked complicated. I think. Well, no matter what they are, we are still the best friends. Yeah, that's it. Ron whispered. Harry's partner is undecided. Believe me, he is not so easy to find his companion. But this time, Marks is also hesitant about his partner. As far as he knows, Luna has always been less interested in dancing. Compared to this, letting her wear a puppet and screaming at the side may be more attractive to her. But who else can he invite besides Luna? Winnie? He just came up with this idea, but he annihilated it in a blink of an eye. Bricked by two faces? Marks shook his head immediately. That's too beautiful, forget it. But this is the case. It seems that there is only. This is the last week of the semester, and the school is bustling and noisy day by day. People are rumored to be talking about Christmas balls, most of which are hard to believe. For example, Dumbledore bought 800 barrels of flavored mead from Rosmerto at 3 broomsticks in. However, everyone is always happy with these rumors. Who cares if it is true? Being able to talk about these interesting topics is enough. But there is a message that sounds like this. Dumbledore seems to have booked the Weird Sisters to Hogwarts for a concert. The young wizards who listened to WWN Wizard Radio from an early age were extremely excited because the Weird Sisters was indeed the most popular wizard band in the years. The Weird Sisters, that's cool. Some of the teachers, such as the small Flitwick professor, saw that the students were obviously absent-minded and simply stopped teaching. He allowed them to play in his class on Wednesday, and he spent most of his time talking to Harry and Hermione about the 2 wonderful Accio spells they used in the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. But other teachers didn't talk so well. For example, the focus of Professor Binns is that there is nothing to transfer, and he continues to struggle with his pile of Goblin rebellious notes. The students speculated that since Professor Binns did not let his death stop him from continuing to teach, small things like Christmas could not be distracting. It's strange to say that even if Professor Binns can always make the bloody and thrilling Goblin rebellion as boring as Percy's Cauldron Report, one person will often come in and listen carefully. That person is Marks. He can be interested in other classes, but every time he has time, he will go to the History of Magic class to listen carefully for a while. It is only in general that he will only sneak into the back and not alarm anyone. In the sleepy History of Magic class, few people really noticed that he was. Professor McGonagall and Moody don't let the students idle. They always talk about the last second before class. Not to mention Snape. He would rather adopt Harry as a son than to let the students play in class. His eyes gloomy looked at the class's student and told them that he would test their detoxification potion in the last class of the semester. "He's really bad," Ron said innocently in Gryffindor's common room that night. "Test us on the last day. Use a lot of homework to destroy the last bit of the semester." "Well, actually you didn't work too hard, didn't you?" Hermione looked up and looked at Ron from a pile of messy books. At this moment, Ron was busy using his smashing bang to build a castle. When he heard Hermione suddenly talk, he shook his hand and took half of the castle and shook it. Then he exploded. Oh, Ron wiped his blackened face and whispered, "I have worked hard recently." "This is Christmas, Hermione," Harry said lazily. He was sitting in an armchair by the fire and was reading Flying with the Cannons that he had read 9 times. Hermione looked at him with a serious look. "Harry, I think you will do something more creative even if you don't want to learn detoxification potion." "What?" Harry asked as he watched the artillery team's Joey Jenkins slamming a bludger to a chaser in the Barryburg Bats. "Your nephew," Hermione whispered, biting her teeth. "This is important, isn't it?" "Well, Hermione, we can rest to 2-month 24-day. His attention was placed on the book in front of him, and he said carelessly and confessed without paying attention. "And, have you invited Marx?" "I don't think Marx will reject you." When he had just finished speaking, he suddenly realized that it was wrong, but the words had been exported, but it was obviously not received. "I won't invite him." Hermione's unusual calmness made Harry feel a little creepy. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 179. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 179. The teachers and students of Hogwarts are constantly showing their desire to impress the guests of Buttons and Durmstrang, who seem determined to show the best of the castle on this Christmas. The school was very carefully arranged by everyone. It can be said that this castle has never been so beautiful. The handrails of the marble staircase are covered with icicles that never change. The 12 Christmas trees that are often placed in the auditorium are decorated with a variety of gadgets, from shiny holly fruits to no stopping the golden owl. Those armor are applied magic, and as soon as someone passes, they will sing Christmas carols. To be honest, when you listen to an empty helmet and sing "Oh, come on, you devout people," that makes people feel really funny. Originally, armor only knows half of the lyrics. The concierge Filch had to take Peeves out of his armor several times because Peeves was hiding inside, and every time the armor couldn't sing, he made some lyrics to fill it in. Believe me, it's all very ugly words. However, just as everyone was busy with this Christmas, Hermione was hiding in the bedroom alone, and Brief Remark looked at the flat gift box resting on her bed. This gift box has no ribbons and decorations, but is tied with a thin rope. This is obviously not a gift from someone else. On the cover of the gift box, there is a line of text, "Wear the elegant dress, do the best, wizard." This was sent by an owl earlier today. When the package containing the gift box was lightly placed in front of Hermione, she didn't even finish the breakfast, and returned to the bedroom with the parcel. Until now, she has not opened this beautiful gift box. Not supposed to. Now is not the time to think about it, she murmured, raised her hand and gently lowered it. After a few visits, she simply picked up the gift box and stuffed it under the bed. Hermione has a lot of trouble here, and Harry and Ron aren't too good now. They are very anxious. Even if he doesn't have a partner, Ron won't be as big as him, but Harry is different. He has to take the lead with other champions to start dancing. I think Moaning Myrtle is always there. Harry looked a little self-defeating. "Harry, we have to bite our teeth out." Listening to Ron's tone, as if they were planning to break an invulnerable to attack fortress, "When we return to the common room tonight, we must all find a partner. Deal?" "Well," Harry said. On that day, Harry saw the lovely and charming Autumn Jang several times. He remembers very clearly, a total of 3 times. One time during the break, one at lunch, and one on the way to the A History of Magic class. However, every time she saw her, she was always surrounded by many friends. Is she never going anywhere alone? Maybe he can hit her ambush when she goes to the bathroom. No, She even follows the 4 or 5 students when she goes to the bathroom. But if Harry is going to take no action, she will definitely be invited by others. In the Snape potion class test, he found it difficult to concentrate on thinking, and forgot to add a main ingredient, fecal stone, which means he can only get the lowest score. But he didn't care about it anymore. Now he is busy with courage and ready to take decisive action. When the bell rang, he grabbed his bag and rushed toward the door of the underground classroom. "See you at the dinner table," he said to Ron and Hermione, who was more silent than usual, rushing upstairs. "As long as you ask Kujang a sentence separately, it's as simple as that." It's that simple. He hurried through the crowded corridor to find her silhouette. Unexpectedly, he saw her almost at a turn. At this point, she is coming out of the classroom of defense against the dark arts. "Well, Autumn Jang, can I tell you a word?" The Ministry of Magic should introduce a new bill, which stipulates that no one is allowed to laugh, because the girls around Kujang giggled. Fortunately, Kujang himself did not laugh. She said okay, and then followed Harry to the place where her classmates couldn't hear. Harry turned to look at her, and suddenly there was a strange groan in his heart, as if he had stepped down the stairs when he went downstairs. "Yeah?" he yelled at me. He can't ask. He can't even open his mouth. But he must ask. Kujang is standing in front of him, looking at him with a confused look. The arrow is already on the full hunting bow. That sentence blurted out from Harry, and said incoherently, the words did not have time to bite. "Become a companion. Follow me." "Sorry. What do you say?" Autumn Jang took a look. Would you like to go to the dance with me?" Harry asked. This sentence was finally clearly asked by him, but why did he blush? Why? "Hey." Autumn Jang's face was also red. "Hey, Harry, I am really sorry." She looked at him frankly. "I have said that I have to go with another person." "Hey," Harry said. It feels weird. Before one point, he felt that the internal organs were crawling like snakes, but now, suddenly, he felt that his internal organs seemed to be hollowed out. "Oh, okay," he said. "It doesn't matter." "I am really sorry," she said again. "It's okay," Harry said. They stood there and looked at each other, then Kujang whispered, That's it." "Yes," Harry said. "Well, goodbye." Autumn Jang's face was still very red. She moved 2 steps backwards and then turned and left. Harry stopped her from behind. He didn't want to do this, or he didn't have time to stop himself from doing this. "Who are you going with?" "Hey, Cedric," she said. "Cedric Diggory." "Oh, okay." Harry. His internal organs seemed to be back, but he felt that they had just been taken up with lead, and now they could not fall down in his stomach. Harry forgot the dinner to be thorough. He slowly walked back to the Gryffindor common room upstairs, and every time he took a step, he heard the sound of Kujang in his ear. Cedric Diggory." Yeah. Cedric is the seeker and captain of the Hufflepuff team. It's no worse than him. Cedric is tall and handsome, he can't compare. Cedric is gentle, and his popularity is much better than him. Cedric. "But I am the champion of Hogwarts." Harry suddenly thought dissatisfied. Cedric is actually a useless handsome guy. His mind is not enough to fill an eggshell. Hey, he thought about it, couldn't help but sighed. "Okay, my champion is also inexplicable." "The light of the mirror," he said dryly to the fat lady. "The password was changed the day before, right?" "Yes, dear," she said with a tremolo, licking the gold and silver hairband on her new line, turning forward and letting him in. In the common room, Harry looked around all around and was surprised to see Ron sitting stiffly in a corner. Ginny sat beside him and spoke to him with a low voice, as if he was comforting him. "What's the matter, Ron?" Harry asked, walking towards them. Ron looked up at Harry with a frightened look on his face. "I am too anxious." He lost his heart. "I have been thinking about the partner. I just didn't know how." "What?" Harry asked. He just invited Fleur Delacour to go to the ball with him." Ginny seemed to be trying to hold back the laugh, but still ruthlessly patted Ron's arm. "What happened to you?" Harry wanted to say, "You are crazy about it." But you can't live up to your good friend. But who can think of it? That is really stupid. I don't know how I can do this. Ron sighed heavily. What jokes are I doing? There are people, crowded with people. I am really fainted. Everyone is. Look, I met her when I walked through the hallway. She stood there talking to Diggory. I suddenly couldn't control myself, just went up and asked her. He looked very annoyed and slammed his face. Maybe after that day, everything is going well. I think I seem to be arrogant. Oh, I remembered. She did have a part of Veela's bloodline, Harry said. You were right. Her grandma is Veela. Listen to me, it's not your fault. I dare say she was applying the magic to Diggory, and you happened to pass and was hit. But Harry said that he couldn't help but pause. This is a waste of time, because Diggory and Kujang go together. Ron suddenly raised his head and looked at Harry with surprise. I just asked her to go with me, Harry said dryly. She told me. Ginny next to him suddenly didn't smile. There are only two of us who don't have a partner, On said. Oh right, except Neville. But really, Neville hasn't been quite right this semester. I went home last time. I asked. He is, but he refuses to say anything. Just then, Hermione climbed in through the hole in the portrait. Oh Hermione! Ron suddenly opened his eyes, because now he has the feeling of being a guilty conscience. Why don't you both go to dinner? She came over and sat down in the armchair next to her. Because when Ginny just said the beginning, he was stunned by his big brother. Nothing. Ron shook his head hard, even though he didn't know why he was doing it. Didn't he decide to give up? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 180. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 180. Somehow, Harry just invited Parvati Patil with the attitude of giving medicine to a dead horse. As a result, even Ron's partner problem was solved smoothly. I really don't understand how the two of you got the most beautiful girl of the year. Dean whispered, mumbled. Sister Patil actually agreed. Just thank you. Ron replied sullenly, licking the cuff's thread. On him, are robes with lace on the neckline and sleeves, which Mrs. Weasley prepared for him. To be honest, these robes are like a skirt, which is an unavoidable fact. In order to add a little masculinity to the robes, he made a desperate attempt to recite a cutting curse for those folds and laces. Still useful, at least the lace on the clothes is gone, but his work is not so good. When several men are vividly down the stairs, his neckline cuffs are still burrs, which is really discouraging. The common room looks weird. The people inside are no longer the black robe, but the multicolored robes. Parvati waited for Harry under the stairs. She looked really beautiful, wearing a peanut pink robes, black hair braided with gold ribbons, and the gold bracelet on her wrists sparkling. Harry saw that she didn't giggling and couldn't help being relaxed. When they came to the foyer, they found that they were also crowded with students. Everyone was spinning around and waiting for the arrival at 8 o'clock. The hall's door would be open. Some people want to meet with the dance partners of other houses, and then they huddle in the crowd and look for each other's silhouette. Hello. Padma Patil is as beautiful as her elder sister, wearing a brilliant green robe. However, she seems to have no interest in Ron being her partner. Her dark eyes looked up and down Ron, her eyes lingering in the collar and cuffs on his robes. Hello. Ron replied casually. Ron also seemed to be absent-minded. His eyes didn't look at Padma, but glanced around in the crowd. Hermione doesn't seem to be here. Marx is not. It seems that there are still fewer people, but he can't think of it. And without mentioning Hermione, Marx will certainly not be here, because he can now invite a woman who is not expected to be a ball in a place that no one can think of. About this matter, I have to start from last night. When there was one day and one night away from the Christmas ball, Marx finally put down all the research at hand and set about inviting him to dance partner tomorrow night. Although he had previously denied two seemingly the most suitable candidates, he was polite and decided to ask for it first. After all, I really have to say that there are not many dancers he can invite. Just after dinner, he first called Luna to the lawn outside the castle and took a walk. Dancing? Luna still had a copy of the Quibbler in her hand. She looked around and squatted. If you can't find another partner. No, it's still Marx shook his head, and finally gave up the idea of inviting Luna. Dancing always makes people's minds very close, and Luna doesn't seem to care what it is, but it's not very good at getting close to others. Like her patroness image, Luna itself is like a soul-ridden hare. She longs for friends, but when she faces others, she is naturally sensitive to human nature, but she will never take the initiative to approach each other. Just because Marx vaguely understands this truth, he will not even increase the psychological burden of Luna without any reason. When Marx thought about it, he changed the subject. Right? Don't you go home for Christmas this year? Father wants me to look at you. Luna put up the quibbler, put his hands up, and looked up at Marx's face. Hey, just do it. I don't know why. Do you know? Marx rubbed his eyes and subconsciously raised his neck and looked at the stars. Cough cough. Who knows? He coughed and avoided the topic. The things between children. Adults will always be more enthusiastic, especially like Luna, such as the pure female child. Mr. Lovegood is more likely to worry about it. After a random walk on the lawn, Marx sent Luna back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Since Luna is really inconvenient, he really doesn't want to invite Hermione. No way. He hasn't dared to provoke Hermione since he first noticed something from Hermione. So, he had to go to Winnie and ask again. No. Winnie gave a definitive answer with a word very decisively. At that time, at the top of the tower of the astronomical tower, the two fell into a very long silence. After a long time, Winnie thought of what it was like, adding a sentence, I can't dance. This is an explanation that is not an explanation, but her meaning is very clear. I am not unwilling to be your partner, but for some reason, cannot dance. Concentration is the so-called I can't dance. At least Marx understands this. However, when Winnie refused him, he immediately discovered that he did not seem to have a suitable invitation. If this is the case, Marx whispered and made a decision that nobody could have expected. Now, 8 o'clock is coming. The door should be open. How can I not see Hermione? Ron seems to care very much about this issue, and he has asked it several times. At this time, a group of Slytherin students came up the stairs from their underground common room. At the forefront is Malfoy, who wears a black velvet high-neck robes, like a parish priest. Pansy Parkinson wore a shallow pink robes with ruffles, and she hugged Malfoy's arm. Crabbe and Goyle are all green, like two big stones covered with moss. Neither of them can find a partner. The front door of the Oak was opened, and everyone turned around and saw the students of Durmstrang walked in with Professor Orson. Marx is still not in the team, only Crumb is at the forefront, surrounded by a pretty girl wearing a blue robe that Harry doesn't even know. Professor Orson, he seems to be very anxious, and his face is vaguely still with a trace of helplessness. Over the top of their heads, everyone can see that a lawn in front of the castle has been turned into a cave with a little bit of fairy light, which means there are hundreds of living fairies, or they are sitting in magic. Out of the rose bushes, or flapping wings on the statues seem to be Santa Claus and his reindeer. At this time, the chilling sound of Professor Snape sounded. Champion, come here. Parvati adjusted her bracelet and had a big smile on her face. She and Harry said to Ron and Padma, see you later, and walked forward, and the crowd of chirp chirp twitter flashed a passage for them to pass. Professor Snape is obviously a little more elegant than usual. He is wearing a black robes and a silver leaf brooch on his chest. He seems to have washed his hair as well as the erratic hairstyle. He squinted and told them to stand by the door and let others go ahead. After the students were seated, they lined up and walked into the auditorium. Fleur Delacour and Ravenclaw Quidditch team's captain Roger Davis stood near the door. Davis couldn't believe that he had such good luck and could get a partner like Fleur. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Cedric Diggory and Kujang also stood next to Harry. Harry removed his gaze so he didn't have to talk to them. His gaze fell subconsciously on the girl next to Crumb. Then he was surprised to open his mouth. That is Hermione. But to be honest, she doesn't look like Hermione at all. She made some hands and feet on her hair. They were no longer messy. but they became soft and shiny, and they made an elegant hair bun behind their heads. She wore a robes made of a fabric of light purple light blue, and somehow her temperament was different. Perhaps just because she had removed more than 20 of her usual weights. Book it. It is worth mentioning that her face is not as smiling as everyone else, but from time to time, she looks around and looks exactly like Ron. Ron didn't look very good. He only looked at Hermione and kept his eyes on it. When the door of the auditorium opened, the members of the Crumb fan club in the library strode past, and they all cast a very hateful look at Hermione. Pansy Parkinson walked over Malfoy's arm and stared at Hermione, and even Malfoy couldn't seem to find a word to insult her. And Ron, he walked straight past Hermione and didn't look at her. After everyone was seated in the auditorium, Snape was slightly frowned. Marks hasn't arrived yet. Wait a moment. After he dropped a sentence, he immediately darted to Dumbledore and strode. McLawn hasn't arrived yet, Snape whispered to Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't lift his head. He just sat quietly in the middle of the main table and waved his hand. Everyone is waiting. Some students have begun to wonder, where did McLawn go? Why is he still not there? It will be a while, and wait a few more minutes. Dumbledore was talking, suddenly paused, and he looked up and looked out of the gate. He is here. The champions turned back, and the young wizards in the auditorium stretched their necks and looked out. Then everyone stared wide-eyed. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 181. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 181. Generally speaking, when young people attend the dance, they always go to their favorite male and female children. Of course, if you want a special Christmas ball today, many junior students will also look for a partner that can participate. But don't forget, since ancient times, the dance is a social etiquette activity in a broader sense. There are many reasons for holding a dance party, and the reason for choosing a dance partner is different. Today, Marks made a move that surprised all the young wizards, but in the eyes of the older, it turned into a warm picture. Okay, actually, maybe, or slightly there are some visual impacts. At this moment, the walls of the auditorium were covered with shiny silver frost, the starlight night sky on the ceiling, and hundreds of mistletoe sprigs and ivy wreaths. The 4 house tables in the middle were gone, replaced by 100 small tables with lanterns, and each table was sitting with 10 people. However, Marks did not squint. He ignored all the shocking sights he had thrown at him. He walked smoothly with his dancers through the champions who were kneeling at the door and calmly walked to the center of the auditorium. Did I read it wrong? Harry glanced at Parvati, who was close to him, and couldn't help but turn his eyes back to Marks and his partner. Standing at Crumb's side, Hermione did not hide the shock from her heart. She even unconsciously released the arm of Crumb's arms. Even Snape, standing next to the main guest house, was stared wide-eyed, and his movements had frozen. For a time, the originally lively auditorium became audible. Cough cough, Severus. Dumbledore coughed and reminded the next Snape. Cough, Snape twitched his mouth, then cleared his throat. Champion admission. Harry. They finally returned to sobered up, and together with their respective partners, they walked in 2 or 2 teams. They sneaked in, and moved toward the referee group to sit in the main guest seat. Until then, the people in the auditorium remembered it and should applaud now. The champions came to the front of the main table, and Dumbledore stood up. He just smiled and couldn't see much expression on his face. On either side of Dumbledore, Professor Orson looked like a toothache. Madame Maxime looked carefully at Marks's special partner. Only Ludo Bagman is still the same. He was wearing a gorgeous purple robes tonight with large yellow stars on it. At this moment, he was slapping hard, and it looked quite excited. It is worth mentioning that the 3 champions, and their respective partners, did not dare to stand side by side with Marks. After all, the deterrent power of his partner to other champions is too great. Do you do this right, McLawn? Marks's ear came with a serious and calm voice that seemed completely unmoved by the strange eyes around him. I feel very good. Marks was equally calm. Professor McGonagall. Yes, That's right. Marx's unexpected dance partner is the Hogwarts deputy headmistress, the Gryffindor's head, and the normal transfiguration class teacher, Professor Minerva McGonagall. Today, our beloved Professor McGonagall is wearing a plain red tartan robes, decorated with a circle of ugly garlands on her hat, as she usually looks flat in front of her face. Please take a seat, and have a good time dancing after dinner. Dumbledore stretched out his hand and took the lead to sit back in his chair. Until now, Harry noticed that Mr. Crouch did not come today. Sitting in the fifth seat next to the table is Percy Weasley. The champions and the dancers went to the table, and Percy pulled open an empty chair beside him and turned his gaze from Professor McGonagall to Harry. Harry understood what he meant and sat down next to Percy. Professor Marx and Professor McGonagall sat on the other side next to Madame Maxime. Golden light. There is no food in the shiny plate, but everyone has a small menu in front of them. Most of the young wizards picked up their menus and looked around. There was obviously no waiter. I saw Dumbledore looking at his menu carefully, then facing his plate, very clearly said, "Pig chops." The pork chops appeared on his plate immediately. The young wizards immediately realized that they had imitated and ordered the food they liked on the plate. Then they used the food as a life-saving straw and ate it. Marx's dance partners are so shocking that they haven't been completely spirally recovering now. Mr. Lorne, you have something to say to me. Professor McGonagall calmly ordered the food, and then he picked up the knife and fork and cut it gracefully, whispering, "Can you talk about it now?" When Professor McGonagall spoke, Marx was still looking at the menu. After he heard the question from Professor McGonagall, he shook his head slightly. "In fact, there is no major event," he said casually. "As I said at the Halloween party, no matter which school I belong to, I can't erase the time I spent at Hogwarts. My precious friends are still my friends, and the teacher who inspired me magic will always be my teacher." Professor McGonagall, I think. Inviting my transfiguration class teacher to dance a song. Should this be nothing wrong? Professor McGonagall's eyes flashed a bit, and she seriously nodded. "McLawn, you can think so. I am very happy. I don't know what you are planning, but I have to remind you, at least I am standing on the Hogwarts side forever. I don't want one day we want to point to each other. It will be the most painful thing I can meet. Can you understand?" Professor McGonagall's tone was not so strong, but the imperfections contained in it made Harry slowly stop the knife and fork in his hand. Professor McGonagall, Marx Hey. Harry just opened his mouth and was seated by Hermione, who was not far from him, under the table. He quickly leaned down and stared at the face of his calf, and he groaned with a grin. "Of course, I can understand that feeling." Marx calmly nodded at Harry, and continued to Professor McGonagall. "I didn't mean to be right with Hogwarts, at most." He glanced at Dumbledore and said, "I just want to let Professor Dumbledore give me an account for the original thing." Dumbledore looked at Marx with sorrow, but didn't speak. "Steak," Marx said, setting the menu aside and picking up the knife and fork. At this time, Professor McGonagall also looked at Dumbledore. She had actually asked it many times, but Dumbledore never gave a clear answer. She now looks at Dumbledore for a while, and finally puts her gaze back in the plate in front of her. "Speaking, these words are usually okay?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Why are you waiting today?" "Someone is waiting for you. I believe you should know, McLawn." Hermione heard this sentence, although her expression did not change, but her right hand trembled a bit, and the knife in his hand cut into the plate. But Marx didn't even notice it. He smoothly discharged a small piece of cow that had been cut into his mouth. The mouth of the juicy beef was melted, and he couldn't help but blink. When the beef in the mouth slipped into the belly, he answered the question from Professor McGonagall. "Really? We are still young, we have a lot of time to do what we have not done yet. We can miss, regret, think, and try to recover. This is the benefit of youth," he said, "but, maybe a little polite, but as a wizard, we shouldn't avoid it. I want to say, Professor McGonagall, you are no longer young. And as a student of you, if you can't save your impression of me now, what can be expected in the future? Speaking of this, Marx suddenly squeezed a smile. He said playfully, "Not to mention, in the past, you are the genius young girl who made the whole Hogwarts proud. Not only became the chairman of the Prefect and Girls' Students' Association, but also in the OWLs. And Newt's got the top scores of excellent in the whole subject. As for Transfiguration today, the most potential newcomer, not to mention a dancer like you, I can't find another one anymore. Isn't it?" Professor McGonagall blinked and blinked. She didn't expect Marx to know so carefully, and she said the same to her in public. "This old thing. And what it does." Professor McGonagall couldn't help but scream and whisper. Marx's call made the atmosphere on the table a lot more active. The young wizards whispered to each other's companions, and Madame Maxime, who was sitting on the other side of Marx, began to talk to him. Krum looked very happy because Hermione finally spoke to him. From the beginning to the present, they haven't talked a word yet. "Ah, we also have a castle. I don't think it's big here. It's not as comfortable here," he said to Hermione. "We only have the 4-layer floor, and it only fires when applying magic. But our venue is better than it's spacious here, but the winter is so short that it can't be played on the field. In the summer, we are outside the mobiliar bus every day, flying over the lake and flying over the mountain range," he said, suddenly paused, then took a look at Marx. "But there have been a lot less people in mobiliar bus recently, because McLawn always carries a group of people to play rock on the open space outside the castle." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 182. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 182. Students, it's always a matter of learning as the top priority. Seeing Krum mentioning himself, Marx also interjected, "I just went to see a few graduates. They are all worried about their work because they did not perform as well in the graduation exam." How can he have time to visit graduates? But this seemingly realistic swear word can always hold people, especially when there are several headmasters and professors sitting around. This argument is even more real. On the other side, Hagrid sits next to a faculty table not far from here. Today, he put on the handsome black wizard robes and looked up at the guest table. Just because there was no Marx to make hair for him this time, now they have changed back to their original appearance. Harry saw Hagrid wave his hand. He turned his head and saw that Madame Maxime waved at Hagrid. Her opal drink shone in the candlelight. Everyone chats and dine, and soon they finish eating. At this point Dumbledore stood up and asked the students to stand up. Then he waved wand and flew some of the tables to the wall, leaving a hollow in the middle. He turned into a high stage, sticking to the root of the right wall, with a set of drums, several guitars, a lute, a cello and several organs. At this time, the Weird Sisters came to the stage together, and the audience burst into thunderous warm applause. Their hair is very thick, wearing a black robe that is intentionally torn. They picked up their instruments and everyone looked at them with enthusiasm and almost forgot what to do next. Suddenly, the lanterns on the other tables were extinguished, and several other champions and their partners stood up. A slow and sad song quietly played. Marx reached out and invited, but Professor McGonagall did not accept his invitation. "McLawn, since you still think of me as your Transfiguration professor, then I should fulfill my duties as a professor." Professor McGonagall gave a rare smile. She pulled out wand and gently clicked around the chair. Suddenly, the chair seemed to be alive, twisting into a person exactly the same as Professor McGonagall. It stood quietly after the nodded to Marx. "This is my personal graduation exam for you, if you can finish it." Professor McGonagall looked at Marx. "At least I will be very happy." Marx didn't expect Professor McGonagall to come out like this. Obviously, she wants Marx to dance with her with Transfiguration. As far as Transfiguration is concerned, Professor McGonagall is undoubtedly a contemporary master. Since her inauguration of Professor Hogwarts, she has been a consultant to the Transfiguration authoritative journal Transfiguration Today, which often corrects articles in the journal. Like Transfiguration, which is very focused on the accumulation of knowledge, Marx asks itself far from being able to comment on the terms of McGonagall. For example, This other Professor McGonagall is also a big challenge for Marks. Generally speaking, Transfiguration is actually a preset spell, and all its practical applications should be prepared in advance. This preparation includes a series of shape change formulas, material science transformation formulas, precise and subtle magic power control data, and a large number of adjustments and tests. Therefore, the General Transfiguration course exam is like doing a MUL Science comprehensive test paper, and it is still a thick stack of weights. But Marks is now facing the situation. Professor McGonagall gave the answer, but he relied on this answer to launch the problem-solving process, which is obviously a bit more difficult. Fortunately, when learning the deformation of Animagus, he has already had a good understanding of his body, and many of the data have been confirmed in repeated calculations. In this way, at least half of the on-site calculations and adjustments can be eliminated. Professor McGonagall, you are a bit too much to see me. Marks shrugged, then pulled out wand and ordered another chair. The chair also began to twist and deform, but the speed of change was obviously much slower than Professor McGonagall. When the chair was finally deformed, another McLawn opened his eyes and acted a little under the control of Marks. The champions have forgotten the dance, and the same is true for other young wizards, and everyone has gathered their eyes on two lifelike transfiguration masterpieces standing between Professor Marks and Professor McGonagall. Changing human figures with transfiguration is not a very rare thing, but to be so refined, the movements are more coordinated and smooth. But it is very rare. It can be said that some of the transfiguration knowledge contained in it is one of the key points in learning the deformation of Animagus. Seeing that Marks completed this transfiguration so quickly, even with the strictness of Professor McGonagall, I couldn't help but nodded. This student is always like this, no matter when. He can always surprise others. In the end, the dance was performed by the transfiguration of Professor Marks and McGonagall. It can be seen that the self that Marks has changed is not quite smooth when dealing with fine dance steps, but McGonagall Professor can always be ingenious. Coordinate the past. The two danced in the center of the dance floor, and a student and a teacher's delicate magic cooperation really made the students of the three schools open their eyes. It can be said that this is destined to be a new and unforgettable Christmas ball. Soon, under the leadership of Dumbledore, many people also entered the dance floor, focusing their attention on their own dance steps. At this point, Dumbledore is dancing waltz with Madame Maxime. Compared with her, Dumbledore became a dwarf, and his pointed hat was just able to get to her chin. However, for such a large woman, her dance steps are really elegant. On the other side, Madame Moody was awkwardly astronomy. Professor Sinister danced two steps together, and Professor Sinister nervously avoided his wooden prosthetic leg. It can be seen that if the piece of wood is poked on the surface of the foot, then it must be supported by someone to go to Madame Pomfrey for treatment. The organ played the last trembling note. The Weird Sisters stopped playing, and Professor Marks and McGonagall let their respective replacements slide out of the dance floor, and then the attached magic power turned back into two armchairs. There was another round of applause in the auditorium. For each champion, there was a wonderful performance by Professor Marks and Professor McGonagall. When the applause gradually subsided, then the Weird Sisters started playing a new song again, with a much faster rhythm than before. Go and invite the next dancer, McLawn. Professor McGonagall scrutinized Marks carefully, as if to keep the student in mind. She has taught too many students, but she has never met Marks and put all the time she can use on learning magic. Whether it is good or bad in the future, he deserves to be remembered by everyone. But Marks didn't mean to look for the next partner. He was supposed to invite anyone who couldn't think of it, and he would think about it. Isn't it? How about it? On a round table on the east side of the dance floor, Harry sat down to open a bottle of butterbeer and asked Ron, who was sitting there. Ron didn't answer. He just was squatting with Hermione and Crumb dancing nearby. Padma, next to him, crossed his arms and sat next to Erlang's legs, one leg shaking with the beat of the music. From time to time, she turned her eyes to Ron with dissatisfied gaze. Ron completely left her aside. Parvati sat down on the other side of Harry, crossed his arms and picked up his legs. After a few minutes, a Buttons boy came and asked her to dance. "You don't mind, Harry?" Parvati said. "What?" Harry vaguely. "He is watching Autumn Jang and Cedric." "Oh, nothing." Parvati simply said, and left with the boys of Buttons. After the song ended, she did not return. Hermione came over. She was sitting in the empty chair of Parvati, and the dance just made her cheeks slightly reddish. "Hello," Harry replied, and Ron didn't say anything. "It's hot, isn't it?" Hermione fanned herself with her palm. Victor went for a drink. Ron looked at her intricately. "Victor?" he said. "Have he asked you to call him Wiki?" Hermione looked at him in surprise and asked, "What's the matter with you?" "If you don't know," Ron said meanly, "I don't want to tell you." Hermione looked at him inexplicably and looked at Harry. Harry shrugged. "Ron, what are you? I want to know." "Marks? What are you going to do?" Ron didn't stare at Hermione. He just looked at Marks in the distance, and asked Hermione with a low voice. Hermione was surprised that the mouth opened wide. "What happened? Is my mind known by Ron? Is he fighting for Marks?" "Ron," Harry whispered. "I don't think it's important to have Hermione and Crumb together. And, does this have anything to do with Marks?" Ron didn't pay any attention to Harry's stupid words. He just shook his head and didn't talk anymore. "Marks is right. Everyone has a few secrets that belong to them. Some things, I'm afraid I can't say it in my life. But he can't accept a sudden ending. He can't make a compromise that he has worked so hard to become. What a joke. Why don't you go to Wiki? He can't find you, will be worried," Ron said. "I don't call him that way." "Not at all." Hermione, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly jumped up, and she glared through the dance floor and disappeared into the crowd. Ron looked at her back, but her face was endlessly lost. Note 1. The lute piano is a general term for a class of ancient instruments. Guitars, cymbals and the like can be attributed to them, the kind that many bards like to play. This should refer to the Greek folk. A plucked instrument, Shikin. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 183. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 183. I will understand when I see you. When the dance is halfway through, it is next to a large stone reindeer, and the high fountain splashes and gives a misty glow. There were two vaguely huge silhouettes sitting on a stone bench and looking at the spring water under the moonlight. After a short silence, one of the silhouettes was opening with a very strange hoarse voice. "What do you understand, Hagrid?" Madame Maxime asked, her low voice with a squeaky voice. I understand that you are like me." "Is your mother or father?" I don't understand what you mean, Hagrid." "My mother is Mother," Hagrid said softly. "She is one of the few remaining places in Britain. Of course, I can't remember her clearly. She left. No, I am about 3 years old. When, to be honest, she doesn't look like a mother." "Hey. They don't have motherhood in nature. Don't you know what happened to her?" "As far as I know, probably already dead." Madame Maxime didn't say anything. She just licked her mouth and looked at the silver fountain in front of her. "Father was very sad after my mother left. My father is a little short. When I was 6 years old, if he annoyed me, I lifted him up on the top of the closet and always teased him heartily." Hagrid's low voice is more sobbing. Next to it, Madame Maxime listened. She didn't move, as if she was not listening. "Father brought me big. But hey, he died just after I went to school. After that, I was on my own. Dumbledore gave me a lot of help. Really, he is very good to me." Hagrid pulled out a silk bandana with dots and squinted his nose. "That's it. Okay. My situation is over. What about you? Where did you get the inheritance?" Unexpectedly, Madame Maxime suddenly stood up. "It's too cold," she said. "I want to go in." In fact, no matter how low the temperature is, it will not be as cold as her current voice. Hagrid said confusedly. "No, don't leave. I have never met another person before." "Another person? You make it clear," said Madame Maxime. The tone was cold. "Another half-giant, that's still to say." Hagrid said. "Hello, Big Courage." Madam Maxime screamed. I have never suffered this kind of insult in my life. Half-giant? I am just a big skeleton. Her voice cut through the quiet night sky like the fog angle one. At this time Fleur and Roger smashed out of a rose bush. No way, no more than Madame Maxime would hit them in the flowers. Madame Maxime glanced at them and then walked away with anger. She angered the flowering bushes all the way, and was shocked by a group of multicolored little fairies flying into the air. Hagrid was still sitting on the bench and looking at her back, not knowing what to think. Hagrid, you are still asking too much. You know, not everyone can accept their bloodline with peace of mind. A voice rang from a corner not far away, and soon after, the two silhouettes came out from there. Marks? Hagrid looked a little confused. He hurriedly stood up. Oh, there is Miss Lovegood. How long have you been there? Is there anything I shouldn't have heard? Marks shrugged, asking. Hagrid swayed for a while, eventually pulling his shoulders and sitting back on the stone bench. But, you see, you don't care. His voice sounded frustrating and even a little unwilling. Yeah, I don't care. Marks sat down beside him, patted Hagrid's thick arm. But I know very well, other people are hostile to the giant. And even fear. Don't say me, you are obviously very clear, aren't you? He continued. You never mention your own life, not to mention why your physique is so big. Because it is not necessary, Hagrid argues. No need. Marks shook his head. Is it really unnecessary? Knowing that everyone's first impression of you is Scorpio. Are you really tall? Hagrid still wants to find some other reason, but he can vent his anger in the blink of an eye. Yes, you are right. I can understand her thoughts. Just like sometimes, I am worried that the children will be scared by me. But really, I won't hide it as deliberately as she does. That dishonesty. Hagrid said stubbornly that he also had his own insistence. Marks did not directly deny his insistence, but spoke of the topic of the giant himself. Hagrid, have you seen them? He suddenly asked. You know, I mean the giants. Hagrid nodded, then shaken again. I have only seen my mother, and at the time I was too small. I can't remember. As far as I know, the average height of modern giants is close to 30 feet. But do you know? In ancient times, the giants' ancestors were much taller and stronger than they are now. Marks calmly said, I think you should understand. What does that mean for the ordinary person? More? Hagrid curiously said, how tall is it? I don't know this very well. In ancient times, there were several giants. Anyway, as far as I know, the shortest one is twice as high as the current giant. Marks said, and shot again. I took Hagrid's arm, the one with the largest size, even in the ancient times, only in the legend, as huge as a mountain. It sounds like the fairy tales that father told me when I was a child. Hagrid subconsciously looked at the towering peaks deep in Forbidden Forest, and then laughed up. Is that really big? I really want to see it for myself. On the other side of Marks, Luna, who had been sitting quietly, said. She is also looking at the mountain, vaguely with a little yearning. Maybe there is a place to sleep somewhere in this world. Marks said. But we still don't see it. If there is such a big guy who wakes up, it will cause a big earthquake when it stands up. Well, let him continue to sleep, Luna said earnestly. Look at her, as if she had really considered it, where to find the legendary big man like a mountain. Thank you, Marks. After a long time, Hagrid suddenly started talking. At least you let me know. Real friends don't care if I have a giant half-blood. Then you have to be happy thanks to a few people. Marks spread his hand and shouted, Harry, Ron, don't hide there. Not long after, as the sound of saucer was heard, two male children with a sly face came out from the reindeer stone carving. Sorry, Hagrid, we didn't plan. Harry interrupted Marks when he didn't finish it. Come for a while, no one will blame you here. Yes, Hagrid. Oh, of course, but... Hagrid hesitated. Where did you start listening? From the time I saw you, I understood it in my heart. Where? Harry said with a look of regret. In fact, We just happened to pass by. That wasn't the beginning. Hagrid patted his forehead. Oh, the children are watching. I wish I didn't say anything weird. We are no longer a child, Ron loudly said. Don't worry about Hagrid. We won't be afraid of you. Marks looked at Ron strangely. When did he become so active? To say that the wizard family should know a lot about the giant, and most of the wizards are very hostile to the giant human race. In the impression of the wizards, the giants are always cruel and killing, and even eat people. Of course, this is because of the fact that there have been cases in history. To be honest, Marks has had a good relationship with Hagrid from the beginning, and apart from Hagrid itself worthy of paying, there is naturally the idea of going through Harrogate to personally contact the giant race. He is really curious about the magical race. If there is a chance, he would like to know what the giant is like. Of course, it is not now. After a few people chatted for a while at the fountain, Hagrid went back to the hut first. He couldn't go to see Madame Maxime today. It would be better to go back to accompany his teeth. Harry, Ron and Marks returned to the auditorium. The dance is still going on. Parvati and Padma, together with a large group of boys from X-Buttons, sit at a table in the distance. Hermione didn't know where to go, and they haven't seen her since. They sat down at a table away from the dance floor. During the rest of the dance, Harry and Ron kept sitting in the corner talking about the giants, and no one thought about dancing. Harry refrained from watching Kujang and Cedric, which would give him a strong urge to kick things. Marks talked casually with Luna, occasionally answering a few words when Harry asked them something. Soon, at midnight, the Weird Sisters stopped playing and the leisure time was over. The last time everyone gave a warm applause to the Weird Sisters and then walked towards the foyer. At this time, in a girl's bedroom in Gryffindor Tower, Hermione is staring at the gift box that has been opened. In the flat gift box, a beautiful white dress is still stacked, and under the light of the light, the faint reflection of the stars is reflected. Ron is right. Even if I can't bother Marks now, I shouldn't promise Wick Crumb's invitation. Note 1, the fog angle, a horn that warns the ship in foggy days, is often placed at ships, bridges, etc. to prevent collisions in foggy weather. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 184. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 184. Dumbledore's Major Mistakes. The newspaper's special correspondent Rita Skeeter reports that the Hogwarts Magic School headmaster, the eccentric Albus Dumbledore, has always dared to hire controversial faculty. In September of this year, he hired Alastair Maddie-Han Moody as the teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This decision surprised many people in the Ministry of Magic. Moody is a notorious fierce god. He used to be a, as everyone knows. As long as someone suddenly moves in front of him, he will attack. However, Madai Moody is more serious and friendly than Dumbledore's half-human demon who hired care of magical creatures. The timeliness of the news in Daily Prophet is very strong, and the Christmas holiday has just passed. The news about Hagrid's giant bloodline has been put on the headlines by Rita Skeeter. She sharply described a lot of remarks about the harmfulness of the giants and passed them on to Hagrid. In order to enhance her persuasiveness, she even found a small interview with a student. I was attacked by a hippogriff with a winged beast. My friend Vincent Crabbe was bitten by a flobberworm. In the interview, a fourth-year student named Draco Malfoy said, "We all hate Hagrid, but we dare not speak." Apparently, just halfway through the ball last night, I heard that Hagrid and Madame Maxime talked more than just those who showed up. On the day of the newspaper's release, Hagrid took a leave of absence, and the substitute professor was a witch named Wilmina Grubbly Plank. To be honest, and no matter how she acts against magical creatures, at least her level of teaching is indeed much better than Hagrid. She brought you a practical class related to the beautiful unicorn, and the beautiful and pure creatures brought a very good impression to the students. But Harry, they are very anxious, and they are still good a few days ago. Where did Hagrid go? When Professor Grubbly Plank took the girls a little closer to those of Unicorn, Harry turned and said to Ron, "What do you think he has done?" "It won't be a blast," ended Scrat. "Oh, Potter. If you are worried about this, I can tell you that he is not attacked, Malfoy whispered. No, he is just too savage to show his ugly face. What do you mean by that? Harry asked sharply. Malfoy reached into the pocket of his robes and pulled out a folded newspaper. Look at it yourself, he proudly said with a smile. I really don't want to reveal this news to you, Potter. It was the headline article with Hagrid's photo on it, and the look on his face looked sneaky. How did she find out? Ron whispered. But Harry didn't think about it. What do you mean? We hate Hagrid, Harry screamed. Malfoy, what is the idiot? He pointed to Crabbe. He was bitten by a flobberworm. There are no teeth at all. Crabbe smirked and was obviously very proud. Okay, I think it should end the teaching career of this idiot, Malfoy said, a pair of eyes sparkling. Half-junt. I thought he was just a bottle of oxytocin when he was a child. Neither parents promise. They are worried that he will eat their children. Ha ha. Soon after the class time, the girls returned with Professor Grubbly Plank. This class is really good. When they walked into the auditorium, Hermione said, Professor Grubbly Plank told us about unicorn. I don't know half of it. Look at this. Harry who yelled and stuffed the article Daily Prophet under Hermione's nose. Hermione read the article and was surprised that the mouth opened wide. Her reaction is exactly the same as Ron. How did the nasty woman Skeeter find out? Wouldn't Hagrid tell her? Recently, Ron and Hermione seem to have reached a tacit understanding, and they are not talking about their quarrel. Now they are very friendly to each other, but they are polite and seem unnatural. Just a few days ago, they also discussed the height of the giant. Hermione remembers that it was 20 feet in the book, but Harry remembered that Marx had said it was 30 feet. But today, they have no time to discuss those issues. We have to go see him, Harry said. On the evening of this evening, divination. Tell him we want him to come back. Do you want him to come back? He asked Hermione coldly. I don't want to tell lies. Occasionally the last decent care of magical creatures. It's not bad to change the taste, but I really want Hagrid to come back. I certainly hope. Hermione was angry with Harry's eyes scared, and hurriedly added. So, after dinner that day, the three of them left the castle again, passed through the snow-covered field, and headed for Hagrid's hut. They wanted to go with Marx, but who knows? Marx didn't know where to go. Where have you been? When they came to the door of the Hagrid's hut, Harry knocked on the door and the low squeaking of the teeth immediately behind the door. Hagrid, it's us, Harry shouted, slamming the door. Open the door. Hagrid did not answer. They can hear the teeth scratching the door, whispering, but the door is not open. They knocked on it for more than 10 minutes. Ron even knocked on a window in the past and still didn't hear back. This time, Hagrid seems to have made up his mind. I always think that Marx should be there now. Harry couldn't help but turn back. He always does, and every time he pops up in the most critical places, it scares us all. But unfortunately, this time Marx is really not here. The news on Daily Prophet knew that even he had seen Remus Skeeter of the Animagus form that night, but he did not stop the meaning of this episode. The current Hogwarts need a bit of chaos. If the pool is too clear, no one is willing to reach in to catch the fish. Of course, the premise is that Skeeter does not bring the flame to him. At least for now, Marx's warning to Rita Skeeter is still very useful, as evidenced by the fact that even Marx's name has not appeared in news reports. When Harry was worried about Hagrid, Marx walked alone in an alley in the village of Hogsmeade. Coming just in front, in the dark corner, a silhouette of the invisible face suddenly started talking. Terino, what's the situation? Marx asked calmly. This mission object can't be dealt with well, the man whispered. So far, there have been several goals that have been lost. But what is certain is that their actions are still very cautious. There is still a while. Very good. Keep on staring, Marx said, suddenly handing over the box in his hand. These things you take away are all things you can use. Keep your eyes on the movements, as far as possible. Do not miss any clues. The silhouette took the suitcase and gave it a slight look, then closed the box again. Really? All of your potions are spoiling us," he said succinctly. The old partner, who is responsible for those key goals, said that with these supplies, tracking is easier than walking. During the mission, these consumptions will not ask you for a copper canute. Don't save it. Marx waved. As long as the mission is done well, I can send you more. Just rush to you. There are tasks next time. We will give you a double discount. When the two men talked quickly, they left each other, as if nothing had happened here. Time flies very quickly, and in the blink of an eye it is already mid-January. The students had to go to the Hogsmeade village to play, and Harry wanted to go. He thought he might meet Hagrid there, so he had a chance to persuade him to come back. Hermione did not agree, because the problems left by the first task of the Triwizard Tournament are still waiting for them. The Scorpion is very depressing, Hermione has been researching, but I didn't expect any good ideas to get rid of it. I'm going to take this opportunity to think about it. I think you should do the same. She persuaded Harry seriously. Remember, we have to complete the task. In fact, Dumbledore is not complicated to set up on how to open the dice. To open them, just find the right place. This is just the action of the champions and the understanding of ancient things like Nirvana. The places where the 4 dice can be opened are different, but all are within the scope of the school. For example, Marx's Snow White Ice Scorpion. He only needs to go to the Hogwarts Hail to make it easy to find the Niven altar that opened the Scorpion. This magic mechanism uses a combination of features like Niven. They are not independent, each can be replaced by another rune, and another very different effect. Marx, how can I find an altar? He drew a few simple 9-net maps and completed the rune replacement with no difficulty. When the Ice Scorpion in front of Marx suddenly raised a blue flame, the Scorpion cover automatically opened. There is an irreplaceable clue in each dice that will be the real goal of each champion in the upcoming second task of the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore is really not too big. Marx looked at the things in the Scorpion, muttered. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 185. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 185. Hagrid. The gate of the hunting lodge was once again knocked out by Peng Peng, and the knocker shouted loudly, and there was an imposing manner to keep the door open. Hagrid, enough. We know you are inside. No one cares about your mother is a giant. Hagrid, I heard that Marx didn't talk to you. Open the door quickly. It was Hermione. She looked so hot, and Harry and Ron were standing behind her. Not long after, the door was opened from the inside. Hermione just said you should have been, and suddenly slammed, because she found that she was not Hagrid, but Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Good afternoon, he said happily, looking down at them with a smile. We want to see Hagrid. Hermione said softly. Ah, I have already guessed it, Dumbledore said, with a witty light in his eyes. Why don't you come in? Oh. Okay, Hermione said. She walked into the hut with Ron and Harry. Harry just entered the door, and his teeth rushed toward him, screaming and licking his ears. Oh, Marx? Hermione screamed in amazement and let Harry quickly break free of extra enthusiasm. At this point, Marx was sitting next to the small round table with Hagrid, and there were 3 large teacups in front of them. Are you also coming? Marx nodded at them, calmly. Marx is of course the same as in peacetime, but Hagrid looks very embarrassed at this time. Scabbers on his face was a little bit, his eyes were red and swollen, and he went to the other extreme on the hair problem. He no longer tried to clean his hair. They have now completely changed back to the state of the past steel ball. Even it may be worse. Hello, Marx, Hagrid, Harry said. At this time, Hagrid slowly raised his head. Good. He replied in a very hoarse voice. Drink some more tea, Dumbledore said, closing the door behind Harry, Ron, and Hermione, pulling out the wand, and fiddling with it, and a rotating tea tray and a cake appeared in the air. Dumbledore used the magic to make the tea tray on the table, and everyone sat down. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore said, Hagrid, have you heard the words that Miss Granger shouted? Hermione's face was a little red, and Dumbledore laughed at her and continued, from the posture they just wanted to break into, Hermione, Harry and Ron seem to be willing to pay you this, friend. Of course we are willing to make friends with you. Harry looked at Hagrid and said, "Do you think that's Skeeter's cow?" "Sorry, Professor," he said quickly, looking at Dumbledore. "I was deaf. I didn't hear what you were talking about, Harry," Dumbledore said. He played with two thumbs and his eyes on the ceiling. Well, Harry said uneasily. "I mean, Hagrid, how do you think we care about that woman Wat?" "Yeah, you and Marx, and us that night, didn't you talk well?" Ron also echoed. Two rounded teardrops flowed out of Hagrid's black eyes and slowly infiltrated into his tangled beard. "But now I am a teacher. Not everyone," Hagrid said hoarsely. "Not everyone wants me to stay." "Hagrid, are you going to complete the unfinished Girl of Helga Hufflepuff?" Marx patted him, easily said, "Do you want to unify the entire Hogwarts, or do you want to unify the whole world?" "What?" Hagrid looked up towards Marx. "Everyone has their own ideas. There is support for you, and there will definitely be against you." Marx said, "You can't let everyone like you, don't you?" He was paused and pointed very directly at Dumbledore, who was sitting across from him. "You see, the greatest white wizard is sitting in front of you today. But he is not going to be criticized and accused. He will change a sweet taste every day, never because of the accusations are not comfortable." Dumbledore didn't look at Marx. He just laughed a little. "Then I should lock myself in study and refuse to talk to anyone? It doesn't make sense, isn't it?" "But, you are not half-gent," Hagrid said hoarsely. "Hagrid, look at what kind of relatives I have." Harry said angrily, "Look at the Dursley family." "A wonderful view," said Professor Dumbledore. "My Proyonja brother Aberforth was sued for the indiscriminate use of magic on a goat. It was hiding the sky and covering the earth in the newspaper, but Aberforth hid." No. He raised his head high, so he did his own thing. "Of course, I am not sure he knows the word, so he may not be courageous. The courage of your younger brother is bigger than the few of us. You don't cover up for him." Marx unceremoniously dismantled the road. "He doesn't like you, always put things in his heart." "Oh Marx, you shouldn't say that." Harry couldn't help but admire, "Professor Dumbledore, what happened between you?" Hermione said. About this, Marx suddenly interrupted. "I'm very clear about this in the World Cup. I don't think I have to repeat it." When Marx said these words, Dumbledore just looked down and said nothing. When Hagrid stopped crying because of this, and looked up and worried about them, Dumbledore suddenly stood up. "In short, I don't accept your resignation report, Hagrid. I hope that you will come back to class next Monday," he said. "You go to the auditorium to have breakfast with me at 8:30. You can't find reasons to shirk. I wish you all good afternoon." Dumbledore walked to the door, only stopped and bent over his ears, and left the hut. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Marx's direction. "Marx, I think you and Dumbledore must have had a misunderstanding." Hagrid wiped his crying red eyes, but instead persuaded Marx. "Dumbledore is a great person, really." "Yeah, he is amazing," Marx said, picking up a piece of cake from Dumbledore's plate and groping as he ate. "Don't you come one? It's just one person." "Marx." Harry was about to say something, but Hermione pulled his sleeve. "Hagrid, will you come back?" she whispered to Hagrid. "Come back, we miss you." Hagrid licked his face, nodded, said, "Oh, of course. I did this. My father will definitely blush for me." Tears flowed out again. He wiped them hard and said, I haven't seen you photos of my father, Dad. Are you?" "Here." Hagrid stood up and walked to the closet, pulled a drawer, took a photo with a short wizard, and the eyes were the same as Hagrid. It was black and smashed into a seam. He sat on Hagrid's shoulder. I laughed very much. Referring to an apple tree next to it, Hagrid is 7 or 8 feet tall, but his face is young, full, smooth, and has no beard. He looks up to 11. "This is what I took shortly after I entered Hogwarts," Hagrid said hoarsely. "Father is happy. He thought I couldn't be a wizard, you know, because my mother—" "Oh, don't mention it." "Of course, I haven't been very open in magic. But he didn't at least see me being fired." Hagrid smashed some past events and said a lot of words until he got out of those memories. and then looked towards the 4 teenagers in front of him. "Do you know, Harry?" he said, raising his head from his father's photo. His eyes very bright. "When I first saw you, you reminded me of myself. Your parents are both dead and worried. Don't adapt to Hogwarts, remember? You don't believe that you really have the ability. But look at you now, Harry. School's champion. And Marks, to be honest, I have never seen a child like you. When you are with me, I often forget your age. No one can be as talented as you, smart and diligent." Hagrid said again. "Others may not be very clear, but I saw it with my own eyes. You used to practice potion here, almost every day, over and over again. Of course, Hermione is also great. The test scores are better than Marks, and there are books everywhere." He is paused and then very serious. "I believe that the winner of the Triwizard Cup will definitely be among you, and no matter who gets the Triwizard Cup, it will be visible to everyone. Not only the pure bloodline of the wizard can do it. I don't have to be ashamed of my origin," he said, and he thought of something like it. Suddenly said, "Yes, how is your nephew studying?" "Of course," Harry said. "There is already a look." Hermione also couldn't bear to destroy the atmosphere, and subconsciously followed the nodded. As for Marks, he doesn't have to say it, because no one would think that he would be stumped by a blind man. The feeling of lying to Hagrid and lying to others is different. That evening, when Harry returned to the castle with Ron and Hermione, Harry's eyes were always in front of Hagrid's fantasy Harry, who won the title of the hegemony, the expression of joy on the unshaven face, which seemed to linger in his mind. "You haven't figured it out yet?" Marks said strangely. "I only know I should be looking for a way to replace Rune." Hermione hesitated. "I can unlock it, but I don't know how to replace it." "You think it's too complicated?" Marks shook his head. "This is just a test of our mobility. Look around." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 186. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 186. In the darkness, a silhouette swayed back and forth in the potions professor's office, seemingly looking for something. Although the other party has already paid attention, but after all, time is tight. Snape's potion storage cabinets and material boxes are still turned upside down. "What are you looking for?" "Polyjuice potion?" a voice screamed behind the desk behind the man and scared him. Avada Kedavra. With the sound of whalla, a teacup was hit by green light, and it was turned into a fluffy powder in midair. Behind the desk, a white hand waved freely to disperse the mist. "Barty Jr. Crouch, isn't it?" The voice rang again, with a hint of laziness in the calm. "Why, when it comes to Hogwarts, why not come to me?" "What?" Marks McLawn. There was no light in the house, and both of them were hidden in the darkness, and even the look was not real. HMPH. Barty Jr. laughed, and the wand in his hand was tighter. "It's the wizard that the Dark Lord often mentions. Even Dumbledore didn't find me. But you can accurately stay here. Don't talk nonsense. Are you ready?" Marks said in an impatient tone. "Dark Lord should have told you about the plan. But you can see, the first game has passed. If I don't come to you, are you planning to do it yourself?" This is also what the Dark Lord means. Hip hop. Barty Jr. licked his mouth and licked his tongue like a snake. "This plan is very important for the Dark Lord. No mistakes can be made. Do you understand?" "What do you think you are talking to?" In a dark environment, a sharp invisible sharp blade fluttered in the ears of Barty Jr. Crouch. He was shocked first, shrinking his head and touching his auricle, and the late tingling sensation suddenly spread. He lowered his voice and made an angry cry. "I think I have to warn you first. If you dare to delay my plan, I will let you feel the more terrifying soul magic than Cruciatus Curse." The voice did not fall, and a black mist smashed toward Barty Jr. Crouch at a very fast speed. He couldn't understand why he could clearly see the same black gimmick in the dark. He only knew that the speed of the girl was so fast that it was too sudden, and he could not escape. Then, he only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then with the body came a burst of pain that made him crazy. That feeling is very similar to the pain that was punishable by the owner with Cruciatus Curse. Unlike Cruciatus Curse, this pain is very rapid, just like the sudden appearance of Cruciatus Curse's formidable power. He can even feel that his soul is being pushed out of the body by the black gimmick. Is this magic very fascinating? Marx waved wand, and the her was turned back into black fog. He still sat on the back chair behind his desk, and his tone was flat. It's not like Cruciatus Curse, it will have permanent soul damage for a long time. As long as I control the strength, it will continue until either magic power is consumed. How, isn't it cool? He paused and said to himself, I feel so cool anyway. Barty Jr. has no strength to talk. He is half squatting on the cold floor, gasping for a big mouth, but the mind is exceptionally clear. Polyjuice potion is at the bottom of the penultimate cabinet, the biggest bottle. Marx suddenly said, leave the left, take the takeaway, and then where to come back. I know, Barty Jr. said with a weak voice. He took a potion bottle from the cupboard, and then took an envelope out of his arms and carefully placed it on his desk. Then I will go first. Marx didn't say anything. Barty Jr. didn't care to. Now he just wants to leave here as quickly as possible, leaving the fearsome guy in front of the Dark Lord. Correct. Barty Jr. slammed into a stiff, half-opened mouth in place. In the face of me, I don't want to stick my tongue out again. Marx's voice brought with the laziness of the beginning, but when he said it, Barty Jr. was cold. If you stretch it again, I will let your mouth can't be opened in this life. Yes. He quickly closed his mouth and escaped from the office. But Barty Jr. didn't know, just the moment he just closed the door, there was another person in the office who walked out gently. You really intend to cooperate with you know who? A slick and squeaky voice rang. What I did just now is what you are going to do. Marx didn't look back. He just spread his hands and casually said, to be honest, I thought you wouldn't respond to my invitation. After all, you know, the recent Hogwarts are very dangerous. My current courage is much more than before. The man said with a smile. And, there is a rare opportunity to show up, I don't want to miss it. I am still thinking, are you so moist in the Muggle world that you don't want to go back to the magic circle? Marx said easily, I can hear, you are now a Muggle jazz -- this is rare in the wizard. I can't always mix with the Muggle. It's too boring. He looked very proud and his tone was light and gentle. I took advantage of this time and exercised my magic level. Now, I need to add dangerous adventure. That's yours. Marx nodded said. Don't mention your magic level, at least your acting skills I trust. Hold this, before the second task of the top 3 starts. Get used to it. Let's go. How about you? Marx didn't say anything more, because there seemed to be something moving outside. The sound was a bit far from here, but it was very noticeable in the quiet late night. You go first, Professor Snape is coming back. He waved his hand. I have already prepared for you, and you only need to finish your play. This script is for you. No problem. The man patted his chest and quickly left the door. On the other side, Filch was yelling angrily on a certain staircase that had just made a sound. What are you doing here? Are you waking up the people in the castle? I must catch you, Peeves. I want to catch you. You. Hey, what is this? Filch stopped. Just listen to a light sound, which is the sound of mechanics fighting each other. Filch picked up a blind man and he closed it. Scorpion? Filch whispered under the stairs. My baby cat. This is a clue to the Triwizard Tournament. It belongs to a school's champion. Who is it? Peeves. Filch screamed with joy. You stole something. His terrifying, fluffy face and the light-eyed eyes of the violent bursts were squatting upwards. It was a dark, empty staircase. Hide up, isn't it? He whispered. I want to catch you, Peeves. You actually stole the clues from the Triwizard Tournament. Peeves. Dumbledore will never spare you. You are dirty, stealing chickens, wild ghosts specializing in mischief. Filch began to climb up the stairs, followed by his skinny, dark grey cat. It was Mrs. Norris, a cat raised by Filch. It was very intelligent, and it was staring at Filch's front, as if something was found. What happened to Filch? Filch stopped and turned around. There was a man standing under the stairs. That was Snape. He is now wearing a grey shirt-style nightgown, but he still wears a pair of muddy boots. It's just that the trousers of his pajamas seem too long, and it's hard to see what shoes he's wearing. It's Peeves, Professor, Filch whispered disgustingly. He threw the scorpion off the stairs. Snape hurried upstairs and stopped at Filch. Peeves? Snape whispered, his eyes fixed on the scorpion in Filch's hand. This is Potter's, he said, squinting and looking around sharply, with a hint of hesitation on his face. Professor, is there anything you are here? Of course not, Snape snapped. I just heard a peng-peng and a scream. Yes, Professor, that's the voice of the scorpion falling. I will come over and investigate. It was thrown by Peeves, Professor. Filch kept on talking, which made Snape lick his tongue impatiently. Oh, he said uncomfortably. I am going to the office. You can continue to find it, if, An unpleasant wood-percussion made Snape slammed his head. Both he and Filch looked down at the stairs, and soon after, Moody limped. Moody draped his old travel cloak outside his shirt-length pajamas, holding a cane as usual. Pajama party, huh? He said thickly to the stairs. Professor Snape and I heard some voices. Professor, Filch said immediately. It's Peeves, who specializes in pranks, throwing things as usual. Moody moved a step further toward the stairs, his magical eyes swept over Snape, and then, undoubtedly, fell to a position next to the stairs. Suddenly, his broken eyebrows gently jumped. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 187. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 187. Moody's gaze only stayed on the side of the stairs for a few seconds and moved back to Snape. Filch is in the middle of the night. Then what about you, Snape? He hesitated. How did you hear it? That doesn't matter, Snape said coldly. On the contrary, Moody screamed. This is very important. HMPH, I just have to go to my office. What's the problem? Snape coldly snorted, turned and left. Wait. Moody loudly shouted, let me see your shoes. Snape paused, didn't even return, and went on. Stop. Moody walked a few steps forward, and the crutches stretched out, and stopped Snape unceremoniously. What do you want to do? Snape screamed in anger and jerked over, revealing his shoes with his trouser legs. Want to see my shoes? Is there any good looking? Is it my dark magic prop? Under the trousers that Snape lifted, a pair of clean boots were exposed, but the little dirt just disappeared. I just didn't find my slippers when I came down from the bed. Is this a problem? Snape asked. Moody stared at his boots for a moment, and looked up by his head. Is there something else hidden in your office? At this time, Snape's earthy face has turned into an ugly brick red, and the blood vessel on the temple jumps faster. You are not finished? You know that I have nothing to hide, Moody, he said in a low voice. Did you not personally search my office for a long time? Moody's face twisted and squeezed a smile. This is the privilege of error, Snape. Dumbledore told me to monitor closely. Dumbledore just trusts me, Snape gnashing teeth said. I don't believe he told you to search my office. Dumbledore certainly believes in you, Moody muttered. He is a very credulous person, is he? It always feels like giving a second chance. But I think some stains can't be washed, Snape. Some stains. It will never be washed away. Do you understand what I mean? Snape suddenly did a very strange thing. He slammed his left arm with the right hand, as if his arm was suddenly painful. Moody laughed. Go back to sleep, Snape. You don't have the right to let me go anywhere. Snape said, loosening his arms, seemed to be annoyed at himself. I have the same right to visit the school at night. Then you should patrol, Moody said, but his voice was full of threats. I already knew that one day I will meet you in the dark corridor. By the way, your things are lost. Both Snape and Filch looked down subconsciously and found a parchment. Snape reached out and groaned, and his face slowly appeared terrifying. Obedient expression. Parchment Axio. The map slammed into the air, slid across Snape's open fingers, flew down the stairs, and landed in Moody's hand. I got it wrong, Moody said quietly. This is mine. I think it must have been lost earlier. But Snape's dark eyes look at the scorpion in Filch's arms, and look at the parchment in Moody's hand. He linked the two things. Potter, he whispered. He can still remember clearly. No way, it is difficult to remember. Because he found this parchment to belong to Harry's time. It was the night he hit Mark's and Hermione's face facing the face. What do you mean? Moody asked calmly, folding the map and putting it in his pocket. Potter, Snape said angrily, and he turned his head and looked straight at the position where Moody had just stared. The blind man is Potter, and the parchment is also Potter. I have seen it before. I recognized it. Potter is here. Potter, wearing his invisibility cloak. Snape opened his hands like a blind and walked up the stairs. There is nothing there, Snape, Moody muttered. But I am happy to tell the headmaster how you can't move and doubt Harry Potter. What do you mean? Snape turned to look at Moody again. His hands still open, but his movements slowed down. I mean, Dumbledore is very interested in knowing who is not good for that boy. Moody limped and moved a few steps toward the stairs. And, Snape, I am very interested. The light of the torch passed over his twisted and broken face, making the scars on the scar and the nose appear deeper and more gloomy than ever. Snape looked down at Moody, his brows wrinkled tightly. For a time, no one moved, no one spoke. Then, Snape slowly put his hands down. I just thought. Snape seemed to be trying to make his tone calmer. If Potter is hanging out in the middle of the night, this is his regrettable bad habit. It should be stopped, for his own safety. Ah, I understand, Moody whispered. You put Potter's interests in your heart, are you? A moment of silence. Snape and Moody still stared at each other, and Mrs. Norris screamed, still sticking on Filch's leg, and seemed to be sniffing something. I should go to my office. And potion waiting for me to prepare, Snape said suddenly. You only have the most reasonable idea tonight, Moody said. Well, Filch, can you give that nephew to me? No, Filch said, holding the golden egg firmly, just like his own son, Professor Moody. This is evidence of Peeves stealing things. This is what he stole from a champion. It was the thing of the champion. Moody said, come on. Snape brief remark rushed downstairs, walked past Moody and headed for the basement. Filch made a grin to Mrs. Norris, and the cat looked at it somewhere for a few seconds before turning around and following the owner. Filch handed the dice to Moody, then left and whispered to Mrs. Norris. It's okay, dear. We went to Dumbledore early. Tell him Peeves doing good things. Not long after, a door ping rang and seemed to be shut down. Until then, Moody slammed the crutches at the bottom of the stairs, struggling to climb up the stairs and heading towards the edge of the seemingly empty staircase. Every time he took a step, he made a hollow voice. Hey, it's dangerous enough, Potter, he whispered. On the other side, Snape's office. Peng. The door of the office was violently pushed open, and it was slammed shut, and the oil lamp in the room was ignited. Are someone coming today? Snape didn't bother to see Marks sitting behind the desk. He just asked with a look of irritability. Come on, it's tonight. Marks leaned straight against the back of the chair and calmly said, that's it. Snape didn't ask about the details of Barty Jr. He just said impatiently and sat down on the single sofa next to him. You can go back to sleep. That's not going to happen. Marks shrugged, said, there is a potion in it. Before it stabilizes, I am afraid I can't walk. I am going to be your private refining room here. Snape said that although he said it, he obviously didn't mean to go to Marks. Since Marks turned around at Voldemort, his relationship with Snape has clearly improved. Now, if Marks wants to make some potion or do some research, he will often come to Snape to disturb it. Marks can understand that the biggest reason for Snape's recognition of him is not this relationship. As for why, to be honest, he hasn't figured it out yet. McLawn. What? Snape screamed. Marks abruptly but he still didn't export. But he shook his head slightly. No, nothing. Marx was a bit puzzling, but he didn't continue to ask. If Snape didn't want to say it, he asked him if he asked. It's better to save some effort, and when the other person feels it should be said, it will naturally be said. At least, Snape has no conflicts of interest with himself. He doesn't have to worry about what the other person will think about him. Later, Marx talked to Snape about some of the problems with potion. Until the day when he was bright, he covered the lid of the cauldron and went out of Snape's office. For Marx, staying up late is almost a common occurrence. He usually replenishes the next morning and then does something else. But today, he did not do this. As the date of the start of the second task approaches day by day, he has to hurry up all the time to handle all sorts of things. The plan has slowly started, and progress in all aspects is very stable. At such a critical moment, he does not want to lose the chain because he has not noticed in some places. When things are solved, you must take a good rest. As he spoke, he pulled out a bottle of potion and poured it on his head. Hey! He licked his head, and the otherwise distressed face glowed again, and his eyes returned to brightness. This recipe is really good. You can try to push the market. Marx squeezed the empty bottle and then nodded. Since the formula has a bicorner's gallbladder, call it Rainbow Bull Potion has. Anyway, the double-horned beast one is not much different from the bull. Note 1, the double-horned beast, an obese and unimaginable rare beast, likes to eat fat leopards and cows. It is said that it also specifically chooses the kind of man who is loyal to his wife. In addition, the powder developed by Horn of Bicorn is one of the important components of Polyjuice Potion. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 188. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 188. The weather is already warming up, but the outside of the castle is still a bit cold. The young wizards who are eating breakfast in the auditorium can hear the wind whistling from time to time, and the forbidden forest in the distance is blown by wah-wah. Everyone sitting in the castle can hear it. Fortunately, a clean sky and bright sunshine gave everyone a good mood. Today is the 2-month 24 day. The third task of the third task began. At this moment, Marx was sitting at the long table and enjoying a hearty breakfast. And just on the side of his plate, the scorpion obtained from the previous project was left there by him. McLawn, why don't you hurry up? Professor Orson said, it's already 8:30, and there's only 1 hour left. I know you should be very sure, but prepare more. Certainly not wrong. It can be seen that his honor for Durmstrang is still very important. Marx is still in second place, which makes him a bit untenable. I think you should worry about yourself. The members of the referee group should be there first, aren't they? Marx said as he chewed the sausage. Ois, that's right, you can play, McLawn. Orson said, and once again took out his pocket watch and looked at it. Okay, I really have to go first. Remember, hurry up. Marx waved his hand and said he knew it. When Professor Orson hurriedly left the auditorium, Marx was still eating slowly, and he didn't seem to be in a hurry. When the students in the auditorium gradually left, and when there were fewer and fewer people, he wiped his mouth and stood up with a donkey. McLawn, the game is about to begin. You should be admitted as soon as possible as a champion. A voice rang from behind Marx. He turned his head and found that he was the director of the International Magic Communication and Cooperation Department, Stincombe Crouch. Oh, of course, I am going to go over. Marx said, slightly nodded. Mr. Crouch, are you not sick? Is your body okay? Working with your heart, it's no problem. I have let Weatherby is back. Crouch is still a serious face that is tight at the moment, and still has a Busey-speaking statement. Of course, I still can't remember the name of Percy Weasley. Please. All the champions are already at the rest. After Mr. Crouch said, he turned and walked outside the main hall of the auditorium. It seemed to be the way to lead Marx. The venue of the competition is still in the wall where the first task is held. In fact, since the beginning of last week, the site preparation has begun. Dumbledore once again participated in the construction of the competition venue. In terms of the time spent, The venue setting was obviously more complicated than the previous one. Mr. Crouch, I think. Some things we have to talk about first. Marks, who had been behind Crouch, suddenly stopped and said, "Yes, about this riot." "What are you talking about?" "What's the riot?" Crouch looked back and frowned, revealing a puzzled look. "Don't play, no one hears here. We have to talk about it so as not to get set back." Marks impatiently, "Do you understand?" "I don't know what you are talking about." Crouch frowned more tightly, and he looked at Marks, his face inexplicably. Marks was slightly coldly snorted, and Crouch immediately felt something on his stomach. "I don't know what I'm talking about." "Don't use me to help you recall." "Huh?" Marks snorted. "Minibus." "Enough." "Okay." Crouch suddenly lowered his shoulder and lowered his voice. "Don't call my name here." "Okay, let's talk about it." "Talk about it." Here. Originally there were very few people here. Most of them had already rushed to the venue, and the little gestures of the two did not attract anyone's attention. In tandem, they quickly walked away from the open space in front of the castle, turned a corner, and walked into a garden on the side. At the same time, in the tent next to the competition venue, the champion break wooden token. I'm here," Harry said breathlessly, slipping at the tent's mouth and slamming down at Fleur's feet. Oh, Fleur, who was looking at the scorpion in her hand, was shocked. She hurriedly shrank her feet. Fortunately, Harry didn't sit on her instep, or today's game would be troublesome. You know, she was upset because of the stuff in her throat. "Oh, where did you go?" Ludo Bagman reached out and raised Harry. "Is it okay?" "Nothing, I'm fine." Harry stood firm and then waved again and again. "Is it late?" "Oh. It was late, but—" Ludo Bagman saw Harry, as if a stone in his heart had fallen to the ground, and he easily spread the handkerchief. "You see, Mr. Crouch and Mr. McLawn have not arrived yet. The game can only be slightly delayed. You can take a breath there." Dumbledore smiled at Harry, but Madame Maxime seemed to be very upset to see him. From the expression on her face, it was obvious that he would not show up. Of course, she actually prefers to see Marks no longer show up, because in her opinion, even though Harry is still ranked first, the biggest threat to Buttons is Marks McLawn. As for Professor Orson, I am standing outside the tent and looking away. Harry bent down and held his knees with his hands, panting in a big mouth. Probably because he ran too fast, his chest and abdomen suddenly suffered from severe pain, just like a blade inserted into his ribs. "Are you all right?" Hermione came over and looked at Harry with concern. "How come you are now?" "I didn't see you with Ron in the morning. I checked the information in the library." Harry and Hermione walked aside. He whispered, "I am more prepared, you know. I am not as smart as you and Marks." Hermione obviously didn't quite agree with Harry's behavior. She didn't take it for granted. "You should have done this earlier, isn't it? I have urged you many times, but you always feel that time is still a lot." "It's not because of the news that Moody revealed that night." Harry pushed his black-rimmed glasses and subconsciously lifted his waistband. Just a sprint, the belt seemed a bit loose. "Don't say it here." Hermione hurriedly looked at Harry, lest he say anything he shouldn't have said. Just then, a voice came in clearly from outside the tent. "Oh, thank you, Merlin. You are finally here." "I'm late." That is the voice of Professor Orson and Marks. Everyone is familiar with both sounds and can tell them when they're here. Sure enough, Professor Marks and Professor Orson walked in from the tent. "Look, I am just catching up." Marks looked around and wondered, what about Percy? "Mr. Crouch has returned today, but he just left, and hasn't come back yet." Ludo Bagman shrugged said, "Did you meet him when you came?" "Sorry, I don't think I have met Mr. Crouch." Marks also shrugged and replied calmly. "Well," Bagman pondered, and looked back at several headmasters like Dumbledore. "What should I do?" "Wait a moment to see. I will let the teachers help me find it later." "The game can't be delayed." "Start now." Dumbledore looked around Orson and Madame Maxime. After he confirmed it, he said decisively. Bagman immediately nodded, and announced to the 4 champions, "So, everyone, Please choose a doorway on the wall and wait for the order. The wall, which had entrances to the entrances and exits on all sides, has now been blocked, and only 4 small door openings have been opened on one wall. The 4 champions negotiated with each other and then walked to each of the selected gates. How, Harry? Bagman took Harry and walked a few more steps away from the others, whispering, "Do you know what you are going to do?" "No." Harry gasped and replied, gently rubbing the ribs. The pain caused by the run just had not completely disappeared. He still has some faint pain under his ribs. Bagman squeezed Harry's shoulders hard and walked to the referee table on the wall. In a short while, he came to his position and pointed to his throat with wand. Sonorous. So his voice was like thunder, passing by the ears of all the audience. I believe that everyone has been waiting for some impatience, but I think everyone's wait must be worth it. His voice easily pressed the buzz on the wall. In fact, I am like everyone else. I can't wait. But, I have to tell everyone about the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, isn't it? Bagman paused, and whispered again. As you can see, this is a huge maze. I think everyone has to understand that the wall of this maze is made up of the Thorns of Doom. In this maze, the champions first what you have to face is that from time to time, you will touch the thorns that you inadvertently attacked you. Of course, this labyrinth is obviously not that simple. Because it's all over the maze, it's right, it's everywhere. The maze is full of dangers everywhere, creatures, mechanisms, puzzles. Believe me here, the head is absolutely difficult. If you are not careful, you will be spared. And in every champion's nephew, in addition to the most important clues, there is also an 8/5 map of this maze. They are naturally different. As to whether it will help hold the champion of it winning, who knows? Yes. Then, the last one. The task that the champions are about to challenge is Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 189. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 189. Then, the last one. The task that the champions are about to challenge is to recapture some of the most precious treasures for them in this huge thorny maze. Yes, they have to find the treasure that belongs to them and bring them out of the maze. Everyone listens, our champion has been all there. I whistle, the second task will officially start. They have a full 3 hours to find the most correct path for them. Now, I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. The sharp whistle screamed in the cold, still air, and a burst of cheers and applause broke out in the stands. And the long-awaited Triwizard Tournament second task, the journey of the Thorny Maze, has finally begun. Just as the whistle just sounded, the 4 champions broke into 4 different entrances. Everyone's speed is very fast. Because this time is limited, they have not continued to linger at the entrance. The so-called most precious treasure, for the 4 champions, is actually very clear. Because in their respective nephews, in addition to the Aneth-sized map, there is a delicate magic card. If someone picks it up, it will show up an item on someone who has a good impression on the holder. According to Marx, one of the main functions should be the application of name magic power, which has many similar gadgets in the Magic What a Joke store. Perhaps, Dumbledore is simply not using the props in the Zerko store to make changes. And the Marx card shows a small carrot earring. The answer is clear, Luna should be waiting for him in a corner of the maze now. Marx didn't hesitate, he quickly walked through the maze, and sometimes he extended out of wand and waved it, blocking a thorny tentacles from the wall of the thorns to his back. It was a kind of dark green, with a sharp spiked tentacle. They are not the same as Devil's Snare, which has a very poor dispel effect on them, because it is not easy to ignite them. On the surface of their tentacles, they are usually covered with a fine layer of stratum cornum. In addition to fire protection, the resistance to cutting is also quite good. About 3 centuries ago, the wizards often used them to protect their homes. It's just that this kind of doom is now rare, and I don't know where Dumbledore got so big. Speaking, throwing a fiend fire bottle in this place should work well. The doom thorn is also a magic plant, and the degree of danger is quite high. The Ministry of Magic once classified it into the XXXX classification. It was only because they were getting fewer and fewer, and they finally fell to the next level. But as long as you don't go with them and pay attention to your body, in the current day, their danger will be much lower. There are so many roads in the labyrinth, and the arrangement is disorganized. When Marx walked along a wall for a while, he discovered that the labyrinth must have been set up with a number of independent walls that were not connected to each other. If he always walks along a wall, I am afraid that he can only walk in the outer circle of the labyrinth. The map fragment in his hand is undoubtedly a certain area closer to the center. Since it is impossible to do it, he can only first explore the way according to intuition. Marx walked cautiously and used the wand against the back of the map to record the route he had traveled in real time. From time to time, he had to keep the thorn's tentacles away. In order to maintain speed, he must be as useful as possible. This is not a very simple matter for Marx. Soon, when he turned a corner again, he suddenly opened up a lot. This is a small open space in the maze. Except for the exit when he came here, there is no more access around the open space. This is a dead end. However, why do you want to leave a small open space here? This can easily lead to suspicion. The human form is now. Wand pointed forward that a burst of magic power fluctuated, but did not show any reaction. Malicious perception. Another burst of magic power fluctuations spread quietly. Marx stood firmly at the only exit, waiting calmly, but still did not receive feedback. He can't help but frown, considering whether to put it here first, and then explore the road. The last time, Marx thought as he meditated, God. Suddenly, the sound of the wind whizzing over the labyrinth, the friction of the thorns around the thorns, the biological activity of the labyrinth, and even the various smells were quickly intertwined, forming a mind in his mind. A clear stereo perception. There is indeed something moving in this open space. The speed is very slow, is a kind of creature that relies on 2 feet to walk. There is breathing sound. There is a slight friction sound when walking, but the contour is not perceived. In addition, Marx smelled a fresh grassy smell. In that position, Marx suddenly brought a small step to the left, accurately avoiding the thorny tentacles that sneaked from behind, and one pointed to a certain position in the open space. Specialis Revelio. As Marx's spells read, the position pointed by his tip suddenly dimmed, and a creature resembling a stunned figure showed his figure. Unlike ordinary monks, the eyes of this creature are completely dark, just like the inlaid 2 round jade in its eyelids, with a faint glow. Because his stealth effect was suddenly broken, it made it look very flustered. It looked around, kept squatting, as far as possible from the Marx side. But it quickly found out that there was no other way out. Invisible beast, Marx whispered softly in his mouth, and at the same time a fire flashed silently from the tip to the creature. And the speed was exceptional. It can be seen that this creature is not good at fighting. It didn't even react, and it was hit by Marx's silent stunning spell. The other side fell down without any suspense and fell into syncope. Marx stepped forward and flipped it over. A small envelope was found behind the invisible beast, with a different labyrinth map fragment. He hesitated, and glanced at the direction of the audience subconsciously, and finally turned and left. Unfortunately, the skin of the invisible beast is not cheap. Although the wall of the labyrinth is set high, here after all is an open space. If he dares to peel it off on the spot, it is estimated that it is not just deduct points. Just then, there was a sudden explosion in the distance, followed by a female child's scream. If Marx is not mistaken, it should be the voice of Fleur Middledelacour. It seems that other people can be so lucky without him, only to encounter a gentle herbivorous creature of character. Although the classification level of the invisible beast is very high, it is mainly because its invisible effect is really good. It can be said that the value of its fur is enough to make it rank XXXX. However, Marx's good fortune can only be here. Although it is not very bad for him, how can it be so powerful? And it will take time to solve it. When he followed the original route and reselected a road to move on, he found that the labyrinth without the obstruction was gradually covered by a dark mist. The light was blocked above the fog and the surrounding environment became darker. In this case, the sneak attack of the Doom is becoming more dangerous, only if the environment is dark enough, only if they are large enough, their danger will be greatly improved, and they are truly a dangerous name. A magic creature of the XXXX class. And in this case, another problem is blocked in front of Marx. It was a long, straight path, and as Marx moved forward carefully, he found the movement again. From the beginning, the Gand of Glory has been exiled to make an incomparably strange monster appear in the dark. Its body is like a big horrible lion. The huge claws, the long tail of yellow, and the grey hair on the tip of the tail make it more like a lion. But it has a woman's head. Sphinx. As Marx approaches slowly, it points its narrow arm and eye to Marx. Then, it didn't squat down and was ready to pounce on it, but just walked around to stop him. Then it spoke, and the voice was low and hoarse. You can get closer to your goal, and the quickest way is to get the most accurate tips from me. Hurry up and tell your riddle. Marx's thorny tentacles, which will become active, are again blocked and urged. Yes, riddle. It squats gracefully in place. One guess, I will let you pass. No guessing, I will pounce on it. Don't answer, I will let you go away. Don't hurt you. Yes, let's talk. Marx waved. The Sphinx was slightly nodded, and it sat in the middle of the passage, screaming, think about what is going up and down, it will accompany you. Go together. Let's say something, never lie. It tells you the real illusion. When you step forward with them, you will understand the gaps in life and understand the old days. After seeing these words, Sphinx closed his eyes and stopped moving. Marx couldn't help but shoot his forehead. I knew that the riddle of this stuff was not reliable. Who knows that it is more vague than Trelawney's prophecy? He sighed, and he had to keep his thorns touching his hands and thinking hard. The 3 sentences that Sphinx said at the end of the chapter are actually a combined riddle. Marx has let him try for a while, and everyone can guess the next chapter before updating hints. The first 2 sentences are separate riddles, and the 3 sentences together are a riddle. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 190. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 190. Unlike Marx, the path Harry chose was obviously a bit bad. The game was just beginning. Bagman's whistle was almost around his ear, but he found that every 1-point clock seemed to be dimming in the maze. There seems to be nothing on the road he chose, and even the tentacles of the thorns of the doom have not come out. There is some secret in the surroundings. Lumos. Harry unconsciously stepped up. He turned to the right and hurried forward. One of his hands held the wand high, trying to see as far as possible, but still couldn't see anything. Suddenly, Harry jerked around and looked behind him. He seemed to think that someone was watching him secretly, but there was nothing behind him. Of course, the bad things obviously don't stop there. In this project, what makes Harry most depressed is his treasure. Why is my treasure on? He whispered nervously, whispering, if it's autumn, it's fine. Yes, that's right. When Harry finally opened his nephew at the top of the tower of the astronomical tower and took out the magic card, a chess piece of chesswar appeared. It was obviously the one that Ron often brought with him. He will never be wrong. Harry suddenly licked his head and put aside those things that were useless. He put the wand on his palm and whispered, point me. Wand rotated a bit and specified the dense hedge on his right. It was north. However, what is the use of this? He didn't know where Ron was hiding, and what was the use of the north? The road ahead was empty, and Harry saw a cross-shaped split road again. He hesitated and chose the one on his left. How is this going? Harry didn't know why it was, so it was so unobstructed that he was a little panicked. What should I have encountered now? This labyrinth seems to be tempting him with a safe fake. Suddenly, he heard the movement behind him, and quickly whipped out wand to prepare for self-defense. But the light of wand came out of Fleur, which hurriedly ran out from the road on the right. Her expression is arrogant, and she also braves the azure smoke. Blast ended Scret. She cried in a panic. How come there is such a big blast ended Scret? I managed to escape. Fleur looked a little scared, and she thought about it, passing by Harry and rushing straight ahead. She seems to be bent on making blast ended Scret a little farther. However, after not taking a few steps, She stopped and quickly returned. That is. Her voice was a little trembling, but she forced herself to keep her minimum calm. Harry walked 2 steps forward and looked away from Fleur's shoulder and neck. Then he saw a Dementor was slowly drifting towards them, 12 feet high, with a hood covering his face, and rotten and cruel hands stretched forward stiffly. It touched it with the feeling, and the hands of the corpse seemed to touch their faces, and they could even hear the j in their throat. A cold, sticky feeling hit Harry and Fleur. The feeling was still terrible, but it made Harry feel a little inexplicable. He knows what to do. Harry tried to think about the most enjoyable things, trying to concentrate on imagining the way out of the maze, celebrating with Ron, Marx and Hermione, while raising the wand in his hand. Expecto Patronum. A silver stag smashed out of Harry's wand and ran to the Dementor. Dementor stepped back 2 steps and was stumped by his robes. Harry had never seen the Dementor up yet. No, it seems to have been seen many times. He immediately remembered the miserable of the Dementor in Marx's hands, and immediately the corner of mouth twitching. Don't move. He followed Silver's Patronus. You are a boggart. Ridiculous. A loud explosion, the first floor azure smoke, the silver deer disappeared. Oh, you are awesome. Fleur snapped his hands happily. No. It's nothing. Harry was embarrassed to laugh, perhaps because of Harry's excellent performance, and perhaps for other reasons. Fleur naturally went forward with Harry. Harry felt his heart a little restless. But to be honest, the invisible charm that Fleur had on the body seemed to be more intense, and the aggressive, incomprehensible appeal of the past made Harry inadvertently go here. I feel like I should be here, Fleur said faintly, pulling up Harry's sleeves. Oh, you are right, it's here. Harry was confused and walked with Fleur to a darker and deeper road. Along the way, those bad thorns did not even attack Harry. Logically, this is enough to make Harry feel vigilant. However, let alone he is now being fascinated by the beautiful young girl in front of him. Even without Fleur, he is hard to detect this abnormality. After all, he was not clear from the beginning, and the Thorns of the Doom would launch a sneak attack on pedestrians passing by. As they take a step forward, the surrounding light seems to weaken the 1 point, and everything seems to be eroding in the endless darkness. The fluorescence of one swayed, and his deformed shadow twitched on the walls of the thorns. They turned a corner again, but they ran into a huge one. Blast-ended scret. Yes, another blast-ended scret. Fleur just said it is not fake. It is really great. It seems that it is 10 feet long, just like a fierce giant. Its long enamel is rolled on the back, and the thick armor glows under the fluorescent light of Harry wand. Probably because of this blast-ended scret relationship, Harry seems to be more awake than he was. Stupefy. Harry's tip made a series of fires, and after they hit the hard shell of blast-ended scret, they bounced back. Fortunately, Harry was hiding fast, but he smelled the burning smell of the hair, the fire that had just bounced back. It was wiped from the danger of his head. At this point, blast-ended scret spurted a flame from the tail, accompanied by a strong counter-thrust, which slammed into Harry's side. Impedimenta! Harry shouted. But obviously, the effect of impediment jinx is not very good. Although the speed of blast-ended scret has slowed down, but it is obviously not enough to stop it. Harry slammed back a few steps and fell to the ground. Impedimenta. Blast-ended scret stopped a few inches away from him. He hit the abdomen without a piece of protection. This time the impediment jinx worked well. Harry gasped and climbed, pulling Fleur and running hard in the opposite direction. Impediment jinx won't be very long, and blast-ended scret's legs and feet may move again at any time. Oh, you are brave. Fleur looked ruddy. She was sprinting by Harry, but she also praised Harry's leisurely elegance. Harry didn't know what he should answer. He only felt that his heart was in turmoil, as if a hand was constantly swaying his heartstrings. In the mood of being overwhelmed, Harry chose to keep running and running, so that he couldn't deal with Fleur. It must be more embarrassing than inviting him to be his partner in the fall. Just as he pulled Fleur and ran fast, Harry suddenly felt that his action was slowing down. This feeling was like immersing himself in a thick mud. His speed was all at once slower than a turtle. A sudden fear climbed into Harry's mind and forced the turmoil in his mind to be suppressed. What happened? This feeling is like he himself has an impediment jinx, and it seems that time is being pulled out of the space a little bit. It is unclear and strange. Harry struggled to look down at the ground, and the dim environment made him almost impossible to see anything under his feet. However, he felt that there was something soft and sticky in his feet that was creeping. Reducto. With a weird sound like a jelly pudding bursting, Harry felt like he was again free. The next moment, he lost his balance and threw himself down on the ground. That should be a creature, but Harry didn't know what creature it was. He only knew that his dilemma was solved for the time being. However, Fleur, standing beside him, had a faint sigh on his face. "Oh, you are amazing." She spoke again, looking at her between the eyes and the eyes. In the next second, a scream suddenly rang. It was a crisp and sweet voice. "Who is in danger?" That should not be the voice of Hermione, but why is it so familiar? Who is that? That is. Harry slammed his hand and took a few steps in horror. "Fleur, hey!" The Fleur in front of Harry's eyes licked his tongue impatiently, and then Harry felt a blur in front of him and his chest and abdomen, but also ignited an inexplicable heat, as if to ignite his whole child, burn to ashes. Stupefy. Just as Harry's consciousness gradually dissipated, he barely deepened the wand, and a string of fires burst out, turning the fake Fleur back a few steps. "Damn." The other party angrily licked the shoulder that was hit, and said indignantly, "If it weren't for Dumbledore, let the old lady be really good. Today you have to let this little guy taste it." As she groaned, she quickly stepped back and quickly disappeared into the endless darkness. On the other end, Harry swayed in his head for a while, and it was a little clear from the shackles. What the hell is it? This too terrifying. He was so eloquent, oh, really too terrifying. But why do you feel a little comfortable? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 191. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 191. When Harry was still trying to figure out what happened just now, the moment of my heart, just happened to be the time when Marx met Sphinx. However, the most annoying thing Marx is now is guessing what can only go up and down. Go with me? He thought about it and couldn't help it. Is it age? The Sphinx still closed his eyes. It was completely motionless, waiting in silence. What never lie? Tell me the real illusion. Is it a mirror? Then, the last sentence, when you step forward with them, you will understand the gaps in life, understand the old days, and say, with age, the mirror will let you see the time left on your face. The gully, that is the vicissitudes of the years. In this way, the answer is wrinkles. No. There seems to be something wrong. Marx didn't rush to say the answer, but thought for a moment. Then, suddenly he shook his head as if he had thought of something. Tell me the real illusion? He secretly pondered. If the answer to the second sentence is a mirror, then the mystery should be false real. It is more reasonable. So, the second sentence, the words are obviously misleading. The real illusion. The illusion? He whispered it a few times, then he stunned. Is it a memory? It should be right. For the individual, memory is never lie to yourself. It is a kind of reality that is only for itself, but on the other hand, memory is always an illusion of only for yourself. Since it is memory, then in combination with the last sentence, life gully undoubtedly refers to the lows of life in the mistakes made in life, and the old ages, it means that it is a long time. To the end did not have time to recover. I know, Marx yelled at Sphinx. The answer is regret. Sphinx opened his eyes and stared at Marx for a deep look, then nodded a little. Dumbledore asked me to prepare a deep puzzle. I figured it out, but I didn't think anyone would answer it. It said solemnly, but I didn't expect the wisdom of the wizard to shock me. Young wizard, you are not misled by the appearance. Find out the real answer. I believe that you deserve to be rewarded here. Tell me your treasure clue. You will get map fragments of the area where you are. I have to say that this is indeed a very big reward. At least, for a normal entrant, this is no doubt. The Sphinx stood up, and a parchment piece floated from underneath it, flicking through the air and falling into the hands of Marx. When he came into contact with this parchment piece, some fine ink lines gradually appeared on the top, and there was a striking red dot in the middle. That should be the location of Lunar Sphinx's classification rating is XXXX, but don't think that their combat power is only at this level. You know, they are in this class, just because all Sphinx has an approximation, even beyond the wisdom of the wizard, so they don't hurt, that's all. Even Marx will not be willing to fight an angry Sphinx. Not to mention that you can't beat it, even if Marx can beat it. It will take a lot of time and effort. This is undoubtedly an inferior behavior. Marx finally found some clues after comparing the road map he had drawn and taking a closer look at the 3 existing map fragments. It's no wonder that the map fragments are square, but only 8 copies. These fragments are not simple puzzles. Can they be partially overlapped? When Marx discovered that the corner of the first map fragment he had obtained from the Scorpion was exactly the same as the corner of the ruin in Lunar's area, he reached this conclusion. But unfortunately, the routes he has passed now are not matched with any of the map fragments. That is to say, he must continue to sneak his head and explore the road. Marx gestured a little, nodded to avoid the Sphinx, and passed by it, heading for the intersection ahead. Exploring the map is very boring, but if there are some interesting gadgets on the road, it won't look so bad. Not long after, when Marx turned a corner again, a group of creatures similar to the elf appeared in front of him. These little guys are about 3 feet tall, with long, pointed faces and some dirty cloth strips to cover some important parts. They are constantly calling, noisy and harsh, but there is an inexplicable attraction, especially for small children. Marx quickly recognized that this is a small group of evil. They are a very disgusting little thing, often using a kind of to make the little child look awkward, and then they will seduce the children from their guardians and eat them cruelly. They also use some innate talent spells that are born with nature, but they are far less powerful than the elves. That's not what they are good at. Marx just flicked a few more wand and released a few magical beams of scarlet, and they scared them away from these evil but timid evil spirits. Of course, his wand is not a white wave. At this moment, the 4 little dwarfs in the depth of the unconscious are the best proof. Just as Marx was going to move forward across them, he saw a corner in front of him and suddenly rushed out of a female child. "Mr. Lacour?" Marx just said, but immediately pointed the wand in his hand to the other side. "No, you are not Delacour. Who are you?" The other party's complexion changed and hurriedly stopped. When Marx just saw her, she immediately felt that there was a strange feeling rising from her heart. However, that is not the unique attraction of Vila to the opposite sex, but something quite similar but completely different. That feeling is like, this is, desire? Marx frowned slightly, and there was a little judgment in his heart. "Are you a succubus?" "I didn't expect that." In addition to Dumbledore, there are people in the world who can recognize our succubus. The other curiously glanced at Marx and immediately said, "Young man, although the looks are not very handsome, but it looks cold. Is the temperament good?" "I didn't expect that there would be succubus in this world," Marx said thoughtfully. "I thought you were completely extinct." "It's not polite to talk, little guy. Don't you know how to be polite?" "I can politely, of course," Marx said, suddenly picking his eyebrows, a very thin red light from the tip, quickly falling on the other's feet. "Don't move. I asking you a question, then you are leaving you." "I am leaving me. How?" "Can I ask you a question first?" The other person turned a blind eye and was depressed. "Why is my charm innate talent completely ineffective for you?" "How did you do it?" Marx shook his head and said, "It's not completely ineffective, it's just a weak effect." The charm of the succubus innate talent can indeed provoke the male's physiological desires, but if Marx's emotions are not affected, the charm effect will naturally be weakened in the invisible majority. As for how to do it, this is the second question. I don't have to answer it. He continued. I asked, the question is very simple. What is the principle of your innate talent that changes the appearance of the succubus? Principle? The other party thought about it, and then spread the handkerchief. "I don't understand what the principle is. I can only tell you that what you see is just a shell." The shell in her mouth, of course, does not mean the real shell. Marx soon wanted to understand. That is this actually an illusion innate talent? He couldn't help but mutter. It is rumored that it is natural to change the appearance of Metamorphmagus innate talent. The source of its innate talent bloodline is the succubus female and nightmare male. Marx has seen in several magic books. He is quite curious about this innate talent, but he can't start researching it, whether it's the rare Metamorphmagus innate talent, or even more rarity. Even the succubus and nightmare that have been extinct, can't be easily found. But now, he has encountered a real succubus in the maze of the top 3, and this is still not a matter of time to ask why. But now, this rumor is mostly a rumor. Metamorphmagus is a kind of innate talent that is closer to transfiguration, and the succubus's innate talent is illusion. There is obviously no relationship between the two. "Can I go now?" asked the succubus, who had become Fleur again. "Of course, please." Marx followed his finger to the road he came, and passed her by and took the lead. The succubus looked back at Marx's back, but her hair was a little hairy. The succubus's positive combat capability is extremely low. Although their body's magic resistance is not low, but the physical strength and magic power are very scum. In the event of a positive conflict, they are even difficult to fight back. Fortunately, there are very few people like Marx who are almost immune. Fascinating. So the succubus's classification ranks are always ranked high. Even if they are now close to extinction, they still have a name in the XXXXX category. Dumbledore's old fogey is that's all. At least people have strength and age. But what about this little guy? She was very tangled. First, luck is out of setback, now it is a little child is suffocating. How is this still playing? The old lady is not doing it. After all, she simply glimpsed in the same place, the suffocating look and Fleur's elegant appearance. There is a kind of weird. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 192. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 192. Unconsciously, the game time has passed an hour. The enthusiasm of the audience has not diminished, and when they occasionally see a champion appear in everyone's sight, there will be a burst of warm cheers. In the Triwizard Tournament, the since ancient times is a friendship event that promotes the exchange of the 3 schools. It can be said that everyone is looking forward to the victory of their school's champion. In the end, the entire game process is also the most grand campus entertainment project. I believe that no matter who wins the championship, the students of each school will send their most heartfelt congratulations. Dumbledore was also watching the changes in the maze, his face with a hint of faint smile, but the pair of blue eyes hidden behind the half-moon lens. But with the wisdom of the rays of light, he seems to be waiting for something. Just then, Dumbledore moved his gaze to a position in the maze, a foggy area, and no one else could see what was there. But Dumbledore didn't seem to be affected by that mist. He looked very fascinated, as if there was something in it that attracted his attention. He was not looking at someone else, it was Marx who had just been separated from the succubus. It can be felt that since he entered this misty area, the sneak attack of the Doom has become much more frequent. This is nothing to Marx, but for others, it is not the same. When Marx continued to deepen to a certain extent, the darkness around it was like consuming all the light, and even the effect of the Wand Radiance curse was suppressed to illuminate the range of Monday's small pieces. He had to increase the amount of magic power output, which allowed the light to expand to a relatively normal level. From this point of view, it is not just black, but something is constantly absorbing light. That seems to be Dash. Is that fog that is consuming the light? Marx looked up and licked, but only saw it dark. He shook his head slightly, and when he was about to move on, another scream rang. This time the call was very close, as if it was ringing in his ear. At the same time, he found that the surrounding thorn wall suddenly trembled fiercely, and the tentacles squirmed in the wall, as if there was any big movement. Not long after, a screaming scream of screams completely obscured the scream of the female child. Where Marx listened attentively, and suddenly turned to look at his right rear. This time it should be Fleur himself. Just as he was hesitating to see it, the third voice got into Marx's ear in the constant roar. "This side. Run fast." "No, I cannot." If Marx is not mistaken, the owner of the previous voice should be Hermione. He looked around and shook his head. "Still straight," he whispered, raising the wand in his hand to the ground where the thorns were rooted. "Reducto, maximize." Bang! To say that the magic plant of the doom thorns, their great feature is that the defense is quite amazing. They are resistant to fire, explosions, smashes, anti-curses, and generally wizard can't even take them. It can be said that Dumbledore used them as the walls of the maze, precisely because of this. However, how strong the defense is, there is its limit. If anything can't be blown up, it must be your explosion. Formidable power is not strong enough. Marx's curse does not work well for Voldemort's black-faced monsters, but it doesn't mean his spell's formidable power is poor. Just look at this extreme reductor curse, a terrifying explosion with an off-site audience. They all saw it clearly. Even the fog in the vicinity was blown away by the explosion. The sun shone a little and illuminated the area. Marx waved wand at random, leaving a lot of shreds floating in front of him aside, and his figure suddenly appeared. Troll? Behind the hedgerow hedge, there is no small open space. When Marx scatters the dust of the sky, he first sees the troll that is trying to get up from the ground. It was probably because it was too close to the side and was affected by the explosion. This is quite a good thing. Marx immediately remembered the words of Hermione. He didn't care too much about the troll in front of him, and swiftly swept a few eyes behind him, and immediately found out that there were 3 other trolls stupidly squatting on the open space. Just in the middle of the open space, there is a 3-foot platform with 4 stone pillars that are not too tall. The fantastic rays of light flashed on the stone pillar, and a layer of magic film shrouded the entire platform. Just there, you can still see a petite silhouette sitting on the ground. Hermione and Fleur are not here. It seems that they are likely to leave because they can't take the 4 trolls for the time being. Is there the younger sister of Fleur? Marx snorted carefully. What is her name? Plus, Gabrielle? Since Hermione is not here, he doesn't need to do anything. His goal is not Fleur's younger sister, even if it saves a lot. Seeing that troll had climbed up, and he was striding forward to him, he took out a flash of fire and knocked the troll back again. Just as he wanted to turn and leave, a sudden and near footstep suddenly passed from a channel in the opposite direction. Don't be like this. The explosion just now is very dangerous. You have to think about the countermeasures first. Your younger sister should be safe in there. Hermione's shouts came in looming, and then a blue silhouette rushed out of the passage. Gabrielle. The nature that suddenly ran out was the Fleur middle Delacour of Buttons. Her figure is still lithe and graceful, and the long hair of the bright silver is tied into a ponytail, and she runs around with her running naughty. The violent running kept her chest undulating, but she didn't stop. Even if she had troll glare like a tiger watching his prey, she had only her favorite baby younger sister. However, troll doesn't care if you are a beauty. In their eyes, everything that moves is food. 2 trolls also noticed the piece of meat that had just ran away and is now being sent back to the mouth. They roared again and again, raising their wooden sticks and engulfing Fleur. Marx? Hermione followed closely from behind and ran out of the passage. She saw Marx standing at the gap of the hedgerow at a glance, but her mood has not yet had time to continue to change, and attention has been drawn to Fleur's screams. She escaped the first troll's great sniper, and used impediment jinx to stop the second troll from moving forward. It swiftly passed between the 2 trolls and came to the platform that was trapped by Gabrielle. However, the magic barrier is not so good. After several spells were ineffective, Fleur found that she had been surrounded by 3 trolls at the same time. In the face of Troll's continuous sniper, Fleur was immediately eclipsed, and there was no chance of counterattack. Just in her hasty dodge, a troll slam was wiped out in front of her head, and even the ribbons were broken. Silver light. The sparkling long hair poured down like a waterfall. The silver hair that made her proud. but covered her sight in the critical moment. Marks, help. Without the reminder of Hermione, the three red lights flashed one after another, and they fell extremely accurately on Troll's small poor head. With a burst of slamming, Marks's fourth red light landed on the head of Troll in front of him. Once upon a time, dealing with a troll had to bite his teeth to make a full-fledged teenager, but now it is easy to beat four in an instant. In addition to the innate talent of extraordinary people, the diligence in normalization is inseparable. Thank you. Thank you. Fleur was helped by Hermione, and she gratefully nodded at Marks, and she couldn't wait to get her eyes back. There, her younger sister was trapped in the middle of the four stone pillars. But this seems to be close at hand. But it is like a Scorpio because of the magic barrier. Can you help me save my younger sister? Fleur suddenly turned around and pleaded for authenticity. Marks can't help but frowned. Although he really didn't plan to be the champion of the top three, he was not obligated to help others with the task. Aside, Hermione, who is holding her back, is also a little unhappy. Obviously, she is also very dissatisfied with this cheating behavior. In particular, this French skunkhead dared to sympathize with Marks for this pitiful expression. No, you misunderstood. I have lost. I am willing to abstain, but if I am brought out of the maze, Gabrielle will have to stay here until the end of the game. Fleur anxiously said, I can't. My younger sister stays in such a dangerous place. But you see, it's safe. Hermione took the nodded and pointed to the magic barrier. But Fleur snorted and looked again at Marks. Marks thought about it and then shrugged. Well, I will help you take a look. It's not difficult to unlock the magic barrier. Marks checked it around and found that it was just a mechanism, that's all. The correct way to pass this level is to leave roll to attack the stone pillar, that is, as long as the sniper is strong enough, the stone pillar can be destroyed. He waved wand, let a giant stick that fell on the ground float, and then crashed into one of the stone pillars. Only a few times. There have been several obvious cracks on the stone pillar. After several collisions, as the stone pillar collapsed, the magic barrier flashed a few times and quickly disappeared. Thank you. Fleur embraced Marks with excitement and kissed him on his cheek without thinking. Cough. The French people are really passionate. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 193. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 193. Fleur abstained. Just after the red light exploded in midair, and soon after the ignition star broke out, the rescue team quickly rushed here on the broomstick, bringing her and her younger sister Gabrielle out of the maze. For her, although she is always unwilling, but she already understands that with her strength, she can't even save the younger sister. Even if she let her continue, she doesn't have the ability to bring the younger sister out of this crisis labyrinth. After bidding farewell to Fleur and Gabrielle, Marks left first. However, he did not take a few steps to find that Hermione followed him with a voice. Is she beautiful? Hermione asked coldly. When a female child asks you, other female children are not beautiful, it means that the head is wrong. Marks knows it well, but this question is not easy to answer. Well, there was a complex color on his face, and he nodded. Beautiful. Some of Hermione's thoughts, Marks had noticed a bit before. To be honest, he does not exclude Hermione itself, but for now, his troubles are not suitable for playing early love. What about Luna? Hermione didn't entangle this problem. But what Marks absolutely didn't expect was that the question was still waiting for him. Well, it's beautiful too. Just think of me as a playboy, Marks thought in his heart. What about Professor McGonagall? Cough cough. He was almost stunned by his own saliva. Marks quickly sighed and then turned to look at Hermione, only to find that she was actually laughing. Helpless, he had to shake his head. It seems that he was mostly played by this clever little witch. I have a chance to ask Professor McGonagall for a portrait of her youth. When I give you a break, you will know that she is not beautiful. Marks spread his hand and made a small joke. However, what Marks didn't notice was that Hermione had a smile on her face, but there was a faint loss in her eyes. When the two met another fork, Hermione suddenly spoke. I have to go this way. My treasure is Crumb. He should be in that direction. Her hand reached halfway, but she shrank back. just waving in front of her. "I won't lose you." After leaving this sentence, Hermione turned and ran to the intersection of the right hand. Marx looked at her back and couldn't help but scratch her head. It seems that the heart of the young girl is harder to guess than the riddle of the Sphinx. He was slightly sighed. Leaving these messy things aside, at the moment, he must concentrate and meet the key points of the plan in a state of perfection. For him, there is no time to think about anything else now. It's been a while since the previous explosion, and the fog over the area has once again gathered and the surrounding area has become dark. However, Marx's pace has accelerated again. There are a lot of magical creatures in their maze, but most of them are not difficult to deal with. After all the way, he finally found that the route he had recorded had already been on a certain corner of the first map. The first fragment, which is partially coincident with the fragment of Luna's area, is simple to do. This should be the shortest route. After confirming the map again, he quickly rushed to the location where Luna was. In fact, Marx understood Fleur's mood at the time. Not to mention the love of children like him or not, as far as Marx is concerned, Luna does have a lot of status in his heart. Perhaps Dumbledore's protection of treasure is reliable, but what if, for example, Gabrielle, in case Troll suddenly has a pumping, is it slammed against the stone pillar? Marx is not going to win the championship, but Luna still has to stay with him to reassure him. With an accurate route, Marx quickly found Luna on another open space, a steel cage embedded in the ground. Just above the cage, a huge snake creature was lying there, staring at Marx, who suddenly appeared in front of it with his 3 pairs of eyes. This is a 3-headed snake. Its abdomen is white, but on the back it shows a bright orange-red, with a black barb on it, which looks very incomparable. And its 3 heads. The one on the right is high and the eyes are fierce and fierce. It is moving towards Marx and swallowing the bright red tongue, making the CC sound. The one on the left is on the snake that is smashing up, and the eyes are flashing cold rays of light. As for the snake head in the middle, it seems to be in a daze. What kind of creature is this? Marx looked at it, a rare hint of hesitation. He seems to have seen this kind of snake in a certain book, but it is such a big size. Is that the one he thinks? This 3-headed snake is huge, although it is far less than basilisk, but it is more than 20 feet. It seems that it is not good to deal with, especially the one on the left. There is no low wisdom at first glance, and perhaps you can't treat it as a wild beast. CC. The little witch below. CC. Is your treasure. Sure enough, the head on the left side of the 3-headed snake first spoke. Yes, Marx nodded, said. Give her to me. What conditions are there? CC. Dumbledore said, if someone can solve our troubles. CC. We can hand over treasure. CC. Just rely on this little point. I think this is a bad idea. The head on the right suddenly screamed, CC. Idea. Shut up. The head on the left shouted loudly, CC. You are so spoof, don't you let me say? CC. I want to say that working with wizard is simply stupid. CC. Hey, I told you. Shut up. Marx sees these 2 heads and it will be noisy, and the middle of the head is still in a daze, and there is some certainty in the heart. But, is it so big like a snake? He hesitated. In the record, the biggest snake, like a snake, is about 8 feet long. This one is obviously more than 20 feet. For example, the snake is a 3-headed snake from Walter in Africa, which was once associated with the Dark Wizard. Most of the wizard's understanding of them comes from Parseltongue's conversation with them. Yes, this snake should not say that human language is right. Maybe it's because this article has lived for a long time. Marx thought for a moment, not secretly thought, I want to come right too. Like the left head of the snake is very intelligent. If you can learn human prophecy, it is not what awesome thing. In fact, Marx guessed it well. All records related to the snakes indicate that their 3 heads will always quarrel. This is because their 3 brain characters are distinct. The left head is the planner. It will decide where the body should go and what to do. The middle is the fantasies. It is always indulged in brilliant splendor and fantasy. The right is the critics. it will constantly comment all the behaviors and words of the other two heads. Of course, it is also the beginning of all the quarrels. Because of this, when the other two heads can't stand it, they will work together to bite the right head directly, so the lifespan of the snake is not too long. This is like a snake, but it is not the same as its kind. Although its three heads often quarrel, but because of some abnormalities in the middle of the head, it will not be upgraded to the point where the brief remark will be played. Just like now. This is a humming sound with magic power. As the snoring continues, even the surrounding ground begins to tremble, completely suppressing the quarrel between the two heads on both sides. Marx frowned and waved wand and put a mute spell on the area, which made it feel quieter. Seeing the snake in the middle closed his mouth, he lifted the mute curse and calmly said, "You want me to solve it? It should be no longer noisy, right?" "Yes, that's right." The middle head was sulking and sulking. "The two guys are always noisy, so I can't think of things. Isn't this easy?" Marx waved at random. "Can't you just bite them both?" "CC. Are you stupid as our boss?" Click. "CC. You are really stupid." Click. Even Marx didn't think of it, he just said it casually. The middle of the head was very sharply left and right, biting the other two heads cleanly. "Wizard, you are so smart. I have lived 300 for many years. Why didn't I think there was this way?" It was confused. "But how do I feel a little weak?" "Forget it, I don't need strength to think about it anyway." When it was finished, the head went to the body and slowly closed his eyes. Marx glared at the two huge wounds, as well as the snake blood from the cockroach, and shook his head in a weird look. It seems that this snake can live for so long, because the middle head is strong enough, and it is stupid enough to say that magic world is nothing. It's so rare that it's so strange. He first gave birth to the idea of writing this story. After reorganizing the feeling of being speechless by this monster, Marx soon came behind the snake. There was a steel cage that was all set under the ground, and when the Marx probe looked down, it happened to be on Luna's line of sight. "Marx?" She groaned and said, "I'm a little hungry. Is there anything delicious?" Marx looked at her and looked at the snake behind her. Suddenly he felt that, to a certain extent, Luna was quite similar to the head in the middle of the monster. "There are 300 years of snake meat. Do you want to eat?" He shrugged. "It's a bit silly." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 194. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 194. Luna is Luna, and even if he walks in such a crisis, he is still a self-satisfied look. She followed Marx's side, sometimes screaming out, and sometimes had a thought, as if she had just woken up from her sleep. "To be honest, this is really not a good place to go for a walk. There is a piece of black scorpion around, wherever you have to rely on the wand radiant curse. From time to time there are also thorny tentacles of the thorns coming to your back. You must be distracted at all times, plus a variety of bizarre magical creatures. Always break the laid-back atmosphere easily." "Marx, you said, is there a crumple-horned snorkack here?" Luna's silver-grey eyes flashed with a faint smile on his face. "Who knows?" Marx thought for a moment, whispered, "Maybe there." "Is it better for us to look around?" Luna happily nodded, sticking a delicate finger in one direction. "Before, I heard what was calling there." She looked a bit eager, with a rather pure joy in her eyes. Marx was just behind her, watching her stumble around the maze, no matter whether she was on the right track. With Luna, he always feels relaxed. Even in the depths of such a gloomy horror maze, it will become a leisurely outing in the wild because of her existence. When he received Luna, his mission was completed. Next, all he has to do is wait. As long as he is still in the maze, even if he is left alone, the game must continue until the last sand in the magic hourglass falls to the bottom of the bottle. Then he has to do what he should do. "Luna, I want to ask you something." "What?" Luna turned her head and licked her big eyes. "Next, I might." Marx hesitated, and finally shook his head. "Forget it. In short, don't approach Harry next, can you?" Luna stared at him quietly for a while, but did not agree quickly. The two continued to move forward, and Marx looked at Luna's back so much, and the original lightness of his mind became heavy due to certain things. Just then, he suddenly heard a fight coming from afar. First wait. Marx pulled Luna behind him and his footsteps stopped. Listening to the sound seems to be what creature Harry is fighting. The roar that followed was full of wild power, which sounded like a roar of a lion. He looked at Luna behind him and didn't know if he should go. There is already a good preparation in advance, at least this second game project should be no problem. He stunned and decided to take Luna away from the battle. However, Luna can't be his many concerns. Don't you go see? She looked at Marx and said seriously, someone is in danger. Are you not more dangerous in the past? Marx jokingly replied. Unexpectedly, Luna was not as absent-minded as usual. She looked straight at Marx and stubbornly repeated, someone is in danger. Marx, hearing this, can't help but stunned. Mother often said, the things we throw away will come back by ourselves, but usually not in the way we expect. She said, and shook her head slightly. I don't like to throw things, but my things often mysteriously missing. She thought for a moment, that must be dry, isn't it? Throw something? Marx looked at the direction of the sound. If he thought thoughtfully, I don't like it too much, but sometimes. Yeah. It must be dry. Luna laughed, then turned and walked over there. Marx is slightly sighed. He understands Luna's meaning. This sometimes stupid, sometimes full of intelligence of the young girl just wants to tell him that some things are best not to choose to escape. Luna is really eager for friendship. She doesn't want to lose them. If you accidentally lose it, when you face them again, I am afraid it is not the original taste. Therefore, when someone encounters difficulties, she will always try to help. Maybe she didn't do it so well, but it was an effort that only belonged to her. It seems that she is destined to be involved. Marx doesn't know what to do. After all, he always has no way of dealing with these kind people. He still followed Luna and walked to the scene where the battle took place. The first thing that comes to your attention is a scarlet flame. The extremely high temperature makes the air slightly distorted, which contains an extremely dangerous atmosphere. The flame that ejected the flame was a strange giant beast with a lion's head, a goat's body and a dragon's tail. The mane between the necks fluttered and flew in the running, and it looked like a pretentious look. It is a Ministry of Magic classification XXXXX, a magic creature that is very dangerous to Basilisk. Just in front of this guest, the silhouette of a beast is getting up from the ground. It seems that he had just sneaked out on the ground in order to avoid the flames spewed out by the guest. That person is Harry Potter. At this moment, a cold light flashed across the opposite corner, causing Marx's attention. Hermione? That's right, it's really Hermione who was just separated from Marx. At this point, she was standing on one side, nervously looking at Harry in the field, and her hands. Is this addictive? Marx secretly whispered. Dumbledore is really generous. In the hands of Hermione, the beautiful long sword reflects the rays of light of the flames of the guest's beast, and the sight of the people is unconsciously attracted to it. Marx? Luna around him suddenly pulled his sleeve and screamed softly. Reassured, there is no problem for the time being. He looked at the situation inside the room, comforted. If there is danger, I will help you in time. The most troublesome thing about the Mirror Beast is its never-ending flame spit, incredible energy and powerful defense. There used to be a wizard riding a Pegasus and fighting a guest Mirror for a day and night. He was forced back by the flame of the guest's beast, and the ordinary attack took nothing to do with it. Until the end, he relied on a lance with a fire spell to kill the other. It is said that the wizard was eventually exhausted because of exhaustion. Harry, the broom is coming. Just as Marx looked closely, Hermione shouted at Harry. Harry turned back and just saw his broomstick rushing out of a passage. He hurriedly escaped another flame attack from the guest, and sat back on the broomstick passing by him. Here is the maze area with the top wall. It is not possible to go far. But the roll of broomstick is still very big. At least Harry is not so embarrassed to avoid. He lowered his figure and passed by a flame, then turned and rushed to Hermione. Catch! Hermione threw the Gryffindor sword in her hand to Harry. I can see that they have already practiced many times, and this time Harry is very stable. Hermione quickly pushed into the maze as he held the sword and rolled over. The next second, a flame fell straight on Hermione's position, and even the thorns around the corner were scorched by the powerful flame. Harry saw Hermione hiding in time and finally had no worries. He shouted and played the technique of avoiding the bludger, agilely swimming in the continuous flame. He was close to the guest mirror. However, where is the guest mirror beast is so good to deal with? It suddenly screamed, the lion's head slammed, and the flame splashed into Harry in a piece, forced him to pull up the broom handle and fly back a distance. The flames of the mirror beast were extremely high, and Harry even felt that his hair was almost lit. If it is rubbed, will it be turned into a coke? The battle has to continue because Ron is waiting for the opposite magic barrier. Another rush. The broomstick took Harry through several arcs in a row, trying to reapproach the mermaid while avoiding the flames. When the mirror beast wanted to reapply and spluttered again, Harry slammed into the ground, almost slamming against the top of the thorns, and circling the guest to the beast at a very fast speed behind him. But he did not expect that the bear beast is not blind behind. I saw it with a dragon tail, and the power of power hit Harry in front of him. He reacted very quickly, and the broom wanted to turn over and avoid the whiplash of the dragon tail, but it was still a little bit worse. The tip of the dragon tail rubbed against the branches of the broomstick. With the whale-a-light sound, the broomstick lost control and rushed straight to the thorn hedge on one side. The seeing mirror beast snarled again, opening a huge mouth at the position where Harry landed, and the flame of the throat had reached the mouth. Expulso! Marks stretched out wand and promptly deflected the head of the guest's beast, and the flame fell to another position, helping Harry to get rid of the fate of being grilled into a skewer. It's really hard. His magic spell is not small, but people are only partial to their heads, and there is no injury at all. As far as magic's defense is concerned, it seems to be higher than Basilisk. Harry, is it okay? Marks continually fired a curse and whirls with the guest, and asked loudly as Harry fell to the corner. Oh Marks? Harry barely climbed up. He said hard. Thank you. I feel like my ribs are broken. Oh, that, Marks said, suddenly feeling something was wrong. He hurriedly waved a magic power beam toward the mirror, and rushed to look around. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 195. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 195. Marks looked back and saw a red-eyed Harry. At this time, Harry had a violent breath all over his body. He carried the Gryffindor sword in one hand and passed Marks in a strange posture. He rushed straight to the mirror. What happened? Marks couldn't help but frown. The mirror beast opened the bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl again, and it was a flame sprayed out and went straight to Harry. Unexpectedly, Harry did not evade. He suddenly lifted the sword, and suddenly smashed the flame. Marks noticed that at the moment Harry raised the sword, there seemed to be a golden light flashing through the sword. If he hadn't been staring at it all the time, I'm afraid I can't pay attention to this detail. He was just trying to sigh with Gryffindor's eccentricity, but inadvertently noticed another anomaly. The eyes of the guest, the beast, did not seem right. That is, black gas. When Harry had a good time with the guest mirror, there were some minor incidents on the main table of the viewing platform. Dumbledore, Filch, who had been patrolling the field, suddenly ran to the main guest seat and whispered something to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression was calm, but the sharp eyes hidden behind the lens seemed to reveal things that were not that simple. He thought a little, then nodded. Sorry, a little urgent, need to leave. Dumbledore said to the other referee members sitting on both sides, I will be back soon. As if to confirm his words, just as he was barely fell, a green light burst into the sky in the direction of the school gate. Almost in the blink of an eye, the green light has already reached the highest point, and then burst into bursts, attracting the audience's attention. As the dark green mist spread, a huge hole appeared in the sky, and a green snake that came out of the mouth of the hoe was like laughing at everything in Hogwarts. Dark Mark. I don't know who shouted. Panic is like a plague spread. Calm. Dumbledore shouted. He didn't even use the megaphone, and the sound was transmitted to everyone's ear with his magic power. At this moment, the status of the greatest white wizard of the present is revealed in people's hearts. Almost everyone was quiet at once, and everyone looked at Dumbledore's tall body. The old man who has to be white and wrinkled is always the backbone of everyone's heart. As long as he is still alive, it means that hope does not go away from everyone. I believe that everyone thinks so. Everyone heads the students of their respective houses back to the castle and is forbidden to go out. He calmly issued a command, Madam Maxime, Professor Orson, and asked you to lead the students of their respective schools to enter the castle. Mr. Bagman, please go in together. But Dot and the champion in the maze? Orson suddenly started talking. Fleur has already given up on it before, but Marx is still inside. As a lead professor at Durmstrang House, he had to care about it, although he himself did not think Marx would be in danger. I will temporarily close the labyrinth exit. Dumbledore glanced at the labyrinth underneath, calmly. It might be safer to stay inside. Since Dumbledore has said this, Professor Orson will naturally not refute anything. He nodded and he ordered the students of Durmstrang and left behind the team at Buttons. After arranging the things at the moment, Dumbledore rushed in the direction of the school gate. Harry, who is fighting with the guest Myra, doesn't know. At this moment, the original and lively audience is now empty. Of course, in his current state, even if Voldemort is standing in front of him, he may not recognize it. Harry was once again caught in that strange state. Perhaps it is the problem of the Gryffindor sword itself, or there are other incentives. In short, he is now like a wild beast who only knows how to fight. In his heart, there is a raging flame, which is a flame of anger that wants to burn everything. He held the cold light flashing Gryffindor sword, and all the way to the front of the Myra beast. Every time the flames come, it is the sword, and the powerful flame of the guest's beast will be completely destroyed by the blade. The imposing manner is never possible in the usual Harry. When Harry approached a certain range, the Moravian beast spurted a large flame again, trying to stop Harry from approaching. However, this was almost a bad move, but it lost its proper effect under Harry's sword. I saw Harry holding his sword in his hands and lifting it up to the top of his head, then falling straight down. Suddenly, the flame like a high wall was easily torn. He decisively stepped forward again, while the sword picked up his hand and aimed at the throat of the guest. The guest Myra beast feels like the formidable power of the Gryffindor sword. It immediately raises the upper body and avoids a fatal blow. At the same time, the lion's claws that it lifted slammed down. If it was shot, Harry wouldn't live long if he didn't die. At this time, Harry would not have been a little scared by this situation. In his heart, there are no other emotions, and some are just a kind of crazy intent. Drink. He took a step to the left and the sword was slashed again. With the light sound of the slap, the guest Mela screamed, but it even provoked its fierceness. Its front paws was cut in half. Roar. The guest Myra beast screamed and jerked back, and the dragon tail slammed into Harry at a very fast speed. The strength is great, and even the sound of breaking the air is heard. Harry was just caught in some crazy state of extreme warfare, and with the Gryffindor sword's formidable power, he was able to fight to this moment. But at the moment, this kind of quick attack that exceeds his ability to respond is that he can't cope at all. Seeing that he is going to be hit by the extremely fast dragon tail. Sectum Sempra. Maximize. Marx's eye lifted the wand quickly, and an invisible magic sharp blade was like cutting the space. It was almost the moment when the wand was lifted. The dragon tail of the guest's beast broke from the root. I rubbed Harry's cheek and flew out. In fact, Marx didn't have such a large formidable power. He only cut a half at most. The reason why the tail of the guest's beast is so crisp is that at least half of the reason is in itself. If it weren't so energetic, it wouldn't be so rooted. You know, even if Marx takes this spell to the limit, it doesn't hurt it so much. Another scream, The Gestmire beast retreats again and again. It obviously wants to escape. However, breaking the tail is not so easy to act. Sure enough, it just slammed back a few steps and crashed into the ground. It has temporarily lost its ability to control body balance. How can Harry miss such a good opportunity at this time? He quickly chased him up, and the neck that fell down against the guest's beast was a sword. Roar! The final struggle of a Gestmire is not a joke, and Marks ran forward and swung quickly. Suddenly, Harry flew back like a man with his collar. In the next second, the giant claw of the guest's beast swept out, and the strength was so great that even the hard rocky ground was scraped off by a layer of stone. For a time, the gravel collapsed and Marks had to use an impediment jinx to block them. Do not. Just as Marks was going to give the last minute of the dying Gestmire, he heard Hermione scream. He didn't understand why she was yelling. He didn't even understand why she would call it so heartbreaking. But the next moment, when a red blood swept over his shoulder and bloomed on his cheek, he seems to understand, but it is even more confused. Whose blood is this? He didn't know, because that was definitely not his. Who would it be? Marks tightened his face and turned back. Suddenly, a dazzling golden occupied his entire field of vision. Follow closely from behind. It is a soft body. It hits his arms heavily. Marks barely managed to balance and was knocked down on the cold ground. It was a familiar and unfamiliar taste, weird and nostalgic. It was a mixture of gaudy and spices. He only felt that the whole nose was full of this strange fragrance. Luna? Marks stunned at once, and he almost subconsciously grabbed the weak boneless body in his arms. The next second, he was keenly aware that there was a feeling of dampness on the palm of his hand. Just then, a white light flashed in front of his eyes. He lifted the right hand in a reflexive manner, and the wand, which was always clasped, stretched straight ahead, and as the fire flashed, it seemed that something had flown out. Marks has no mood to think about it, or he has already understood everything that happened just now. Luna. He repeated the name again. His voice was exceptionally low, as if he suddenly remembered something. He would throw aside from the wand who had never left, and touched his waist with the right hand that kept shaking. He groaned out of a bottle of potion and then desperately poured it into the mouth of the young girl in front of him. Luna. Luna. While waiting for the effect of the drug, he just held Luna tightly in his arms, and everything around him seemed to have no meaning. Luna. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 196. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 196. Among the people present, witnessing the whole process of the whole incident, I am afraid that only Hermione has been standing at the opposite channel. When she saw Marks save Harry, she was really sighed in relief. The situation at the time was too dangerous. If it was hit by the dragon tail of the guest, then Harry would have been unable to survive. But when she just put down the heart hanging in the air, the amazing accident happened. Accident? Yes. It must be like this. She only saw Harry suddenly crawling up from the ground, the bloody terrifying eyes, full of violent killing. She didn't know what happened to Harry, but she understood that it was not a normal human eye. Harry raised the sword of the handle, the Gryffindor sword that she had handed over to Harry, and then waved back to Marks's back with the slightest hesitation. Hermione has been in contact with the sword many times, and she is very clear that it is a sword that is wielding quietly, and it is also a sword that is unfavorable. Do not. Hermione wants to pull out the wand and want to stop Harry, who has lost his heart. But it wasn't until then that she realized why Marks often emphasized that wand must be placed in the easiest place to pull out. Why is Marks always, repeatedly and painstakingly practicing fast wands? She is too late. She can only do it with a desperate run and a loud scream. She didn't even know whether she was trying to remind Marks or to vent her fears. Then, Luna, who she often admired, and even a little embarrassed, brief remark opened her hands and stopped behind Marks in the midst of the millennium. Hermione didn't know. She didn't know if she would be so simple if she changed to herself. Will, sure. I don't know when it started. Her face is covered with tears. She stood in front of Marks and stared at Marks's face so slyly, How long has Marx's face been so obvious? It is an indescribable sorrow, and there is a weakness that is revealed, whether it was the original Marx or the Marx that later became somewhat indifferent. It did not show such obvious weakness. He is like a real powerhouse that will never be afraid and never negative. Even at the end of the first semester, when Voldemort first lost, it was only a moment of regret and anger. But that is Marx, which is powerful enough to make all young wizards feel awkward, but now it shows such a weak expression. What is he afraid of? Is it afraid to lose the female child in his arms? Then, if you change to be me, will he also show such an expression? No, I am thinking about this. Marx, like being frightened, Marx raised his head and looked at Hermione. She will be fine, right? His voice sounded hoarse. Yes, she'll be fine. Didn't you give her a potion? Hermione said quickly. She'll be fine. Sure. Potion? Yeah. As soon as Hermione reminded him, he suddenly thought of something like that, and he hurriedly checked for Luna. It was a huge scar from the left side of the waist that had been drawn to the other side of the rib. Fortunately, Marx's potion was used in time, and now the wound has healed more than half. He reached out and touched Luna's neck. No problem. The pulse is very powerful. It should be no problem. When he turned back and tried to pick up wand and use magic to check it again, he suddenly stopped. This is just after meditation on the mantra. He clearly sees that his magic power wakes up and flows along his arms to wand. Then, the tip flashed a series of broken rune. When this simple detection spell was completed, a diffuse ripple formed by magic power then swayed and shrouded the Luna. Magic power? He muttered. This is why. Wait. Marx suddenly closed his eyes and quickly slammed open. Retrieve emotions and emotions in this way. I would rather not. He laughed at himself with a mockery, but more in his tone was anger. Marx, are you okay? Hermione couldn't help but ask. Nothing. He laughed at Hermione. I'm fine. Luna is fine. Harry? Is it okay? When it comes to Harry, there is a faint complex expression on his face. Can he blame Harry? As long as his mind is still in his brain, he can't blame Harry. It's too stupid to blame himself. Since I saw Harry's appearance, I shouldn't let him stay behind me. Harry? Hermione was like just thinking about it. He looked back and said, well, it should be fine. Marx looked up and looked at it, only to find that Harry had collapsed in the open space not far away, and the Gryffindor sword had long since disappeared. It seems that he fell not bad this time, but Marx used a stunning spell subconsciously, presumably it would not be a life. Just then, a faint voice rang from Marx's arms. Marx? Luna at this time, like a newborn baby cat, squinted at her eyes and looked weakly at Marx. Are you okay? She whispered. I'm fine, of course it's okay. Marx turned his head down and stared at her. I should ask you if I say this. How do you feel now? Is it uncomfortable? Luna shivered uncomfortably and seemed to be less comfortable with lying in the arms of others. She thought about it and shook her head slightly and smiled at Marx. Mother said that it can't be too close to a male child. Probably because Marx's stunning spell was too strong, and until Marx was about to leave, Harry still didn't wake up. Let's go. Marx carefully carrying Luna, and then controlled Harry to float beside him, ready to go to Krum with Hermione. However, at this moment, Hermione suddenly thought, what do we seem to have forgotten? What? Marx looked around and then stunned. Oh, Ron. Harry came here to defeat Ron and to save Ron. After such an accident, they almost forgot to save Ron. When Marx discovered that the labyrinth entrance was blocked and forcibly broke through the extremely thick walls, he first discovered the dark mark, which was still smiling in the sky in the direction of the school gate. Of course, this is something that Marx knows well. Even if he doesn't want to find it is already late. Marx just glanced over there and immediately greeted everyone to go to Hogwarts Castle. If it is in accordance with the original plan, he should have appeared in the scene of the school's door, and did his best to play a good show. But now Marx, he began to hesitate, without a little bit of stability. I don't know who I am. He couldn't help but whispered, "I don't want to say that Voldemort's strength has not been fully understood. Even if the plan is implemented smoothly, what about it? The biggest enemy is not Voldemort at all, but this unpredictable future." He said that he was cautious and said that he was embarrassed. In short, he now wants to find a place to hide and live through this life. He didn't go to Dumbledore and Voldemort, but returned to Hogwarts Castle silently, and he was quietly guarding Luna. "What are you thinking?" Luna, lying on the hospital bed, reached out and gently touched Marx's back and asked softly, "N?" Marx took his attention away from the chaotic thoughts. "No, it's no big deal." He laughed at Luna, although the expression was no longer so stiff, but it was bitterly bitter. Is it? Luna's fascinating eyes stared at Marx as if he had seen his heart. But this time, she did not say anything more. After a while, she seemed to be a little tired, and soon she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Marx certainly couldn't sleep, so he sat on the bedside and fell into meditation again. Outside the window, the evening glow of evening lingers in the faint clouds, and the dark mark in midair is dyed in a dazzling golden rim. The wind in the distance is still whistling, sometimes screaming, but no one can read its language. Occasionally, the distant sky flashed a few times or red or green light, reminding the teachers and students in the castle that the battle at the school gate has not yet subsided. Dumbledore returned to the castle with a tired face as the sun rose and the moon rose. He did not explain more with others, but he came to the school hospital for the first time. When he saw the unspoken Marx and Luna sleeping on his bed, he seemed to understand something. "Remember to have dinner." Dumbledore extended the wand and clicked on the table next to it. There were several plates on the table, filled with various refined snacks. "Thank you, Professor." Marx nodded at him. Dumbledore didn't say anything, he was just nodded, and he left. Time has passed by, and the sky has completely darkened. Only the moonlight outside the window was hidden, and the silver of the land was sprinkled through the large windows of the ward. Just as Marx looked at Luna's slight fascination, a shadow that was dragged by the slanting moonlight suddenly appeared on the ground. His first reaction was to reach out and protect Luna, who was still asleep, and then clenched wand and turned his head to look out the window with vigilance. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 197. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 197. When Marx turned his head back, he saw a kind of horror that he could not understand. The first thing that comes to mind is the large number of regular runes that are constantly rotating around a certain thing. Those runes look very bleak and seem to disappear at any time. And in the middle of the floating rune, a faint shadow hangs a few inches above the ground. As for those outside the rune, he doesn't know how to describe it. It's like the space is constantly distorted. "What are you?" He found that he couldn't even call it with the right words. He only knew that it should be a creature, because he did hear some kind of heavy gasping. He just clasped the wand in his hand, but this slender wand could not give him a sense of security. Cough cough. Pooh. A puzzling blood mist passed through the densely packed rune without any hindrance, but disappeared completely in the surrounding distorted space. "It's not decent." Cough cough. It was an incomparably old voice, hoarse and vague, but with an inexplicable familiarity. "Not much time, listen well." Laughed Marx, who can clearly feel the magic power, uses its regular rune to avoid the stagnation of the past. His wand trembled, and the magic power wire that extended from the tip was accurately and quickly outlined. An ice blue light beam broke out instantly and slammed toward the other side. But in the next second, the rune inexplicably fell apart, and the chilly light column suddenly disappeared into the air. "What?" Cough cough. "Don't delay the time." The voice of the other party sounded extremely weak, but even so, he could easily break Marx's killing. "Why is that?" "The reason is that Marx simply can't understand." "You have to do it now, just listen to it clearly." The voice of the other party is very ordinary, like an ordinary mild old man, but Marx has inexplicably given birth to a deep disgust of the soul. "Yes, first. I have to let you know who I am." As the voice of the other party fell slightly, The regular rune around his body suddenly accelerated the speed of the rotation. Marx noticed that many of the runes were moved to the inner circle. Then, those runes that were moved suddenly shrank and seemed to be entangled in something. Open the first few pages and look at it. Cough cough cough. There is time for you to read carefully. Just as the other person spoke, the thing that was entangled in the regular rune suddenly accelerated. Along with the strange distortion of the space, the stuff seemed to be difficult to break through some kind of restraint and flew to him and the man. It is moving towards Marx, but Marx can clearly see that the entangled rune chain is rapidly collapsing. Then, an extraordinarily heavy magic book is like losing power and falling in front of Marx. This is. Yes, you. Cough cough. Do you understand? Marx without the slightest hesitation picked up the book and even read the words on the cover, and decisively opened the first page. Yes. It's true. He looked at the familiar handwriting above and widened his eyes. You. Can't you? He slid a thick book from the waist and his face was full of complexity. Cough cough. Don't look at it. The other person didn't manage Marx's reaction, but urged, although let you know, it's all written. Cough cough. But I think that some things must be. I have to say it myself. What? Marx frowned, his eyes swaying. Give up the stupid and ridiculous plan. Remember, you must give up. The old voice was firm and strong, although still weak, but it exudes an unquestionable momentum. Cough cough. That plan only let you lose everything. Cough cough. Everything. Everything? Marx looked at the vague silhouette of the other person and suddenly calmed down. Is it? There is a hint of indifferent expression in his tone. Obviously, because of the other side, he has already had some doubts. Unexpectedly, the other party chuckled. Cough cough. Hey, do you think you had given up? The other smiled. Think about what Luna said today. Tell me again. Cough cough. Are you still going to give up? What? Marx burst into a cold sweat on his forehead. This is because his words have just been asked, and he has already recalled the words of Luna. Mother often said, the things we throw away will come back by ourselves, but usually not in the way we expect. One old and one young. Two people whispered this sentence at the same time. For a time, two distinct sounds overlapped, but there was a chilling sense of synchronization. You won't give up. Cough cough. Isn't it? In the voice of the other party, there is an unspeakable self-deprecating. And that is the sentence. Cough cough. You will listen again tomorrow. Again, then. Cough cough cough. And the cough of the other party suddenly became intense, and listening to the momentum seemed to cough up the lungs. After a burst of gasping, the other party continued to speak. And then it will take your life. No, it's all life, all. Cough cough. Completely destroyed? Of course, we don't care about people who are not related. But. He suddenly added a tone, but. What? Although the silhouette of the other party is still ambiguous, Marx knows that the opponent's sight at the moment must have fallen on Luna. Hey. Know what is the 4D horizon? The other man suddenly sneered and threw a vocabulary that made Marx feel familiar and unfamiliar. What? Marx thought, the word has been said enough tonight. I can't see her at all. Damn. In my eyes, you are like a colorful, disgusting bug. Yes, that's right. Cough cough. Extends from outside the door to here, and continues to extend to other places. The other said, suddenly paused. Cough cough. Oh, I think more, look at her. It's all right. And many more. Marx immediately noticed something was wrong, but he was waiting for him to speak, but it was already late. In the next moment, the ruler rune of the other side of the week was completely grayed out. Then, they collapsed one after the other. In a twinkling of an eye, the original three-dimensional rune array was turned into nothingness, and the silhouette inside was finally exposed to the air. How to say? It's like a rag bag that oozes blood out of the room. The figure was only in the eyes of Marx for a second, but Marx imprinted him deeply in his mind, including the refined robes that have been soaked in blood. Although the original color has not been seen, the layered regular rune can still be clearly distinguished, including the tall poles in his hand. The sticks of the ink green are also carved with heavy emphasis on the rune, and even the top is even inlaid with some unknown stones. Of course, it also includes the wrinkled old face, and the eyes left in the eyes that make Marx feel extremely familiar. That is what he has just experienced, from the deepest weakness and fear in the heart. Is he afraid of death? No, he is afraid. I am afraid I just can't see Luna's sleeping face again, that's all. Marx looked at the space at the edge of the window. Everything just left a trace of it. It was like a dream. It was so unreal. But in his hands, two identical books are reminding him with their weight. It is not a cruel nightmare. Marx bowed his head, and the cover on the top of the book was imprinted with 4 silver grey characters. The Book of Sin. Instead of turning it over immediately, he moved his gaze to Luna's face. He seems to be afraid too, afraid that he will be like the one just now. I don't know when it will start. There will be no chance to watch her quietly. Perhaps it is because both sides have consciously lowered the volume. Luna still fell asleep, and when Marx looked at her, she just saw her showing a sweet smile. Luna, Marx whispered, but was afraid of really awakening her. Every syllable is so cautious. For a long time, he returned to sobered up, then leaned back on her bed and quietly opened the magic book called the Book of Sin. When I first opened it, Marx noticed the anomaly of the book. Now, when he reopened it, he immediately discovered that the book was incomplete. Just as literally, in the middle of the book, many pages have been neatly ripped together. Marx didn't know what was on the pages of the book. Or what would be written in the future. No doubt he couldn't be seen by him now. He sighed softly and looked at it from the first page. This book is exactly the same as the other handbook on his hand, and even the first few pages are not bad. On those familiar pages, there are a lot of records of the study rules rune, and they have only recently been written down. Prior to this, Marx had already written 3 volumes of notes on the rule rune study, which should be the 4th volume, and it was just beginning. Turning it down again is the progress that he has not studied. There is no difference with the idea that I haven't recorded yet, or that this is simply the follow-up content written by I. However, just as he was fascinated, the notes on rune research stopped. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 198. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 198. Behind those pages that have been torn apart are large paragraphs, like diary statements and sighs. The first thing that just came into the eye made Marx a little surprised. This is a small story about his encounter with the stupid snake today. The way of writing is a bit unfamiliar. This is not a good article that can impress people. However, it was this little story that made Marx think of nodded. I had planned to write it down before, so it seems that it was written. He secretly said in one's heart, it seems that I don't seem to be suitable for writing stories. As he thought about it, he turned another page. Probably because of the inspiration of the previous story, this one is about his experience with Basilisk. And then, there are things like werewolf, troll, dementor, and so on. The narrative is very flat, but the content is quite rich. As you can see, in the process of writing these stories, the author himself is also savoring those memories that have faded slightly. From time to time, I can still see some plausible feelings, so Marx can't smile. When Marx flipped over a page with a smile, the rest of the content gradually cooled the smile on his face, because in the blank space at the top of the story, I wrote these words in red ink: plan failed. The writing is very scribbled, although the font is still neat and smooth. But Marx understands that he who wrote this sentence at that time, how much anxiety in his heart. What happened? Marx couldn't wait to read it. The story behind is very concise, not so much as telling a story, but rather writing a plan report. At the same time, these words just happened to put Marx's plan in mind, on the paper at a glance. And when the plan went to the final step, the ending made Marx feel horrible to see. In fact, since he received the notice of detention investigation from the Ministry of Magic at the end of the last semester, he has already determined the plan. Before the Ministry of Magic came, Marx took the time to talk to Dumbledore in detail. That conversation was open and honest. Apart from some secrets that could never be exposed, he told many respectable white wizards. Among them, the most important content is this hugely targeted plan. The beginning of this large-scale plan involving complex interpersonal relationships was the extreme event of his imprisonment in Azkaban. Needless to say, Marx was able to go to Azkaban in a very short time, and Dumbledore's credit was to take up more than half. The other half, of course, was in Marx's economism, and the conviction of the Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge was ready. As can be seen from those plan reports, the plan went very smoothly at the beginning. These include Marx's escape, the World Cup finals, and of course the inaction of the Ministry of Magic and the irony of the Daily Prophet. Even the Marx deliberately let Terry know the ghosts spread out and preached Voldemort's return. Combining Marx's bitterness with Cruciatus' curse on Voldemort's side, and the release of a number of Death Eater loyalty stories, it can be said that Voldemort's position on Marx has already believed 80%. Marx is doing this because he wants to get the Hufflepuff's cup hidden in the Bellatrix vault with Voldemort's ignorance. Tom Riddle's diary, Chamber of Secrets incident secretly acquired, the Crown of Ravenclaw, found in the responsive housing, Slytherin's locket, in Black's old house, deceived from House Elf Creature, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, please Dumbledore and get it back from Gaunt's old house, Harry Potter, to be determined. The records on the pages are very simple, but 5 pieces of Horcrux are in hand, but it is already true. Then, according to the original plan, he would pretend to completely fall to Voldemort. When Hufflepuff's cup was also handed, the entire plan went to the final stage. However, the following content, even the handwriting has become neat. The ink is far more vivid than the previous text. Obviously, it was a long time before I started writing again. How long has it been written on this? I think about it, it's been almost 3 years. In these 3 years, I have been fighting with it, constantly absorbing the content of the volume of truth, constantly studying the usage of the rule rune, and constantly deepening the understanding of the rules in battle. Wait, I think. Or start writing it 3 years ago. Yes, Voldemort is dead, but the plan is completely defeated. Now think about it, I have overlooked one of the biggest uncertainties: how did he resurrect? The last battle was very difficult, and the unknown power exceeded my imagination. Using the rune array and Horcrux to ignite Voldemort's soul resonance is very successful, and the weakening effect of the soul fragment that ignites the resonance is also obvious. Even the most unsure part of the game was successful because of Harry's trust. Voldemort really can't use Elder Wand perfectly, and Dumbledore's method really works. But he didn't die, or that. Voldemort was dead. But it also released something more horrible than Voldemort. Britain Magic Circle. Already hundreds of wizards have been controlled by it. They have become the kind of monsters wrapped in black air. Fortunately, it does not seem to have a real consciousness, which is fortunate. Obviously, things started to go badly. As the previous sentence, the plan failed. From beginning to end, Marx worked out the plan for the purpose of just trying to get rid of Voldemort as soon as possible in exchange for a calm life. But things seemed to be far from being as simple as I thought. After that, the above text is closer to the diary. Moreover, the number of times of writing has become much more frequent. It's just that it's nothing but trivial battles and free time to talk to Lunas casually, that's all. After a few dozen pages, the words in this slide disappeared suddenly, and follow closely from behind, is a few scribble words that make Marx erect dash. Luna, dead. Just a few words, it is hard to write repeatedly, all strokes have made all the strength, and several places have almost cut through the thick parchment page. A series of 7 or 8 pages of paper, like the devil, repeated, the emotions and emotions contained in it. The intensity is not too strong. Even now Luna sleeps quietly in the hospital bed, just within his line of sight, but Marx can't help but sweat. Luna? How did she die? Why didn't I protect her? The questions appeared one after another, and Marks flipped through several pages in a row to see what's next. Yes, Dumbledore is right, I shouldn't be depressed. I have strength, and in this case, I can't ignore the lives of everyone around Luna's death. But unfortunately, Dumbledore paid the price of life in order to make me understand this truth. I shouldn't have let him go outside the castle alone to resist it. If I went with it, maybe the result would be completely different. Damn, what have I been doing for the past 5 years? In the past 5 years, I have done something besides being cheeky and mad, enjoying the care of Hermione. And what I have done, even Harry overcame his inner fears and truly mastered the Gryffindor sword. Even Neville became a qualified potioneer. Obviously he was only good at herbology. Even Ron was trying to become stronger, no longer a drag. But what am I doing? Among these words, there is a kind of remorse everywhere. Marks can understand that feeling. Yes, if Luna really has something wrong. No, he doesn't even think about it. After that, things seem to have progressed. With the help of the bronze kitty, he found a clue left by Rowena Ravenclaw. Although the direction of the clue is very vague, it does not even explain what is hidden behind the clue. But one thing is very clear, the information involved in that clue is obviously the same as the thing he is facing now. The resurrection of Voldemort should be an evil magic prop called the Monument of Envy. Well, when Marks was reading it carefully, he heard Luna Light snorted on the bed. What's wrong? Marks raised his head and looked at her gently. What are you looking at? Luna stumbled from the quilt and gently stroked Marks's eyebrows. Don't always wrinkle, Mother said. Wrinkles. Your mother is right. Marks slightly laughed, but his heart is always relaxed. No way, anyone who has experienced such a terrible thing can't easily get it. He looked back at the window and sent Luna's hand back to the quilt. Sleep for a while, the day is still not bright, he whispered. Luna clicked on, nodded and gradually picked up her eyes. Not long after, as the breathing became heavier, she apparently fell asleep again. Marks looked at her face and looked at the heavy handwriting before it. The invisible pressure instantly made him breathless. The moonlight outside the window is still clear, and sometimes the night wind blows in through the window, carefully moving the curtains. All of this seems to be not much different from usual. However, this is really the worst day. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 199. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 199. Ron is dead, and the rune robes I made for him didn't keep his life. I didn't even see how he died. According to the information brought back by the surviving wizard, he sacrificed to cover Hermione. I didn't know the specific situation, because whenever I met Hermione at Hogwarts Castle, she always avoided it. Winnie didn't come back after she returned to France with her father a few years ago. However, she occasionally sends a letter, which makes people happy, and the owls can at least work normally. As for Harry, he has been wandering around the European continent for a long time, as if he were desperately chasing every black slane he could see. I can understand his feelings. In Ginny, he always wakes up, and he returns to the country, and Jang has no news. In this case, who can maintain a calm state? Oh, right. I don't know when it started. The name Black Death suddenly spread. As for who started it and what it means, it is naturally different. As far as I understand it, it is mostly related to the Death Eater that was originally under Voldemort. But yes, the first Black Deaths are really the Dark Wizards of the original Death Eater. Nowadays, the enchanting monument controls Voldemort's body and is making Black Death everywhere. Although I found out where the body of the enchanted monument was, I didn't expect that either the first strength of Rule or Harry's Gryffindor sword could not even break a corner of the huge stone. Under the siege of seemingly endless Black Deaths, the elite wizard team led by Harry has been unable to hold it, and on my side, it has only temporarily suppressed the Voldemort possessed by the enchanted monument. Under the circumstance, I can only order the evacuation. After all, you can't fill it with human life. After all, the most lacking is the person. We are constantly reducing our staff at this moment, but the number of Black Deaths is constantly increasing. When can we have a new turn? Or, When will we start and can't support it? Fortunately, the location of Hogwarts Castle is very good, and the Black Deaths have a worries about IQ, and rarely take the initiative to launch an offensive. In this way, we have at least one place to stay. Professor Dumbledore, what would you do if you were sitting in the headmaster position today? It can be seen that this is another content that has been written after a while. He doesn't seem to be as diligent as he used to be, but this habit has not been abandoned. There is a deep exhaustion between the lines in this narrative. During that time, there were certainly a lot of dead wizards. I believe that it also included a lot of people he knew, but he only wrote Ron's death from beginning to end. As for the rune robe and the so-called strength of rule mentioned in the article, the former, Marx can still think a little, but for the latter, he has no clear concept. Maybe I wrote it before, but even so, it has now been torn off. After secretly remembering these two words, Marx turned the page over. However, there are still a few articles in the back, but the things recorded in them are all seemingly calm, but invisible statements. How many wizards and muggles died during this time, and which areas have been occupied by the Black Dead, and who led the team lost many days. Looking at those records, Marx has only numbness and coldness in the whole, except that he feels less and less words and more numbers. The only thing that gave him a sigh of relief was to return to Winnie's letter. This situation continues until Marx flips to that page. Today, we finally brought good news to everyone. Voldemort is dead. Or, the body of Voldemort, controlled by the bewildered monument, has finally disappeared completely. Level 2 strength of rule. Sure enough, formidable power is amazing. It seems that the real turnaround has emerged. Although the body of the enchanted monument can still not be destroyed, if you can further master the level 3 rule rune, I am afraid it is not far from the final victory. But when is it going to be mastered? Although the number of level 3 rules rune is very small, if you want to give them a research, I am afraid that even for a lifetime is not enough. No, compared to this, spending time on the trail that Rowena left behind, obviously the benefits will be higher. I want to thoroughly understand the secrets of the enchanted monument, so that I will not repeat the same mistakes. Damn, why doesn't Rowena make that thing clearer? In the next few days, in addition to these non-doing things, it is time to push the defense line out. This requires me to do it myself. Now, only the power of power can inspire people. It is time to take a strong shot with everyone's victory. By the way, Winnie wrote a letter a few days ago. This girl, until now, is still the same as before. There are not a few words to rewrite, but the letter is filled with the cultivation notes of the plant. This is also good. She should not worry too much about this world. Quietly plant flowers and plants. That is best for her. If you don't write it, don't write it. It's time to give everyone a meeting. I have to celebrate it tonight. Everyone has been exhausted this time and needs a little joyful atmosphere to adjust their mood. After watching it for so long, I finally saw some less heavy information. But once I think about what happened just now, Marx is not happy at all. What happened after that? Why did he force him to come back and warn himself? On the bed, Luna rolled over and Marx reached out and helped her lick the quilt to prevent her from catching cold. Although it is already spring, it can still be chilled in Hogwarts, and it still has to cover the quilt at night. The wind outside the window seems to be a little bigger, and it always makes people feel a little restless. He stared at the moon outside the window for a while, then he lowered his head and turned back one page. The next second, Marx's pupils slightly shrink, couldn't help but close the book in his hand. Then he suddenly grabbed his mouth with his hand. He only felt that his empty stomach could not help but tumbling, and an inexplicable sense of nausea rose. What about Hermione? Where did Hermione go? Winnie, why haven't you replied yet? What about Harry? He personally gave his head to me. Haha, why should you blame me? Just because I didn't expect it to control two people at the same time? Haha, I am not a god. To be honest, many people think that Marx is a very strong person. But only he himself understands that he is really not strong at all. He looks strong, just because he is never a good person, nothing more. Once a tragedy happened to the person he cares about, his heart is actually very easy to collapse. As Hermione has seen, his weakness has been hidden deep inside and has never disappeared. However, let him have already passed the many tragedies and wrote the ridiculous remarks of "I am not God." What a desperate scene. Marx, who is empathetic, can hardly suppress the desire to retire in her heart. After a long time, he was deeply took a deep breath and put the right hand that had been pouting down. That feeling is too terrifying. He doesn't want to feel it again. When he picked up the book that fell to his side and opened it again, he hurriedly skipped the page and looked back again. No one is there. What is the point of staying at Hogwarts? When the castle was besieged again, I left the scarred castle with the rest. I originally planned to go to France, but I found out that I didn't dare to go. I am a timid person. I have already understood this. It can control 3 people, and the strength is increasing with the number of Black Deathers. But what does it matter? I have caught the true direction of Rowena's clue. I really didn't think that I had circled such a big circle. As a result, what I wanted was always waiting for me in the ghost swamp of North America. This is really a big irony. Oh, is it true that I have to go to the graveyard behind the Snow Witch to tell Celine that her mother is finally saved? Ridiculous. By the way, according to the available data, the item hidden in the center of the ghost swamp is called Erased. As long as you get it, you can reseal the enchanted monument. Is it erased with magic? Probably because the trivial narratives used too much time. When Marx saw it and looked up again to move the already stiff neck, he found that the hills on the east side were slightly brighter. Unconsciously, the quiet and deep night has quietly left. The early bird has jumped on the branch. Chirp chirp twitter twitter. Marx took the book and walked gently to the window of the ward, looking far away at the distant horizon. This whole night's experience made him almost exhausted, especially the book Sin of Sin that makes him fear, but can't help but look at it. The more he reads, the more breathless he is. There aren't many left, and it is estimated that you can turn over a dozen pages to get to the end. But this is the latter content. Let him take a look at the previous article and have to rest for a while to ease the suffocating psychological pressure. Before that, he never thought that there would be such a book that made him fear. The Book of Sin. Marx looked at the sky, and there was an indescribable bitter smile on his face. There is no wrong name. Is this a book full of sin? That's right, basically. What makes this happen is obviously him. Marx McLawn. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 200. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 200. The Koyang was just outcropping, dispelling the darkness of last night. Occasionally, early-stage students will go to the library or the greenhouse at this time to work hard to improve their performance. Even so, the people who ran to the ward so early did not exist. With a little bit of time, Marx turned to lean against the window, and after looking at Luna from afar, he turned the book back again. However, the previous content was completely interrupted after mentioning the trip to the ghost swamp. Follow this closely from behind this article. Not only after many years, even the wording habits have changed a lot. How many years have passed since the last closed note? Who knows? I accidentally looked at my face now on the lake. My hair was white, my wrinkles were deep, and it seemed to be a more awkward Dumbledore. In fact, over the years, I once thought that I didn't want to write down anymore. What is the significance of writing these? The damn are dead, and the damn one is dead. I am still alive. However, just about 3 years ago, I want to understand. I have to write, and I have to write. I have to write it for myself. Yes, it is for you to see. First of all, I want to tell you that Rowena has deceived me. Of course, she also deceived you. The reason why she left such ambiguous clues is that she is trying to introduce the alternator without any sense. This is a big lie. I don't understand why she is doing this. Maybe all the geniuses are only one step away from the madman. Everything that happens in these years can't be conveyed to you in any form, because once you know, you can't recover it anymore. There are only 2 things I can say. First, immediately terminate the plan. Second, in addition to the volume of truth, Don't touch any of the clues left by Rowena. If you can't do these two things, then waiting for you, there is only this dead future in front of me. Don't doubt that Rowena left us with a huge disaster that is thousands of times more horrible than the plague of the enchanting monument. If you don't want to watch world decay in the unknown erosion, and finally turn into endless death, remember every word I wrote. As for Voldemort, you should have understood after reading the previous content, and he must live before finding a way to solve the confusing monument. Yes, presumably you have already guessed what I mean. Seriously, it's just a Voldemort, that's nothing. With your current strength, if you want to kill him, it will be nothing more than an effort. And if you study the use of strength of rule, even a level of strength of rule, you can easily kill him 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I will list all the rules rune I have learned and set up a guide for each rule rune to help you understand and digest them more quickly. I will also leave you with a soul fragment to sense search for magic in other debris orientations to ensure that you can find the location of the Voldemort body at any time. However, you must keep in mind that Voldemort must not die. Speaking of this, thanks to Voldemort's creation of more than one Horcrux, this makes the Monument of Temptation impossible to completely erode his soul. If his soul reunites again, even if it is just a moment before death, the enchanting monument will completely break the seal set by Salazar Slytherin and respread the chaos. Yes, it is Salazar Slytherin. Although the actual situation and the lack of research, according to my guess, Salazar left Hogwarts, it is not because of the insignificant small problem of recruiting more students. It is most likely that he discovered Rowena's crazy plan, and decided to stay away from the castle with a bewildered monument. Do you remember? The school site of Hogwarts, the castle you are in now, was chosen by Rowena. To be honest, I don't really want you to find a way to solve the enchanting monument. It doesn't make much sense to us. Just keep Voldemort's Horcrux, and then want him to live. Let him live. Feel that he has affected your life, then kill him again. This kind of life is no more than the risk of destroying everything. Is it a lot easier to solve the puzzle of confusing monuments? Every friend around the rare, treat Luna well. This is our only wish. Speaking, this time, I should be able to see her again. Really looking forward to. In the last pages of this Sin of the Sin, in addition to the regular rune guide table mentioned in the text and a small search magic, an extremely complex rune map is drawn. When Marks focused on that array, a spherical rune array of magic power wires emerged immediately on the page. That looks very familiar. Yes, that's what Marks saw last night, the array of three-dimensional rune that floated around each other's body. As for its role, besides being used for time and space travel, is there any other possibility? I am afraid this is equivalent to leaving a path for yourself. But obviously, this array is a failure. Or it has a very big flaw. Recalling the last moment of the picture, the bloody scene, no one would think that it was a successful time travel. The content of the last paragraph of the text is very large, and the key points are quite clear. But what is called once it is difficult to recover once you know it is not known. World decayed in the unknown erosion, turned into a dead silence. Closed the book. Marks cannot help but muttered to himself. As of now, Marks has already believed 70%. Nothing else, because the future described in this book is too real, and many of his own descriptions are exactly the same as he imagined. If you change to him to experience everything, the reaction he can make will probably be no different from what is recorded in the book. So, should he fully believe in this note called the Book of Sin? Although this is a magic book, the only part of the magic trace can be the last rune table, and the rest are ordinary quizzes. Hey. Marks? Luna's call to wake up Marks, who was lost in thought. He looked up and showed a gentle smile to Luna, still with his eyes open. Good morning, Luna. He said, how do you feel? If there is any discomfort, be sure to say it. Luna sat up on a soft mattress and blinked in confusion. Is it good? She was still the look of the embarrassed, as if the experience of yesterday's almost no life happened in a dream. Marks can rest assured that he used magic to check Luna again. and then specially ran to put Madame Pomfrey, who had just arrived at the office, to the ward and revisit Luna for the injury. When Madame Pomfrey opened the door again and said that Luna had recovered very well, he finally got a little relieved. After seeing that Luna was all right, Marx decided that whether or not he should tell Dumbledore about the Book of Sin, he would have to go with the elders with a good sense of intelligence and rich experience. At least, that plan can't be carried on easily. Now let's get our eyes back to Hogwarts. The second task is actually over. Everyone is panicking under Dark Mark. Under the decisive action of Dumbledore, the young wizards have already settled down. One of the most urgent things today is that everyone is anxious to know what happened to the maze. This means that Ron's second life, like Harry, has become the center of attention. As for the first time, of course, the one he was attacked by Sirius Black on the bed in the bedroom. Harry noticed that Ron told the story over and over again, each time slightly differently. At first, he said it was true, and it was almost the same as Crum's words. In the office of Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore used magic to hypnotize the hostages and first assured them that they were absolutely harmless and would most likely be there. Wake up automatically during the game. However, a week later, Ron spoke of a thrilling kidnapping story about how he struggled with a large group of horrible maze monsters, and they forced him to submit before he was trapped in a cage. In fact, he was only one after another until he was rescued by the champion and still slept in Hoo-Hoo. Even Fleur's younger sister Gabrielle, the cute little girl, was rescued with her eyes open. However, his stopped blow is still effective, at least not clear to others. Now Ron has become quite compelling, and Padma is much more enthusiastic about him. Every time she meets in the hallway, she always takes the initiative to talk to Ron. It doesn't matter, I hide the wand in my sleeve. Just like Marx, he assured Padma Patil, I can subdue those big guys as long as I want. What do you want to do? Scream at them? Hermione said with a sullen look. She became the favorite baby of Victor Krum, and everyone took this to tease her all day. But the reason why she is angry is not because of this. Of course, specifically, only a limited number of people understand. Ron was irritated by Hermione's irony, and since then, his story has returned to the popular version of the hypnotic. After entering March, the weather became clearer, but every time I came to the outside venue, the cold wind still blows everyone's cheeks. Moreover, the owls were therefore unable to send the letters in time. The winds always blow them off the target. On a Friday's breakfast time, an owl fell in front of Harry. It looks very embarrassing, and half of the feathers on the body are blown up by the wind. Harry just pulled the envelope down and it hurried away, apparently afraid to be sent out again.